Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? Huh?
Right here, ladies and gentlemen, spirit and guts. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV. And today, superstars, yes, all stars, and somebody very special here. Each and every day, we do have great entertainment, great education, great knowledge to share with our traders. And you're not going to find nothing else on the waves of the thing we call the internet, such as Topstep TV, which we offer all in one nice package of education, trading buddies, market knowledge, cool swag, tradertainment, and yes, John with that nice pressed white shirt. God, you look beautiful today. Here you go. This is opening call. He's Clutch Cargo. I'm Spinner, and you are Paddlefoot. We have an informative and educational show for you today, and each and every day will be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and yes, that gal we call Danielle, who is in chat and helps out so darn much. We love her very much. And, of course, that voice in your head that keeps reminding you family is one of nature's masterpieces. So remember, family is number one here before anything. Let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, and that good-looking guy with the white press shirt, John Hoagland. What's up, Hoag?
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Yes, welcome to the opening call Thursday, May the 16th. I am absolutely pumped about today's program. I am so psyched to have the good Dr. Steenbarger here. Going to be a really good Ask Me Anything session. We also, of course, have Anne Marie with us for that segment as well. Two experts, two authors, two great traders. Really looking forward to that segment today. I think we're all so lucky to have all of these great educators and doctors and authors with us today. It's going to be a great day.
You know what, John? It's like having Christmas and your birthday on the same day.
Except you only get presents once.
You know, my sister's birthday is the day after Christmas. It's like you buy Christmas stuff and you're like, yeah, here's your birthday present wrapped in Christmas paper. Yeah, mother. All right, let's get busy here. We got a great day ahead of us here. May 16th. Wow, we're halfway through May already. Blink of the eye. Well, anyway, U.S. future stock edged up, suggesting an extension on the rally of Wall Street that was sparked by data showing the slowdown in inflation last month. Now, wagers that the Fed Reserve could roll out 2 interest rate reductions this year were bolstered by the report. Although we do have analysts that did note the central bank will likely need to see more proof that price growth is easing back to its target level. Earlier today, before we had numbers, and speaking of numbers, we got a boatload of numbers today. We had some coming out earlier today here at 7:30. Before that, we did see that the Dow was up 0.1. We did see the S&P 0.1 higher, and the NASDAQ jumped 0.2 better. Data yesterday showed consumer price growth that slowed an anticipated 3.4%. That was the annualized basis in April, powering bets that the Fed will start to ratchet down interest rates from more than 2-decade highs later this year. 2-decade highs. John, where were you 2 decades ago?
Oh, on the trading floor working in this house.
That's where we were.
Still, and raising 2 little kids.
Yeah, 2 decades ago. My goodness. So we did see stocks soar in the wake of the report. We saw the benchmark rising 1.2, the tech-heavy NASDAQ adding 1.4, and the 30 stock Dow advancing 0.9%. Bitcoin, for those that do have Bitcoin, slight panic earlier this week, but fear not, folks. Bitcoin today rose like a zombie out of a grave. And we did see the biggest currency, cryptocurrency, climb 6.7% in the last 24 hours, 66,159. And For those earlier this week, we did see Bitcoin fall down to about 60,000. Boy. So, Johnny, what do you got for us here today?
Well, lots of economic numbers already out this morning and more on the way. 7:30, the jobless claims numbers came out. They were looking for 219,000 additional jobless claims. Came out a little bit higher than that at 222,000, but still a nice downtick from the previous week's 232,000. So a little bit of a downtick in jobless claims. Continuing jobless claims were actually a little bit higher by about 14,000. Housing starts. Housing starts had a nice jump, up 5.4%. And, there's, I'm sure that a lot of housing builders are noticing that there is a scarcity in housing out there. They're getting onto those housing starts. Permits, however, were a little bit lower, but about 3%. The Philly Fed Manufacturing Index indicated that there's still some expansion in manufacturing in the Philadelphia area. It came out 4.5%, but lower than expected at 7.7%. 7.7, I should say, but and much lower than the previous week of 15, the previous month, I should say, of 15.5. So it's still showing some expansion, but coming off those highs a little bit. Import-export prices were both a little bit higher. At 8:15, we've got industrial production. We're going to have that number for you as it comes out. 9 o'clock, we've got a couple of talking feds. Barkin will be barking, and Roseanne Barr will be speaking. 9:30, we have Harker due to speak. 10:30, 9:30, I should say, the natural gas number due out at 10:30. A 4-week bill auction at 11. Meester due to speak. 2:50, 2:30. I think this is actually. Bostic is due to speak later on this afternoon as far as earnings. Walmart announced their earnings today, beating on both earnings per share and revenues, as well as John Deere and Company. VIX is a little bit lower this morning, 12.4. Dollar index just up a little bit. The last I checked at 104.45, and the yield on the 10-year holding below that 4.5 level at 4.35, relatively steady to where it finished the day yesterday. So that's a lot of stuff coming at us this week or today, and a lot of great stuff coming at you here on Topstep TV today too.
And we got your 6. We got your back today, and we got a lot of good stuff coming up. John, I had a laugh here. Gary Van Horn in the chat put no spaghetti for Hoag.
I know. I got to be careful drinking coffee even because it gets stuck in my mustache and then drips. So I'm being very cautious. Thank you, Gary, for reminding me of that.
Yeah, maybe we come up with an invention called the mustache gutter, where it sort of just falls like behind anyway. All right, dude, where's my crude? Well, crude inched up today, and really that's a big inch. Just off the highs here, 78.88 is a high here today. And that was following U.S. consumer inflation, bigger than expected U.S. inventories. We did see the U.S. futures trading 0.4% higher at 78.96 and Brent at 83.07. Inflation bolstered the prospect of the lower interest rates, potentially lifting future global economic activity by extension and oil demand. We did see yesterday also showed the U.S. oil inventories shrank by the bigger than expected 2.5 million barrels for the week of May 10th. That was increasing hopes that the demand for this heavy traveling summer season. John, we were just out in Vegas a little while ago, my first time, and I was quite impressed with the bells and whistles and good stuff. Didn't have a chance to go to the Mirage, but did you hear that the Las Vegas Strip's going to be losing that landmark July 17th? Joe Lupo, bada bing, bada bang, president of the Mirage, confirmed yesterday that the hotel casino will be permanently closing its doors. He said the resort will reopen that May 2027 as the Topstep. No, that's not it. 2027 as we got a casino now. Hard Rock, Las Vegas, featuring 660-foot hotel towers shaped like the back of a guitar. You might like that one. That'd be cool. Hard Rock. Hard Rock. Sad thing about it, but I got a good thing. I got a good ending on this one. Some 3,300 employees. Oh, 5 minutes remaining, folks. Number coming out here very shortly.
5 minutes remaining.
And I got everything going off here. Boom, 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 boom. My Pop-Tarts are ready. 3,300 employees have been laid off. But check this out. Employees will receive a total of around 80 million in severance.
Each?
Somebody do the math on that one. What are they getting each? 3,300 employees getting laid off, and they're giving them around, just say 75 million, because they said like around 80 million. So they're closing their doors. You know who else is closing their doors? The Costa Rican zoos. They don't want to have animals in cages anymore. Okay. There will be an open also this weekend. I'm going to say the 2 state zoos have closed, so they're closed. If you're going to Costa Rica to see animals, go in the jungle. In other news, Costa Rica this weekend will be open to a public barbecue. $10 entry fee. Children under 8 are free. Drinks are included, so bring your doggy bag, monkey bag, or elephant bag. See what I did there? Huh?
So
where's the animals going? In my tummy. Get in my belly.
Severance is around 26,000 a person.
Wow, that's pretty good.
That's not bad.
I thought that was more. You sure? Yeah.
Well, that's 80 million divided by 3,000.
Cheap asses. Anyway, considering it's a casino, I mean, I think I put that in there in one day. I paid for one of those people in one day. Top step tip of the week. Well, we don't got James, but we got good old Blue Eyes. JD, what is our tip? What it is? He is on the spot. Mindset. And today we're going to be having Brett Steenbarger, as John mentioned, and this is all about mindset. Okay. Get realistic goals. Setting clear, achievable goals can provide a trader with a sense of purpose. Yes, we do have a purpose here, and direction. Break down larger goals into smaller, actionable steps, and that's going to help maintain motivation and focus. So, Johnny, what do you got here for mindset?
Yes. Ski, bike, run, play, watch Topstep TV. Check out Dr. Steenbarger at 11 o'clock with Anne Marie. Going to be a great mindset day. What a great mindset week this week with Ginny on Tuesday and Anne Marie and Dr. Steenbarger today. There's a lot of great stuff. I keep coming back to it because I'm so excited about this segment and having Anne Marie and the good doctor on here together.
I tell you, by the time you're out of this week, you're going to be coming back next week going, boy, I'm smarter, wiser, and more prettier. Yes, it's going to help also. So get ready. Ask me anything for the godfather of trading psychology, Brett Steenbarger, PhD, with, of course, you mentioned Anne Marie, and of course, John will be joining them. So Brett is here to help us strengthen our mindset. Also today, and a little later on, I'm going to show you where Topstep X feature highlight, feature requests voting. We're not talking Democrat, Republican, or Independent. We're talking voting for the Topstep X. You can contribute ideas and new features and support ideas of others without leaving Topstep X. I like that one. So if you want to do it now on the Topstep X screen, there is a question mark on the left-hand side. Submit your ideas and vote for others. And you, the trader, tell us what we should build in Topstep X because we can. All right. We do have that number hitting the wire here. Actually, I believe right now it hit the wire here. And we did have the manufacturing output coming in here. Industrial production, they were looking at 0.1%, coming in at 0.0. So they underscored that one. Manufacturing output for month over month, they were looking at 0.1%, coming in at negative 0.3%. Right. And industrial production, I do not see yet year over year. But as far as that goes, top of the hour, Barkin and Bar. Johnny, let's hit those charts. What do you got for our contestants today?
Yeah, for sure. Big day yesterday for those equities, right? We finally had some play this week with a weekly kickoff level. 5250 in the S&P is put in the uh, pretty much the session low a couple of days ago here. This doesn't seem to be right. Yeah, to put in the regular trading hour session low on the day yesterday, and we really saw some pretty decent market action. A really healthy upside auction yesterday. We had a pretty good increase in volume, but the real impressive thing is adding 55,000 in open interest. We brought in new business, and that's what this market needed to continue this rally to the upside. Giving yesterday's auction grade an A. Yes, increasing volume, tons of new business in open interest, trading to new all-time highs. Now, in the overnight, we've put in a new all-time high in the overnight session. We know that the markets do not like to leave all-time or recent highs or lows in the overnight session. I'm looking for the market to retest above the overnight high at some point today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We don't know what's going to happen, of course. We can't predict. We're just trying to put things in some sort of usable context here. So there's our all-time high. The previous all-time high in the June contract was 53.33 half. I've got that marked here on with that red line. We did take a look above the high from yesterday. That puts the all-time high in the overnight session. We're coming off a little bit with some of these numbers. We did kind of leave a late spike at the end of the day yesterday. I was kind of hoping that we might see a gap on the open, a session gap on the open. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Perhaps we're getting a little bit short as far as overnight inventory is concerned. Basically trading really close to settlement here. I'm not looking for any settlement gaps to play out because of that. But when we look at the profile yesterday, the market opened, began to one time frame higher, stopped for about a little break here, and then just continued to push to the upside. The thing that I'm looking at early this morning is the fact that we did, in the S&Ps only, put in a late spike to the upside at the end of the session yesterday. A late spike just continued to push price higher. It closed on its highs or close to its highs. The base of the late spike, when I was looking at these, is 53.30 half, 53.30 half. It's when the market really kind of left the range and then closed above it without giving the market time to accept those levels or reject. I'm watching this overnight high here, 53.30. That's pretty much the base of the late spike. There might be some opportunity for us there. We don't know what's going to happen. We've got most of our economic numbers out. We do have some talking feds, and a 4-week bill auction at 10:30. So, there's still information due out. That was a pretty big move. There was a lot of energy in that move, a lot of new business in that move, and I'm using that to really kind of, without any bad news, see us put in some sort of a base at some point today, and then perhaps continue that auction to the upside because. Again, that was a pretty strong, good upside auction yesterday. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Oh, weekly kickoff high. We left that in the dust, 18,550. We were looking at that yesterday. We traded almost to the all-time high in the June contract. We've put in a new all-time high in the June contract in the overnight session. How did the auction perform yesterday? Well, it brought in volume and it added 6,200 in open interest. So that is new business. Those are new buyers that came into this market. They're looking for this market to continue its upside move. I don't see any real reason why not to. As we all know, without bad news, the equities have just the tendency to just continue to grind higher. And I would not call yesterday's upside move a grind. That was a very healthy auction. However, it was somewhat emotional. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So once we ran right through the weekly kickoff high, which was the high from the 7:30 numbers, it was pretty much Katie bar the door. It was all upside from that point forward. We traded basically right to the previous all-time high in the June contract. And we are really just kind of hanging around up here. We don't really have any overnight inventory. Most of the economic numbers are out. We did not leave a late spike in the NASDAQ. However, there's a little bit of congestion here. This might be an interesting spot for an execution. We've got that new all-time high in the overnight session just kind of looms hanging above us like the sword of Damocles. And I don't expect that to hold. Now, the markets like to make a liar out of me. We just took out a previous all-time high in the S&Ps that occurred in the overnight session. So there is, we're working in probabilities here, and the probabilities say that's not likely to stay the high for very long. The profile yesterday, trend day to the upside, very good close. Settlement was 18,690. 18,691.75. We're basically trading it right at that level. So no gap, no settlement gap. Just kind of looking to see where we can see possibly some basing and some buyers coming in. And again, just trying to look at context, looking at the health of the upside auction yesterday. There's a lot of new longs in this market. Are those longs going to be protecting those levels? Is my question. Take a look at crude oil. So today we are trading July crude oil. There is approximately a 50% discount in July from the June contract. Rollover range is continuing. Got a little cheap yesterday. We had a nice rally that D, I think, called yesterday during the day. Open interest, no change. No change in open interest. It was an even exchange moving from the June contract to the next 3 months. June actually lost 41,000 in open interest, but the next 3 months picked them up. That's how rollover works. So we're still kind of in a downtrend here. We're still in a very sticky, gooey area here of previous balance. We kind of said that this was going to be kind of a tough area to get through, especially during rollover. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We'll see if we can find any clues here. So there was our low, failed auction, big move to the upside. Overnight inventory is currently long. It just really started, though. I mean, we didn't have any overnight inventory. The market is attempting to continue its rally off that low from yesterday. And again, because it's rollover, it's very difficult to kind of read volume and open interest. It happens every month for about a week or so. It becomes very difficult to read that information. One thing is, because this is now the July contract, is we're still looking at June here. I want to point out to everybody that the value area high from yesterday in the July contract was 77.84. 77.84, whereas it's 77.84. So technically, in the July contract, we've opened with a gap. Let me see if I can see this here. Yes. So this is the profile for crude. Okay. This was the high from yesterday. You don't see that on the 30-minute chart because it's already moved over to July and it's still looking at June information. But we've opened with a gap. We've left the opening range the low of the day. Wouldn't surprise me if this is another up day for crude oil. The profile yesterday again, was it a double distribution trend day? Double distribution trend day, yes. So the value high seems to be a foregone memory here. 77.84. If we do get back to that level, it might be an interesting spot. But right now, we've opened with a gap in the July contract, the opening range, the low of the session. I'm looking for opportunities for longs unless that changes. Gold. So we're still relatively range bound, but we are seeing signs of life in gold now. We saw a pretty good increase in volume on the push to the upside yesterday. We added 7,300 in open interest. So finally, we're starting to see some eyeballs on gold. Are we looking at a potential for the opportunity to trade near weekly kickoff high, 24.10? Maybe, maybe not. I would like to see that opportunity for everybody trading gold because it allows us to limit risk. Here's the 30-minute chart. And Overnight inventory ended up being a little bit short, but we're inside the range from yesterday. It's a normal variation trading day. Pretty good excess on the low on the 720 chart. So we're still seeing excess on the low here. We're starting to see higher highs, higher lows. I would be looking for a possible base to start to form at some point today to see if we can continue this move to the upside in very short time frame and in range bound and pretty much short time frame controlled, except for that increase in open interest. Something happened yesterday. There was a renewed interest, I believe, to the long side in gold. The profile yesterday was emotional. It was a high excess low. We did put in a late spike at the end of the day. The base of that late spike is 2392.60. We've opened below the base of that late spike. So that is one nuance of the profile that is opposite what we're thinking about looking for possible longs. It's showing a rejection of higher pricing. Be careful. Make sure that you're using levels that are going to severely limit your risk if you're going to be looking for longs here. And that's what we've got. Take your deep breath, everybody. It's going to be a great day today on TopstepTV. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, centered, and creative. And make sure you always pray for peace. Let's have a great day.
Thank you, John. Okay, we're going to take a break here, but don't forget today at 11 o'clock, Brett Steenbarger, Anne Marie, and our good friend John Hoagland. This is going to be a highlighted event, so make sure you tune in. All right, we're going to take a break. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. Fast market up next. We'll be right back. And then and it's all you.
You're in.
Oh, here you are.
Oh,
my goodness. Surprise.
Whoa. Ding, ding, ding. Welcome, everybody. Wow, what a start. Big day today, too. Big day today. Right. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. You are watching Fast Markets right now. The man up to the upper right, just looking very dapper today. John Hoagland, lower right. Jack. And, of course, everyone's favorite, Anne Marie. John, opening bell. Talk us through the opening range.
4 points in the S&Ps so far, 15 points in the NASDAQ so far. We had a late spike in the S&Ps. The overnight low lines up almost perfectly with the base of that late spike. We're seeing, seeing if we can leave the opening range at the low here. We did put in an overnight high, an overnight all-time high in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. I'm kind of thinking that's not going to remain the all-time high for very long here. As long as we stay above 53.30 half in the S&Ps, I'm looking for some sort of basing to occur here and for this rally to continue. We saw good volume on that upside yesterday. We saw a huge increase in open interest in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. 55,000 contracts added yesterday on that rally in the S&Ps. That's new buying, folks.
Yep. Incredible.
So here's a question. Since the auction had an A+,
yep,
and we broke out of our 1 minute range, what do you think we're looking at as the S&P comes into the VWAP? Do we wait for it to breach it and then take it long, or?
That's the only thing that I'm not liking is the fact that the VWAP is kind of, waning to the downside.
I'll also be, you guys can hear me, right? We had some tech things earlier. Hi, Amory.
Hi.
I'll be looking closely at the ZN today, which is still hovering around its lows of the day. There was a huge run down in yields yesterday, down to 4.3. If you see that break into the downside, for me, that's the reason to start selling this, even though Hoag thinks we're going to test the all-time highs because we don't like leaving those overnight.
Right now.
So you've got a contrarian thought right there? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Not contrarian. If I'm just watching to see if the GN is breaking, that makes me less inclined. Breaking in price, by the way, not in yield. I'm looking at the contract. So if that's breaking, that would make me hesitant to buy the indices.
You're talking about the yield, right? If the yield starts leaking to the downside?
This is going to be yes.
Yep.
Well, no, if yield starts leaking to the upside, this is going to be confusing all day. But because we're trading futures, I'm looking at the actual ZN contract. So price goes down in that, yields go up,
right? Stocks
going down is my thought.
Got it.
It's been a really long time since you've given an auction an A, John.
Yes, it has.
I don't give out A's. It's a rookie score.
I know.
Powerful rally.
I know. So I'm trying to think about a long action here. I am, full disclosure, I'm long the NQ and I'm long on the ES simply because I think they ought to drive support a little higher, but ES holding okay, NQ not so much.
Not so much.
No.
Yeah, the base ought to hold. If it doesn't, we've got a pretty good size fade that might be there. But this 670 that the guys were looking at in Power Hour is rearing its head again.
Yes, it is.
Well, as noted, if we look at my charts real quick, just for the meaning of people watching know that I'm a purple box guy. I got the box labeled there, no roads where we're going. That is just above there. That purple box is all-time highs. So you're just riding the momentum monster. Nothing wrong with that. But Hoag, how do you deal with, besides just pure momentum, with levels once you get the all-time highs to the upside?
Question.
Point, click, and pray.
Oh, great. Great.
I like to draw Fibonacci's. Or
you got to do measured moves, right?
And measured moves for sure.
Yep.
For sure. Yeah.
Somebody is asking what I'm looking for a ticker for yields. I actually have, I don't believe you can see the yields in TopstepX, but if you have the ZN open, for instance, if that price is going up, yields are going down and vice versa. But I also have TradingView open, so I'm looking at the cash bond yields in the 2, 5, 10, and 30. And I'll update if anything comes of that.
What is the 10-year right now, Jack?
Glad you asked. The 10-year right now is 4.36%.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, we do have the house account open again, as always. So we'll be pulling some levels. Anne Marie, let me know. John, Jack, any trade ideas? NQES. We were trading all-time highs in the NASDAQ. We've obviously sold off from there. But go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, Anne Marie, in the S&Ps, if we can get a test of that overnight low and reject from there, I really like that level.
Gotcha. So you like the dip buy off of
Yes, if we get it.
53.26-ish or something? What is that number?
53.30 half is the base of the late spike that we've now opened inside of.
53.26?
53.30 quarter.
53.30 quarter. Thank you.
Yeah, so around 53.30.
Gotcha. 2 check marks.
And what
we're not getting, we're not getting a whole lot of price action outside of the opening ranges here. The Dow has traded above, but is back inside the opening range. The S&P traded 1 tick above the opening range. Looks like it might be taking that out now. There it is. There it goes. NASDAQ did take one little look below the opening range and is now driving higher.
Okay. By the dip.
Yeah, so far, everything really does say by the dip. I've got a 5,000 tick chart that I'm watching right now because I sort of want slower mechanics so that I can understand a little bit more about, if we put a position on in the house count and we want to watch it run, what does prevailing trend tell us? I want to see that it matches a little bit with, how it is that John is looking at the charts. Yeah. I want to see us recover the VWAP, and I suspect that we will because we closed at those highs yesterday, and that's normally bullish. Mm-hmm. And you're saying that we could retest those pre-market highs.
Yep.
So there are quite a few pointers that go, you could buy the dip, and if it starts, acting like somebody with a walker up there.
What were you going to say?
18,720.
Somebody with a walker?
Well, why'd you hesitate? Why'd you hesitate there?
Just trying not to be ageist.
I was going to say something much more off color.
You got caught up in midair.
Stop it. So, no, listen, here's why. This morning, I've got butterflies because of Dr. Brett coming on.
Ooh.
So my sister sent me this. It's jalapeno chocolate.
Okay.
And oh my gosh, it is so hot. It is like roaring hot. But it's got my my endorphins pumping. And so that's why my mouth almost slipped into something not too nice.
Is it good?
Oh my goodness, it's delicious.
Really?
If you like stuff like
jalapeno chips.
Yeah.
Oh boy, good. Jack's on one today.
It's really fantastic.
A bowl of ghost peppers.
Yes, sir.
I've had a few of those. Those get on the side of so hot that I can't think. Like I love hot ones. I love watching that. And some of them are absolutely hilarious. I think it's genius the way he turned that into a career and so many people come on there. It's pretty amazing.
Goal of all content, folks. Do we know, has Brett Steenbarger been on Hot Ones yet? Because that would be pretty cool.
Oh boy, Jack.
That would be pretty cool.
Oh my God.
We'll ask him today at 11.
Yes, it is today at 11. That's why John's looking so good. The doctor will be in the house today at 11 o'clock Central. Look at you, John. Looking great. Very, very nice. Also, all right, really quick, Eddie, I want to go to you. What do we got for eco and speakers? I did take a quick peek before Fast Market. I see we got a lineup today, Eddie. What do we got?
Yes, economic numbers here. Lots going on here in about 19 minutes. We do have Fed Vice Barr speaking. Also, a little later on in about 45 minutes. 45 minutes here. Harker will be speaking. And let's not forget, if you are trading nat gas, that is also coming out in at 9:30 today, Central Time. Also today, Atlanta Fed at 10:15, 10:30. We got a 4-week, 8-week bill auction, 10:30. Also, Mester will be speaking. Don't go away. I got more. Later on this evening, well, actually later on this afternoon, Bostic will be speaking. And later on this evening here, Fed balance sheet and the reserve balance sheet with Federal Reserve banks. And that is it so far today. We had a lot going on earlier, but back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Oh, got a lot of speakers
Having
today.
a little trouble in the S&Ps here with that VWAP.
I know.
Watching that.
What
do you guys have for VWAP? 553, 34 half. John, what do you see for
Gold
VWAP?
is also
33 half.
gold is also taking a little bit of a pullback there.
What I want to see, Andre,
yeah,
at that level is for a price to go through it and then come back above it.
30 quarter?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes. Anne-Marie, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I think the crude is going to go probably to 80, thinking that it hits that area and then becomes a little bit of resistance. We just had another big volume candlestick in the candlestick just before it. And so I think it heads up there. And then gold came into yesterday's VWAP of around 23.75, 76. So watching to see if it holds that zone. If it holds that zone, it could give us another little pop. I know that Dakota on Fast Markets last night was hawking a short at around 23.90. Not sure if he actually got it, but that's what he was looking at. And so this might be coming into a spot where we're probably within $5 or $6 of seeing buyers try to come in potentially. So there's a lot sort of show. Whoa. There's a lot showing up. Just everybody's really sticky. And here's what I've noticed over the last maybe 9 or 10 trading days, we get about 2.5 days in the S&P super sideways and then a rotation up. And once it hits that new level, super sideways couple of days, another rotation up. And this one makes the third rotation up. So, maybe we choke around a little bit today. Maybe
Andre,
we're choppy.
Little mistake on that. It's 53.30 quarter, not 33 quarter.
30 quarter. Got it.
30 quarter.
Yep.
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, he did say
for some reason, I thought I said 33. But
no, you said 30.
Yep,
I get a
5330.
little dyslexic sometimes when it comes to numbers.
John,
so are we still collectively in buy the dip mode?
I mean, opening range still the low, still in the late spike in the ES. What is our 5-year keeps breaking, or the 10-year? I mean,
you're talking yields.
Way to go.
When we say breaking, we're talking price or yields. Just moving forward.
Price, yields go higher, opposite price. So if price is breaking,
when you say we're breaking, you're talking about the price, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Might be popping.
We'll say yields are popping, but not. So there's a kind of a gap to fill in yields because yields came down a bunch at the CPI number yesterday, bottomed out last night or like during the day, and then are coming back up to test it. Once again, if they're rising,
what's the ticker you're watching again?
For 10-year yield, US 10.
Yeah.
US 10 Y. But in Topstep X, I'm just looking at the ZN, which is this ladder over here.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to
It'll
see
show
if
the
I could
same
look at the
thing.
same thing you are. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can kind of see. So here's now we're looking at price, of course.
Right.
Let me go back a little bit here. So we topped out in the overnight session, and we're kind of coming down. We're within a tick or two of the lows of the day. Here we can see the spike, 7:30 a.m. yesterday, which I wonder what happened there. CPI.
Mhm.
You know, if we take a look at that very same chart you've got right there, and we sort of force something that Coach Jay might look at, right? The highest volume, and then divide that range. It's inside of that body, so it should retrace to the 50% ledge theoretically. And if it loses that 50% ledge, it could go to the bottom. Is your supposition that and there's a low volume node right there. So where's your supposition on entry?
Well, I'm not trying to trade the ZN today. I don't think that'd be super
Okay.
interesting for folks. It's more that I am hesitant to buy the dip in ES if it's kind of,
Gotcha.
if the ZN's
Yeah.
breaking, because I think that's a large part of why we had the melt up yesterday, right? And haven't, gone for the new highs yet. We kind of went above it and rejected it early in the session today.
Mhm.
Just something to think about. I don't want to freak us out of a house trade. I will get in for a long as well if the risk is right and the reward is a lot more.
Yeah.
So you're saying the fall off in yields is what's been fueling this rally in the equities, Jack?
Well, it's everything. I mean, it's momentum. It's just that,
yeah.
especially if you guys are NASDAQ traders out there, that 10-year yield has a massive effect on the NASDAQ. I mean, let alone the Russell, but I don't think there's that many of you trading the Russell out there. But especially with the unprofitable companies, it's not going to affect the Mag 7 as much, but like the rest of the indices,
that's a good point.
The Russell, where we have all our unprofitable kind of, for lack of a better word, shitty companies, they are very sensitive to yields in the future because that's when they're supposedly going to make their money. So something to keep an eye on. I don't want to turn this into like my yield freakout thing. Hoag, if we want to buy the dip, let's do it.
Excellent. Well, taking a quick look at tilt here, we do see 70% long in the NASDAQ. Everything else is around 50, 69% short crude oil right now, but 70% long NASDAQ, 69% crude oil shorts, gold 50-50, ES 50-50, OM 50-50 as well. We got a poll up in the chat here. Do you watch bonds, bills, and notes prices? Yes, no, or only Jack does?
Only Jack.
It's your votes
Only
in.
me.
I got my.
Only me.
Get that vote in. We'll give you some results here when it closes. Time being, we're just kind of in a holding pattern. NASDAQ not doing a whole heck of a lot. S&P's not doing a whole heck of a lot, which is okay. Full day ahead of us.
It's holding inside the late spike. To me, that's a buy zone.
Yeah.
We're trying to kind of get a better trade location by looking at the overnight low, which is the base of the late spike. So far, we've been unsuccessful at even getting there. It happens. Opening, I mean, we're looking at a 5-point range in the S&Ps right now.
Mm-hmm.
Opening range remains the low of it.
Yeah,
Dow,
it's super noisy.
opening range was taken out to the downside in the Dow. And basically, for all intents and purposes, the NASDAQ opening range is still the low. NASDAQ putting in new highs here. We've got our overnight, or yesterday's high actually was right where we're at. We just took out yesterday's high in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
What's left up there? The overnight high.
Yeah.
And then we've got to use measuring tools and chicken bones and
I was going to say
tea leaves and
someone's in. Who's in? Anne Marie, what'd you do?
Anne Marie.
I just closed.
You did?
My
NASDAQ.
NQ, yeah, the NAS, because it's coming right into my resistance zone right here. So I'm looking for maybe a little bit of a pullback, and then, it might leave me in the dust like it did the other day, but looking for a little bit of a pullback to get long again.
Mm-hmm. We will be patient.
You have the keys for the car fired up, right, Andre?
Right, we're locked and loaded, ready to go. Waiting for a pullback in the S. Waiting for any of these things to move.
Locked and loaded.
Yep. John, are you excited for 11 a.m. this morning?
I am very excited about it. I'm absolutely. That's why I got, that's why I dressed up,
Yeah, I know, man.
You look pretty good the other day with the Topstep collared shirt too. That was kind of nice.
Yeah. Old brand, but it's a great shirt. I love those shirts.
Yeah, very
Vintage.
nice.
He's back.
What I wanna ask Brett is why our human mind is so resistant to change. We are just so terribly resistant to change.
The fear of the unknown.
Even if we're doing something that's totally wrong,
right,
we still go, but
what?
It might work this time.
I think it's just easier not to change.
Definitely. That's
you're right there.
Even if there's not fear, you just get into a routine, not the productive kind, and you just kind of live in it. I have been guilty of that in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We probably all are.
Hanging out around VWAP.
Yep.
The ES.
What's at 11 a.m.? Let's see about the kind of on there. 11 a.m. Dr. Brett Steenbarger today. Very, very prestigious guest here. We have Topstep. We had Dr. Ginny on Tuesday. Now we got Dr. Brett in the house at 11 o'clock. Please tune in for that. He's going to learn a whole heck of a lot. It's going to be John. He was prepping yesterday for it. John, you got a preview? Give us a quick preview. What do you want to touch on with Dr. Brett?
Well, I believe that Anne Marie and the doctor are going to kind of, I think, start off with some thoughts. Then we're going to get into the questions that we've got. I took a look through the questions that we have so far, and usually they come in themes, right? So I've kind of grouped the similar questions together, and just so we can get the most out of this. If there's similar questions or themed questions, those are ones I'm looking forward to. A lot of it, just kind of looking through it, a lot of traders seem to be having trouble executing. Then there's always the fact that we're backwards as far as our brain wiring is concerned. We don't like taking losses, so we create bigger ones. We love taking profits, so we cut those. A lot of, and we get these questions a lot in group coaching, and I'm looking forward to hearing what Anne Marie and the doctor have to say. I trade fine in a practice account, and then when I get into a combine or an XFA, everything seems to go haywire. Why is that? I'm really looking forward to that question.
Awesome. Nice little preview there. I'm sure people out there have similar questions, as John said, so tune in for that. Anne Marie loading up on that chocolate today just to get ready for Dr. Brett. Man, it's a big day. It's a big day. She's eating chocolate in the morning. Nothing wrong with a little chocolate for breakfast, Anne Marie. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Everyone should have a piece of chocolate for breakfast.
My husband's out of town. This is the only reason I get to have that. No, he's the sugar police in the house. I'm not kidding you. Everything I bring into the house, he's reading the back of the package going, wait, no, don't buy that again. So he won't mind that I have a little nibble there. But yeah, he is the sugar police. Absolutely 100%. He's been the sugar police our entire lives. Our kids would ask to go to their friend's house so they could eat sugary cereals and have lots of cake and donuts. So it's just been, or think, dang it, I should have left it. Should have
Uh-oh.
left that
Shoulda, woulda,
low.
coulda.
No. Yeah, it just came right into the VWAP, lost it a little bit, and now holding that edge. I still think there's a fair bit of resistance up there, but the chase clearly says if you've got a dip, try your hand at it.
Mm-hmm. Starting now to see a little bit of a possible divergence in delta in the S&Ps. It's been very close to zero the entire time. Mm-hmm. We're kind of holding at the high for the session right now, and we've got negative 500 in delta. That's kind of contrary to the direction so far. In the opening range remains the low. We've still only got a 4 handle and 3 tick range in the S&Ps.
So what would the risk be if we did take this trade? If it came back, we want to see it test that 53.30. Is there another spot where we could potentially maybe leg into the trade, or is that against the rules? No on the legging in, or
you know me, I don't have a problem with accumulating a range and an inventory in a range, but where do we cross that line?
Exactly.
As to adding to losing position. 53.
So let's say we got in at the 53.30 area, which is rounded about where I got in pre-market. Mm-hmm. What do you think the stop would need to be?
Well, the reason that I'm looking at that as number one, it's the base of the late spike, and number two, it's the overnight low. So if we can test that overnight low, take a look below it, and then reject back above it, that kind of gives us our risk. If it starts to continue below the overnight low, we're out. So we need it to come back down. We need to come below it, come back above it, execute, and then put our stop below that low.
Okay.
All right, I'm just gonna see. Thank you to Command for the update. A reminder: I've got Bar about to speak here in about 2 minutes. We're gonna be getting interrupted. Member? We're gonna be getting good question. I'll pull that up right now. We're gonna be getting bombarded by Fed speakers left and right. We have like 2 every hour for pretty much most of the day.
I have barking at 9 o'clock as well. Williams talking earlier. No.
So, Andre, as long as MP's out, let's throw it out there. I feel like we should always be legging in and out of house trades. I've said this before on the show. Well, it could be a tight, if you want to put on 15 lots, it can be a tight spread of them. I'm not saying we just keep on adding at crazy levels. I don't even care if they're a couple ticks apart, just to give some sort of legging into it, as opposed to just all or nothing. You could drive yourself insane.
All right, well, where should we start? I'm in. I'm down to do that 100%. We could change it up. We're going to catch a bid anyways. Damn it. Where would we start? We got to start at the 30s or beneath or above?
If we want the 30s, then we would start a bit above. So just a bit above on the nose and a tick through. It's basically knowing that you're fallible and the probability is that you are not going to hit the exact anyway. Like how often do we get the exact bottom tick? Yeah. So by legging into something, at least you're going to get a little taste, as they say, if it doesn't quite hit your level. And if it goes a little bit through, well, you got your level. As long as you don't put your defending level where it's the trade's different or invalidated or something like that.
I see. Okay, I'm not opposed. So start what, 32s perhaps? 5, maybe 10. I don't know. Let's talk it out.
I'm a contrarian, so let's talk this through with John. If we like that level for the buying the dip, I would start. What's the level? 53, 30 quarter or something like that?
30 quarters, yeah.
Yeah, base of the late spike. 30 half.
How low?
30 quarter.
How low below it would it have to go, John, before you would consider it sort of invalidated?
Well, That's the thing. I want it to go below it and then come back above that overnight low, because that's going to establish pretty much where the risk is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to just put in a bid here and get it trades down to 30 quarters. We want to see it go below and then go above.
That would be ideal. We don't know, of course, if the market is going to give us that opportunity.
There is remarkably little movement right now, given what happened.
It really is.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
This looks like the overnight.
Well,
right now.
and I think that was really my supposition today. And I put the little video up in Strategy Lab because we had this great, big, expansive move. I think all the traders are sitting around going, "Okay, what do we do now? What do we do now?" And so there's this consolidation event that I think that's what we're looking through. And you say the delta is diverging in the ES. Do you mean it's building negative or positive? Because I can't tell from trend. It's building negative.
Yes.
Okay. So short-term traders are potentially bearish.
Right. Picking tops.
Okay.
The slower it is, the less contrarian I am. Someone in the comments said, don't short a slow market.
Mm-hmm.
No, it does feel like if we were going to have the big move to the downside, it would have kind of already happened instead of this.
Yeah.
Putzing around.
They're definitely trying to put a floor in.
Do have some liquidity
trying to put a floor in.
John, between 37s and 38s in the S&Ps, there's about 1,500 contracts sitting on the offer up there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some liquidity down at 31.75 as well.
Okay. Oh boy, this can go anyway.
Seems like they've just kind of, put bookends around it right now.
Yeah.
Seeing a little bottoming in that 10-year price.
Yeah. And so the ZN trends in the direction of the market, correct?
Well,
because it's moving in the opposite direction of yield.
Of yield, yes.
Right. And just so people know, I wouldn't put it is not a winning strategy to play correlations between the ES and NQ. Sorry, it is for that, I guess. They're much more correlated. We see it go both ways now, where something that's really defined the last couple months and stuff is sometimes when it's just like all assets up, all assets down. Mm-hmm. I think something I'm looking at today is just because we've had such this downturn in the 10-year for the first time in a while, is that the inflation data is out. I'll be really interested to see if we hold around this 4.36 area, right? If we stick around here, then totally bullish, because I feel like that's what's driving it. Everything's about interest rates. That's why we're following the CPI so closely. Without a move in those, as I said earlier, I think that without those moving, we're not going to have a big move in the other. But it's not like you can just put on a spread trade between the ES and the ZN or something like that.
I'm looking at the correlation chart that I have here.
Yeah.
So
what do we
ES
got?
And the 10-year on a 30-day correlation is 79%.
Positive?
That's pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
0.79. Yeah.
The further out you go, the less it is.
Yes, and that makes sense too, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Also, it hasn't been a huge move in yields today. hasn't been a huge move in anything, but just something to keep an eye on. But you're right, Hoag. It is bouncing off the lows a little bit.
So is gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We got Barkin started up here on CNBC.
Arf, arf.
Yep.
I probably shouldn't do that.
Oh, get your dog going? That'd be hilarious. Yeah. Eddie, keep us posted if any headlines catch your eye there.
And the prize.
Thank you. All right, so
this just coming in here. Barkin saying that businesses are still willing to raise prices. Of course. And we're the victims. Yes. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you for that. Just what a positive headline to hear right there. All right, so how do we want to leg into this? How do we want to scale into this? Yes, here at Topstep, you can scale into positions. We have no problem with that. That is real trading.
I mean, the real execution for this trade is you want to see it. You want to see it auction below the overnight low and then come back above.
So essentially, reject it. Reject that low.
Dip.
I mean,
failed downside auction. Call it what you will.
You could try it here and hope that the opening range low holds. But, and then that's pretty cheap, but your stop's going to be where we're thinking about getting in.
And reason. Okay, John, well, talk me through it. Talk me through this trade because now we got a couple different ideas. Here we go.
We're selling off a little.
Yeah, we are. John, you want to see this go through the 30 quarters?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, I guess we're not scaling. That's okay.
Well, because we want to see it go through and then go back,
and then
right?
Come back
so
up.
we wouldn't even scale yet. We could scale to the other side. We could add to the position as it goes, but it's such a range day. I wouldn't do that.
All right, so where should I have the bid?
We just traded right to it.
Yep.
30.
Well, is that close enough? Yeah, there we go. We went through it.
In, John?
Okay, we're through it.
Not yet.
I just got 10. I just got 10 of them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well.
29 halves.
If it holds that 30 level, that overnight low and the base of the late spike, you're fine.
We're fine, John. We're fine.
Okay,
we're back up to 30 quarter. I can't get out of this trade if you don't like that. If you don't like that execution, we're long 10 for 29 half.
Now it's given us a kind of a lower extreme, like 53.28 is a new low. We don't want that to happen. So this is a really cheap trade.
Where should I have the stop? Right now I have the stop at 53.19 half.
Oh, geez. No,
that's just an emergency stop.
Yeah, you don't need all
let's
that.
bring that way up.
Let's go 27.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I think. 25, 27.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 27s. All right, well, we're in for 10.
Hey, Fed Barkin coming over here right now with a hot one. CPI is still not where the Fed is trying to get it. So we've got to watch this CPI. Very important here. Services and retail sales data also shows consumer spending is good, but not great. He also does say that the edge has come off the demand more than the hit of 2% inflation. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you. All right, profit target. We are 2,300 unrealized right now. Where should I have profit target? Currently, it's at 53.44 half. Obviously, that's not.
That's a
Our stop was so cheap. I wouldn't
new
be
all-time
opposed.
high.
Yeah.
Should I go break even? Sorry, John. Profit target.
We go 53.42 if it gets up to that new high. I mean, that's a nice trade.
53.42 over long. Okay. Jack, what were you
We've seen a lot of sellers at the VWAP. I don't know if you want to sell 5 and then add back another 5 if it fades and gives us a higher low.
Done. Just sold 5.
And that way we're rotating into the position.
Like that. Done. Sold 5. Locked in. That was $1,000 right there. We got 5 more on as a run. If only we had a runner, Anne Marie.
If only we had a runner.
Now we can add back into it, but our risk, we put the stop at 27. We got into the trade at 29. So like our risk was like $1,000.
Correct.
So we'll see. But we already have 1,000. We got our,
in the bank.
Profit level 1, as Dakota would say, but we're leaving the runner for now. But people in the chat who are saying leave a runner, are you just
a 1 lot, a 5 lot?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at trend, and yeah, the runner is great, but unless we can actually have some buying and price action above that VWAP, we're going to rotate all the way back down, because that's what the near-term past has told us.
Yeah.
If we break to the north, awesome.
Yep.
Right? We go into the next line of resistance. But at this juncture, which is why I said, hey, let's take some off of the VWAP. At this juncture, the near-term past is just saying, hey, that's all we got for now.
Real quick, Andre, I would vote, just because our risk is so low anyway, so we don't to take the stop on the last 5 and put it slightly above break even.
I like that. Give me a price.
Well, you got in at 9 quarters.
Yep. 950.
Let's put it at 32. Or Hoag, if you got something better, maybe bring it up to the original level, 53.30 quarter.
53.30 quarter.
Because you got in below that, right?
Mm-hmm. We're falling from 29.5. 53.30 quarter. Okay.
Nice.
It feels so good to work on something together. I'm so out of that. I don't have experiences except in here when we're working on something together. It's got a really nice feel to it. From it, I know that sounds terrible, but I really am the only person in my sandbox most of the time.
Right.
Because mostly I'm kicking everybody out. But other than that, it is nice to work and have our heads go, okay, what do we do here? How's this?
We're all in this together.
All in this together.
Well, that's what the house account's about. Real live account where we take group trades based on the input of our guests, our trusted funded traders, our viewers. The thing is, we believe in our traders that are backing their ideas. So community trade.
Ooh, here we go.
Wow. Talk to me.
Let's wait for at least Hoag's level. We have 5. Like, if it
all right, we're working 41s. Working 41. Working 5 at 41. We're working 5 at 41.
Now, I am a little bit different than Hoag. I would probably bring our stop up a little bit more, but I'm also fine just completely playing it like we are.
I'm traditionally very bad at trailing stops.
Same.
So am I.
I like sticking to the original.
Especially when
That
things
we're breaking
like
right
this.
We're pushing. We're working 41s.
Things are super wiki. That's really
Let's do it.
nice.
What was your level, Hoag? 42 or close to the high of the day?
Yeah,
something like that?
41, just up near the overnight high.
So this is a great thing of scaling. Like, Andre, you can just take one contract and just put the middle one on that level and just ride the ladder if you want. That's one way to do it.
Let's see how this plays. What do you mean by ride the ladder?
Here, if you go to my chart, Michael doesn't give me the live account keys or like my own live account through Topstep X. So there's a combine, so I can't trade it live, but I can show you if we want to get out of 42, I'd say there's nothing wrong with kind of like stacking bids that'll give you an average of it.
Offers.
Sorry, offers.
Okay.
Off my game this morning.
Offering like what? Start like it goes say 38, 40, 42, 44.
Just scaling out small. Like if you want 42, start here. You take some off early, but then you can, put 2 behind it or something. It's all an art, right?
It is. It is 100%.
Talk to me. Let me know what you want me
art
to
as anything.
execute.
Offer 1 at 40. Oop, did I just...
What happened there? Hold on.
Ooh,
Offer
here we
1
go.
at
Here
40.
we go.
We might just get these 41s here.
Well, right. But offer 1 at 40, 2 at 41. Or 2 at 40, 2 at 41.
2 at 40, 2 at 41?
A lot of shorts covering right here. See,
Sold 2 at 40.
$39.50.
Shit. Sold 2 at 40.
Yeah.
The story of the overnight low and the base of the late spike.
Nice.
Who's
That's
that?
a really great setup. I got to write that down. That needs its own card.
Hold on, Joe. Try to sell 2 at 40 here.
And
What? Why is he going to reject it? Sell 2. Oh, there we go.
You don't want that.
What's that?
oh boy.
You don't want to get rejected on the.
Oh, I'm not. Who's
Okay.
getting rejected? Who's getting
I
rejected?
don't know. I thought that's what you said.
No. I'm just letting this play out. Hold on. Jack, I got what you're saying. I want to see how this plays out.
Yeah,
we sell 2 at 40. We can sell 2
The
at 40.
wicks on the top are definitely telling us that people are
Selling it.
liquidating up there.
Should we get out of 2 then?
Why not? You bet, Chung.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, fine. We got a 2. Sold 2 at the market there. It's fine. We got 1,800 in this trade.
So we're already close to 2-to-1 reward the risk.
Yep. We got 3 on. Yes.
Where would be a good trail?
Lordy, I hate
think-
trailing when charts are sideways like this.
Yeah.
You know, if we got trend, that's great, but when they're sideways, I
could see
well, that's where
You
I
said
get in
what
trouble.
price?
I get in trouble trailing.
34.
Yes, if I had to, I would say 33 or 34. Just looking at where the volume is accumulated so far, and there's been some transactions, and then just below that,
That's VWAP.
Yeah, it's still
Yep.
coming. I think we get the 40s. I think we're going to get
41s. 41s.
them. All right. Let's see where 41 hits.
That go through. Yeah, it's in.
Mr. Valentine has set the price.
You know, it would be hilarious if they had if a bunch of us were in a theater and we were all watching that together and people were shouting out things that they were thinking.
What would they be?
kind of what
That would
this
be
is
very
virtually
funny.
throwing
Essentially,
tomatoes.
Yes.
Not yet. No.
Thanks.
Well, Hoag, you were saying earlier you wanted to, you thought it was going to take out the overnight high.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If
We should
take-
definitely leave one on
Yes.
wherever we get out.
Yeah.
Just leave
Yeah.
leave one on.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah. I mean,
if we
trend
reach our,
is
if
telling
we
us
reach
everything.
target,
Yeah.
you got to, for in honor of Dakota, we have to leave one on.
Yeah, pour one out.
Poor,
Nothing happened. Nothing happened to Dakota, by the way. He did quite well last night, actually.
Saw
but,
that. Did you see
we'll
that?
Pour one ES out for the Perma Bull.
Okay, we can do that. We'll pull this then.
Covered
Plus, he
at
had that
6,000.
Nikkei long.
Mm-hmm.
He's just long globally. Man of the world.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Where do we buy? Right, John? Where he comes in? Where do we buy?
Yeah, that's right.
He
Really
was-
Well,
he
we
was-
found the-
he
we
was
found the right
super
spot to buy it so
excited
far
about
here
that
today.
Nikkei trade.
We sure did.
Yeah. Interesting that the NAS is kind of stalling relative to the ES, right? The NAS is still not over its
yeah.
VWAP.
Yeah.
ES, well over it. Did somebody report today that didn't do so well in the Nasdaq?
Well, I'm looking
the
at
big
the-
ones were
AMD
Walmart
or-
and Deere.
Yeah, Deere didn't do so hot. I remember that.
Well, they beat expectations.
They guided down.
They
Are we
guided
in range,
down.
John? Are we
Significantly.
close enough to
Yeah.
41s, John?
10% rule?
We are there.
Take 3.
Oh, we only have 3 on right now.
3.
Oh, we do. Oh, okay. Then take 1. We kind of lost that edge up there, but
All right, we got 2. We got 2 on then.
come on.
Yeah, still
Put
making
one at
higher
41.
lows. Yeah, still making higher lows on the 5,000 tick chart.
All right, we got 2,300 in this realized. We got 2 on. Here's your runner.
Taking a look at the Mag 7.
Yep.
NVIDIA, a little bit volatile this morning, but relatively range bound. Apple, relatively range bound. Amazon, range bound. Meta coming off a kind of a low here now, but just kind of looking relatively range bound in 4 of the Mag 7.
Well, that actually leads in nicely, JD, if we're ready to do the some news stories real quick while we watch our runners. We got most of this trade off. Very
Correct.
Awesome entry there, Andre, to save this, but like it's gonna be tough with the house account to we got 3-to-1 risk reward with the 10 contracts there. So like to kind of play with that whole thing, we'd have to put on MP's fantasy 100 contracts. But I think it'd be very difficult for us to take a cheap trade like that with 100 contracts because there's no way I am confident enough to be like, okay, if this goes against us, 2 ticks in the ES, that's 10K,
I don't
walk away.
There we go.
All right,
John, here comes your level.
We got 2 lot on.
Yeah, we're gonna go through it.
Do we take one or leave 2 as runners?
Talk to me, John.
Beauty. Oh my gosh.
I would take
so
one.
Pretty.
Let's just let one go.
Leave a runner.
Leave it on
right,
all day.
All day. MOC. We got 1 on all day. We are long 1. We have locked in $2,800 on that trade. Great stuff. Let's see if we can make all-time high. Yeah. So we got 1 on right now. Stop is break even. We're gonna leave it at that. Fill or kill. Yep. We'll see how this goes.
So Kava is asking to explain that trade again. So
Go ahead, please do.
We have, this is the 30-minute in the S&Ps. The fact that we extended the range at the end of the session yesterday and the market closed before it had time to spend time to accept pricing at a higher level, we left a late spike. The base of that late spike we were talking about was 53.30 quarter, base of the late spike, 53.30 quarter. Our overnight low was 53.30 even. So when we got down there, I said, okay, this is likely to be a support level because the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. It was also the overnight low. So we said, well, let's let it go below the overnight low. Let's let it test below the base of that late spike. And if it re-enters the range from last night, that's where we take the buy. Andre was very aggressive. Nice job, by the way, Andre, on that execution. The trade wasn't really set up yet, but it worked out fine. So that's good. So that was really the level. I mean, we're looking at the base of the late spike, the overnight low being the same. Look below the overnight low, come back above it, take the trade. Your risk is already established by the recent low that the market just put in. And now we see what what we wanted, what we said was a probability to happen is happening. So good trade.
Yeah, good stuff.
There's also a way to look at that. Sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, no, you go ahead first, and then I'm going to do a few news stories.
Okay, good. Very
good. So you can also look at that very same trade just from technical formations. Okay. And so if you flip over to my chart, what you'll see over here where the ES is, you'll notice that what we have is a sideways moving average after higher highs and a pullback into higher support from the day before. Literally, it's the old resistance from the from days before to be new support. So you give it a little bit of wiggle room, but right there, it tells you 2 things. One, you've made higher highs and you're pulling back to an area of value that everybody can see. Resistance, broken resistance, it pulled back, but it also recovers and becomes new support. And then it makes a new high. So it tells you when you pull back like that, if your moving average is flat, it tells you, hey, I've got a shot at bouncing up into the prior range so that slope will be 0 again. So that's also a way to look at it just from the pure price action space using that one moving average.
5 minutes remaining.
What do we got, Eddie?
Thank you.
You got the gas coming out here in about 5 minutes. Natural gas, they're looking at 77 billion cubic feet. 79 was the prior. Thank you, Andre.
Natural gas has been on a tear lately.
The Widowmaker. All right. Well, this fits into what Hoag was saying earlier. First news story today is I want to show this chart. Mega cap tech volatility has fallen to its lowest level of the year. And, day after CPI, if you look now, I'm looking at the Mag 7 right now. Only one of them is up a percent. One of them is down 8%. The rest are up or down under 1% right now. So troubling sometimes when the risk gets put that small, right? Like Anne-Marie, you mentioned how the corporate bond spread is compressed. It always is till it isn't. So something I'll be watching. But back to local news. Yeah. Important stuff. We have a Cicero news story today.
What?
Yes, we talk so much on the show about Cicero and the lovely majestic building in the background there. Well, starting soon, you will no longer be able to sell liquor in Cicero after midnight. I think that's the next slide over there, JD.
Oh, I have to move.
What?
You do.
JD.
So apparently, Cicero can no longer sell liquor after midnight. This was due to a number of fights that were happening, violence, things like that. What do they call 2 a.m. in Cicero?
2 a.m.
2 a.m. Time to fight.
I believe
take
they
the pink line home.
I believe they still sell beer in quarts in Cicero also, if you're interested.
Does that include bars?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm imagining that's where it would be most.
Well, Johnny, we can go to Stone Park and drink like 24/7.
Forest Park, other good places to do it. And lastly, I have to show this picture of Mark Zuckerberg. It reminds me of the saying from one of the big investors that if you see the CFO wearing a $10,000 watch, he longs the bonds. And if it's a $100,000 watch, you short the bonds. If your CEO is wearing this shirt, I wish we could zoom in. That is Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know how I feel about the metaverse or Facebook's future because he's been spending way too much time.
Say?
I looked at it this morning. I couldn't figure it out. I think he's been spending too much time in the MMA gym, to be honest, with this look.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Dolby. It's Latin. Tell me more. So those are some news stories. If anyone can, it's Latin for short meta. If anybody can get me a Google Translate of that, I'd love it.
Oh my word.
Or I could just Google it myself. What did Zuckerberg's goofy shirt say?
It says Carthage must be destroyed. Carthago delenda est. It's a Latin phrase.
Thank you, Eddie.
Newfound swag on his 40th birthday. Happy birthday, Marco.
Ah, yes.
He's only 40.
And it said Carthago delenda est, which translates in English to Carthage must be destroyed.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, it means that Carthage must be destroyed, Andre. And
thank you, Jeff.
It was
Thank you. Yep,
destroyed.
ask and answer.
I just don't, more pertinent now than ever. Something that happened over 2,000 years ago.
What is Carthage? I asked the same question. Jack said Carthage is
Carthage was an empire in modern day Tunisia, I believe. So it was a.
I thought it was that stuff like that holds your knee together. Oh no, that's cartilage. Never mind.
No, that's Greek. They were in a fight for a long time.
Carthaginian Wars.
Yeah. So the Romans and the Carthaginians were going at it for a long time, and Carthage was in fact.
Were those the Peloponnesian Wars?
Wow, we're getting deep.
No, that's Greece. Peloponnesian Wars were Greece. I don't know a ton
And-
about Greece. I think either
Okay.
between them or with the Persians. I don't know which.
Boy, the chat's all over this one. That's not good. Hannibal was from Carthage. Hannibal was from Carthage. Thank you,
Yes,
Mongoose.
with the elephants.
Thank
crossing
you,
the Alps.
Mongoose.
The
Now I get some
Punic
context.
Wars.
Getting some context
There
now.
we
Thank
go.
you. There's an elephant.
Everyone's an expert when they got the Wikipedia.
That's right.
Everything's just we are just fired
All right.
up. We are fired up for Dr. Steenbarger today, and you can just see it coming out through the show today. Thank you, Jack. That was a big hit. I didn't know that Zuckerberg piece was really going to take off like that.
He's been acting.
Like a
You know, it
crazy-
shouldn't
A
be. I think
little
he
bit
just
crazy.
turned 40, and for all these tech bro, he's like having a midlife crisis while simultaneously knowing that he's gonna probably live to be 130 because he's a tech bro, right? So it's weird. It's like his biological clock is making him act like a divorced guy in a Miata, but it's probably not halfway through his life. He's
No,
gonna live forever in the.
he's a third of the way through. Yeah.
In a Miata.
He's been in the metaverse for
Hilarious.
eons.
Yeah, well, Tunisia's
I've
not
seen
too
a
happy about
bunch
him
of
wearing that
pictures
shirt.
of him in the MMA scene. Tons of that.
He does it every morning, and I saw this meme of someone's like, Mark Zuckerberg's one of the busiest people on earth, you know, is the CEO of this company, but he makes time every day to work out for an hour. It's like, bro, he can do whatever he wants, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, if I could have professional trainers in a gym in my house and show up to work when I wanted to, yeah, I'd probably do it too.
Yep.
That and someone to watch my kid.
Well, that EIA
Okay,
number
so
came away. What's up,
What do
Henry?
we think the next setup is going to look like? We're still in the runner, right?
We're still in the runner.
Mm-hmm.
We can
With
go
the
over
floor at
29.5, just break even. Entry price.
okay.
And John's like, let's take it in the close. We've never done that before, and I would love to see it work, obviously. If we can have an all-day runner, I think that'd be pretty cool. Just a
If
one
we-
line. We
yeah.
can go over to NASDAQ. We can check out NASDAQ, other markets too. Dow's trading above 40,120. My goodness.
Yeah, that's almost at the all-time highs right there.
Yeah, all-time highs.
Pre-market, it was up at 136 or something, I think, last night.
Gold catching a bit of a bid here off the lows here, trading 23.81. See how this VWAP play comes. If we get VWAP in S&Ps or NASDAQ. What do you think about NASDAQ, Anne-Marie? I heard some orders being confirmed over there. What kind of trades were you getting into? You can update.
I was actually getting out of my
Okay.
yes position. It looks a little bit
Copy.
sideways. So if it comes back and it holds a higher low, I'm going to get in long. From a rotation perspective, the NAS still feels very sideways to me. 720 was that area where I thought, all right, if we don't start stumbling or moving really slowly, this could be a place that the chart could continue. But for the most part, I think 720 is a noisy patch. Maybe 700 gives us another shot again. Very flat VWAP and a
See that.
very noisy moving average. So bottom of the range, probably the best bet for long action there.
We were really going to start to create kind of a megaphone here, put in a higher high.
Yeah, not yet.
Can you
though.
show that to us on the chart?
So just kind of looking at it like this may or may not be right, but we see a higher highs here, and then we have lower lows here. Megaphone. but I was looking for a higher high than that.
Yeah.
I still think it's
Yeah, we still could get it.
By the end of the day, we'll probably take out the all-time high that occurred in the overnight. It's trying.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
there's a fair bit of bullish action there.
Mm-hmm.
John, what's Delta looking like?
Yeah, that's a good
Negative
question.
1,300 in the S&P is positive 1,200 in the NASDAQ.
It was a 1,200 NASDAQ minus 1,300.
I mean,
66% long in the tilt in NAS.
Well, while we got a second, you guys want to see some hot streaks?
Love it.
How's that sound? All right. First up, Brian. Brian made it through another day just by the skin of his teeth. After commissions and fees, he took home a total of $3.
Hey,
$3.
Wow. Brian's up to he does this every day, right?
That'll buy you a beer in Cicero, at 11:59 p.m. and not a moment
I was
after.
just gonna say $3. That's Tree Cicero clams right there. All right.
Wow.
Jacob and Russell also extended their streaks another day. We have two new players today, Christian and Neeson. Both these traders have put together a nice string of winners the last 19 trading days. The two traders we're missing from yesterday are Daniel N. and Roberto G. Daniel has been called up to the live account after a 23-day hot streak with more than $11,000. Way to go, Daniel. We'll be keeping up on we'll be keeping track of your success. Can't wait to see your name again. And Roberto, unfortunately, suffered a drawdown yesterday after 21 consecutive days of winners. Nice job, though, Roberto. It's been nice having you on the list for the last couple weeks.
Nice job, Roberto.
All right. Let's take a look at yesterday's live funded P&Ls. We've been moving quite a few traders up to the live account, and now we have some new names to share on our funded P&L list. Well, Felipe, have you seen this name before? He put up some nice numbers trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Brian pocketed close to $3,400 trading the NASDAQ, S&P, and the Euro. Wengen carved it up for $3,200 on the NASDAQ. Mikhail pulled $2,800 out of the YM. That's the Dow. And Miguel with $2,700 trading the NQ. That's what we got for live funded P&Ls. We'll be back in a little bit with that leaderboard for you.
Dow just took out the pre-market high.
Yep. Eddie, when you're ready, come and jump on in. I know we got some announcements to make here. Really exciting stuff going on at Topstep.
Jumping beans. Yes. If we could share my screen.
Ooh.
So I could put on 100 watt here.
Don't tell
me natural gas.
1 second, Eddie. It's coming.
This is one of my favorite features. One of my favorite features on Topstep X.
Come on, Eddie.
It's up.
There it is. All right. Just want to talk about the Topstep X feature highlight for today. Feature request voting. Now, if you take a look, I'm going to move my mouse, squeak, all the way over here. Now, this is where you want to be. Notice how that sort of lights up. Take it off, lights up. Sort of like if you do this, you could put on some disco music and have some fun. But if you click on the question mark, all right, you can contribute your ideas, new features, support ideas and others without leaving Topstep. So we found the question mark, okay, and you can submit your ideas and vote with others. Feature voting, we have that here now, so you can give some feedback. Also, you roadmap and change the log. But this is where you can create a new post right over here. If you got something that maybe you think has already been posted, give it a search. We got a new, top, and trending. So if you got something, a new idea, something that you want to share, click on the create a new post and tell us what we should build next in Topstep X. Okay. Also, we're going to go back here. There we go. We're going to go back to our charts. Brett Steenbarger, PhD. Ask Me Anything. Get ready today, 11 o'clock. That's 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time with the Yo Bada Bing, godfather of trading psychology, Brett Steenbarger, and, of course, our special and well-loved guest, Anne Marie. And, of course, the legend, John Hoagland. Brett's going to be here to help us strengthen our trading mindset. This is something that comes once in a very long time. Really hard to sort of book this guy. And props to Danielle. She put a gun to his head, and he's coming on today. But I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. He's coming on willfully, and we're going to have a great time with that. So get your questions ready. We'll be taking questions from the chat. So also, we do have 5-minute tutorials. We're talking about that with Robert. Coach Robert filmed a series of videos that would help any and new TopStep X users learn from the platform. And you can find these videos by, clicking that question mark again. This is like a special magical number. And check this out. You don't get enough of Coach Robert? Boom, there he is. Look at all
I
those
had no
handsome
idea there were that many of them until last
Look
night.
at that. He
A
is
whole lot of Robert.
and actually, as we
Amazing.
speak, he is
Whole
making
lot of
10
Roberts.
more. He's 10 more. You can find these videos by clicking on the icon. Check it out. Linking components, multiple charts, working with components, grilling a steak. No, wait, that one's not right. How do you get that one in there? But anyway, this is where you can click. They're 5-minute videos real quick. If you got any questions about them, check it out. Check it out. It should be all answerable. So there we have it. And back to the team that knows how to trade very well.
Thanks, Eddie. Yeah, very cool.
Too kind.
Too
Man,
kind
that's
is
a lot of
right.
Robert.
That is a lot of Robert, but he put in the hard work. Get those 5-minute tutorials. I know this platform like the back of your hand. All right, Anne-Marie, what are we looking at here? NASDAQ, anything? I mean, is this just going to keep, as Jack says, melting high? Hey, Jack, real quick, what's the 10-year yield doing? If yields are falling, is this just going to fuel a rally?
No, I mean, the 10-year
We're
yield is
starting to
at,
hold.
yeah, it's not much going on. When I talked before, it was 4.36.
All right.
Now, if you want to be pragmatic, it's like 4.357. So not much. Yeah, it didn't come close to the gap from CPI yesterday. And I don't think there's a reason for it really to, just because as we're seeing the same thing in the ES, there's never going to be a day where there's huge swings in yield and no move in the market. If the markets are quiet in ES, chances are they're pretty quiet in bonds too.
Mhm.
Hangover day.
Yeah, I think so. I do think so.
What do they say? Don't sell a quiet market. Say this market's pretty quiet right now. We do have, just update, we do have a 4-week auction in about 45 minutes. So we got Mester speaking, Mester speaking at 11 o'clock. We got Bostic in the afternoon, 10 minutes before the close. And we know Bostic is a voting member and has a lot to say. Mr. Raphael Bostic has been known to move the markets before. But I don't know how much, Jack, do you think the markets are paying as close attention to Fed speak as we used to? Kind of feels like it's in one ear, out the other. We heard the word rate hikes coming out. We heard the word rate hikes come out of Powell's mouth when he was over in the Netherlands. Marcus just shrugged that off. Kashkari was talking about it. Or starting to see some new highs here.
We're making a run at the ES at the overnight high.
Yeah.
I think it's tough when there's 19 Fed speeches in a week to really focus that much on them, unless they say something that's way out of line with what's already kind of priced in. And I think it moved things more when there was a much higher probability, if, like through the Fed Watch tool or the Fed funds rates futures, that everyone was on board that there will be a cut then. So then there's a lot more nerves to like, jump in here. Now it's much more spread out as far as where the rate cuts are coming. So,
Yeah.
On a random Thursday in May after CPI, I mean, who gives an S what Bostic says?
Right.
Well, it's like the story we all know, the little boy who cried wolf.
Okay, here we go.
Here we
Yes,
go. Anne-Marie, while we're starting to see new highs in the S&Ps and Dow as well, NASDAQ, not quite there yet. But Anne-Marie, can we get an update on your P&L, please, so we can update the board?
All right. Let's.
Is this a live account also? Oh, yes, live. What account? And
Oh no, this is just this is one of the combines, and let's see. Nope. Sorry, I'm trying to.
You're okay.
No, that's cool.
Emery.
I'm just watching this ladder right now.
I don't know. Let me look.
You got like a little double top action, or do we blow through it?
All right, let's take the roof off.
597.
Thank you. 597, Robert.
It's tickling. 165 contracts traded at that top tick so far today.
What price?
And
What price, Jack? What price are we looking
43 quarter in the ES. If you're on Topstep
Gotcha.
X, you can see that. If you have level 2 data, you can see how many contracts traded there. Or no, I think you can see that either way. But
I love level 2 data. Game changer.
it's so much fun.
It's a game. It is fun. It's a game changer.
I wish I were better at reading it. I do. I wish I were better at reading it.
Basically, yes, same, Anne Marie. And I learned a lot from John and Coach Jay. And I had to wrap my mind around it that, Jack, when we were trading short-term interest rates and stuff, the market would run away from paper, right? Whereas in equities, the market gravitates towards paper. Paper, I mean block orders, liquidity.
Yes.
The laws of supply and demand say the market should run away from it, whereas that's quite the opposite here in these markets. I know the markets looking for prices to do business, so I guess that does make sense. But in short-term interest rates, if paper, a bank wanted to sell 1,000 contracts, well, the market would go, the market would front run that 1,000 lot. So, but whereas in the equities, we gravitate right towards it. So it's been a big adjustment period for
I
that.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had to wrap my head around that, but the market does gravitate towards liquidity.
10 more there. There's also just so much more. Like if you show my chart, and by the way, JD, you can take me off that top overlay, as I do not have a Topstep X live account yet. I'm not going to be placing any trades today. This is just a combine. We're trying to trade live stuff here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you all about, I do have a live trade on that I'm thinking about making a story about, but it's not futures. I mentioned it yesterday. No.
Is it Mimi?
The GameStop stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I knew it was Mimi.
There we go.
Yeah.
But I'm not trading it in a Mimi way, and I think there's a story about risk management there. As I talked about it yesterday, well, no, I do have options, but I have the put calendar spread on, and I'm trying to keep on rolling that. This trade might go on for 2 months, but my maximum loss is like $7,000, right? And who knows what can happen there. I'll show the trade at some point. Okay, we're new highs.
Yeah.
Jack, I'd like to take this trade into the close if you guys are cool. If possible, as long as we don't get stopped out of break even.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's maybe find a new. Where's our stop right now? Just break even. It's one contract. Who cares?
29.5.
Out of curiosity, what's our unrealized right now on that one contract?
687.
Formidable.
700.
New highs.
New highs. Hopefully we're saying that a lot today.
Let's draw another Fibonacci.
Yeah, and talk to us.
No, I'm just looking to see what a Fibonacci might look like for upside pressure 53.52. Now let's take a look at gamma. And let me see if I can bring up gamma here and we can still see it.
How's she doing?
Gamma.
Oh, Eddie. It took me a second. That was pretty good.
Gamma is just fine.
How's she doing?
Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. Let's see. Let's see if these numbers pop in. Whoops. It's disconnecting me. Connect.
All right, not seeing a lot of follow through yet. Okay, I pushed a little bit higher there. We've only gone about 1 point higher than the overnight high in the ES.
Yeah, I see 53.50
Okay.
and 53.72. 53.50. Yeah, 53.72. Yeah.
We can take other trades too on top of it, but I think maybe we'll do it in the NASDAQ or something like that because
Yeah.
we've committed. We're holding this contract to
As long as we don't get
close.
stopped out, yeah. I'd like to do it. I think see what happens.
And our stop is still a winner at this point, right? We have it at like what?
No, break even.
33
I think
or
he has it at
No,
break even.
Break even, 29.5.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Maybe
Whatever.
maybe move it to the
Well-
VWAP at 36.
Well, just to see it bounce off of that and keep. Let's just
Yeah, well, I hear
run it.
you.
It's one lot. Let's just run it into the
Yeah.
close if we can do it. It was a great entry,
Yeah.
great thought process. There's John. I see him in the good. Yes, the 30s were a good level. Happened fast. It happened fast. But what are we looking over here in NASDAQ? Anne-Marie, I heard you. We're kind of slow right now. If we're going to be melting higher today, we're going to be looking for pullbacks, right?
Yeah.
How much of a pullback are we going to need to enter along? It seems like a trend is in right now.
I would be patient
Yep.
and, according to the profile here, we are extending above the initial balance. This is the NASDAQ profile. If we can open the next 30 minutes leaving single TPOs below price, then we can look for longs up here to continue. If it gets too deep into the initial balance or back in value, we're out. But the initial balance high can be support. We've got what we got here as far as time is concerned. We got 7 minutes to see if we can leave single ticks, single TPOs. If we don't, that creates a failed upside auction, possibly.
Oh. So we could have a short.
Yes. So, my expectation of trading above the overnight high, which was the all-time high that happened in the overnight, has happened. We traded above it in the regular trading hours.
Okay, sounds
Now we
good.
gotta
So
see.
what does market auction theory say after that? Anything in terms of follow through? What would be the next thing we would look for continuation?
Well, you monitor continuation through volume, time, and momentum. Really, we can start throwing up, GAN boxes and fibs if we want to. I think that's
when we get into these levels.
I feel like putting fib extensions on is predicting. Sometimes they're going to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And really, it doesn't give you any more. You just look at the candlesticks, and if they're making higher lows and higher highs, you got yourself your trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Coach Jay is saying he likes 2 times the IB.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Eddie, thank you for that update. 80% short crude right now. 80% short crude. We're about 30. Ooh, we are not at the 80% short.
80% crude.
And we had a high of around $79.30. Currently trading $78.69. Let's see if we can make a run up towards $80 even, but we are not there yet. Dow still pushing higher. You're trading 40,180. The headline on CNBC says, I'm assuming they're talking about cash, but Dow breaks 40,000 for the first time. This wasn't the first. I feel like we got Tuckman on. Whenever we got Tuckman on, see if he's got the hats ready to bust out the hats. Says Dow 40,000. Gold seeing a sell off right now as well. Trading 23.76.50. Call it. Dow keeps pushing. S&P's new highs. NASDAQ, a couple tickies beneath the highs of the day here. High of the day, 7. Here we go. There's another push.
No, the high day is now.
New highs. Someone's in. Anne-Marie, did you take a short?
I actually took the long in crude on the pullback into the VWAP.
Okay, please update us on the price when you get a chance.
79.20.
Thank you. How many times?
Just once.
Okay, thank you. Just want to update the board. You hope you got that, Robert. It's long one from 79.20. 78. Wait, what? I'm sorry, Amory. What was your price?
79.20.
The hell am I showing?
Oh, twice.
I'm in the micros. That's
Thank
why you're
you.
seeing that.
Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. I was looking. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Twice the IB and the NASDAQ takes us to approximately 18,775. And again, it's approximate. Everything's a zone.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I think something to note, I see this sometimes, people allude to it or think about it, with scaling out of positions. I think you just, as long as you have a plan of what you're going for, obviously if we had held that whole 10 lot, we would be up a lot of money.
We'd be rich.
We'd be rich. Andre, we could quit on air and go to Carthage. But
God.
But I mean, like, Dakota's super good at that, but he scales too. I mean, the reason is that we wouldn't have been confident enough. Like at this point, that would be like, I don't know, 15-to-1 risk reward trade or something. Is that because we peeled stuff along the way, it gave us the confidence to hold it and lock in some of the profits. And also we could have just added again if it came down.
It's true. It lets you keep the runner on for sure. We were trying to scale in. Our initial was a 10 lot, but it snapped back so fast we could not get anything. I mean, you rarely see a trade like that.
That the thing about trade analysis after the fact, it's never going to be a perfect execution from soup to nuts, right? No event survives no plan survives its execution, right? From the space of from absolute X, Y, and Z. You're always looking at brand new information every time. And in hindsight, you could go, of course, you should have held it. But there was enough question to go, wait a second, is a bird in the hand worth two in the bush? And, the one thing to do when you're looking at a trade after the fact and you say, how could I have executed better knowing what I knew at the time, not knowing what I know now? We can't use the future and predict how we should have behaved in the past. That's a complete fallacy. You can't do that. And we have a tendency to do that. Oh, look at the moving average. Listen, the moving average prints as the candlesticks print with a lagging function attached to it. So we have no idea how it's going to look in that main space. That's the one thing that Tom Hoagland says, that, a lot of people get into the market and they think to themselves, because they're looking at static price, that somehow they should have seen, they should have known, they should have whatever, when in fact those observations were not there at the time you took the execution. Right. And so we really have got to stop the second guessing of shoulda, woulda, coulda, only in the space of, wait a second, in hindsight, what could I have done knowing what I knew then to hold the trade forward into its end? And that's something that I think it makes a lot of people very frustrated about themselves too, when they go, oh my gosh, look at that moving average. I should have just stayed long. Really? Well,
doesn't work like that.
We had two Fed speakers. We had a ton of wicks. We had news coming out. You just play it as it goes. And, as far as I see, there really isn't much more that we could have done that wasn't really spot on. We got in right near the lows. We didn't take hardly any heat, and it's run into a place that's profitable. And we have to be glad with that. And the next time we just wash, rinse, and repeat.
And trade
And
bigger.
learn.
And trade bigger size. Just keep up in the size. No, I'm kidding. You're absolutely right. The hindsight, and anything the hindsight, maybe on the execution, you could fine tune your execution. But in terms of the actual trade entry price, exit price, shoulda, woulda, coulda, only get you so far. We are seeing new highs here in NASDAQ. We're seeing new highs in NASDAQ. Every time, folks, every time we say new highs, we're talking about new all-time highs. Ever.
All-time highs.
These prices have never traded before. So as we say that, not just highs of the day, highs ever in the history of people.
In the history of people.
History of
Yeah, I
markets.
like that.
The history of people.
I was going to say history of man, but we got to get over it. We can't be saying that anymore. It's not history of man. It's history of people. So we keep pushing higher. 18,750 in the NASDAQ. 53.47 half in the S&Ps.
Okay, so
Talk to us, John.
Yes.
here we are. We have the initial balance. We left. We've now opened the next 30-minute bar above the IB high. Anything above the IB high or at the IB high is an opportunity for a potential long. This is the S&Ps. Here's the NASDAQ. Okay, here we go. We've got single TPOs below price, above the initial balance.
No single prints showing up anywhere?
Single TPOs, yeah. I mean, we've got in the NASDAQ from the IB high, which is 723, and we've got single TPOs all the way up to 746. Now we could take all those out, go back to the IB, and then find buyers down there because we found buyers there before. And then
Right. What's that IB high?
The IB high in the NASDAQ, 18,723.
Yeah, that was a big breakaway space. It just started running right after it hit there.
The IB high in the S&Ps is 53.41 half, John.
You guys, when we talk about single prints, what do we mean by that?
It's part of one of the nuances or the construction of the market profile. So, this is let's look at the S&Ps because these are single TPO, single tick TPOs. So the market profile works where price is always the variable and time is always the constant. Each 30-minute bar, each price that's traded in every 30-minute bar is assigned a block or a letter. A is the first. That's from 8 to 8:30. From 8:30 to 9. B is 9 to 9:30, and so on and so forth. So it basically kind of looks like, if you just look at this is basically a 30-minute chart. But because there is a time and a price and an opportunity, that is what time price TPO stands for, time, price, opportunity. There is a time and a price where there was an opportunity for an execution. So when we talk about single TPOs, I think a lot of folks that like ICT, they would call this a fair value gap because there wasn't a lot of participation in this move to the upside. That leaves those single TPOs below price, above the initial balance. You could say then that there is a probability, and all we do is work in probabilities. We don't know the outcome of anything, and we just have to use those probabilities to our advantage. What this is saying right now, as we sit, the probability is that we have continued buying coming into this market. Basically, it's one-time framing higher. These single TPOs become excess below price. As long as they maintain there, as long as they remain at that, as single TPOs. Now, we could feasibly come all the way back to the IB high, where we saw the breakout of previous range, and we found more buyers there. If we come back to that level, those buyers may still be present. But the single prints or single TPOs are areas where there was not a lot of opportunity in time to execute there. Yes, this was a half an hour long, And there, that seems like a very long time when we're sitting, especially when we're sitting in risk, because time slows when we're in risk. But in market time, it's a hiccup. There wasn't a lot of time for it to take an opportunity in these single TPOs. And now it looks like the market is primed to continue to the upside. Everything can change. And that's the beauty of the market profile is it's real-time market generated information. So using market generated information, breaking out and holding above the IB high is accepting of higher pricing through time. The longer we stay up here, the more acceptance price is getting through time. That's why like the late spike here, we saw the late spike. When the market opened in the late spike, that is a probability of price being accepted at higher levels. We looked at the base of the late spike down here at 53.30 quarter. We looked at the overnight low. We looked below the overnight low. We looked below the base of the late spike. We came back above it. That was our execution point right there. And now we see that the market is continuing to push higher and higher. And, we don't know when, where, how, or why it's going to stop. But what we're doing is, let's say we just kind of range up here for the next 4 hours. We just range up here. That's going to create value at this level. Below value is considered a buy zone. Above value is considered a sell zone. But, when we look at what we did yesterday, here's the initial balance yesterday. We spent an hour basically. Then we broke out. We left single TPOs above the initial balance. The market continued to push, left more TPOs, single TPOs above the initial balance, and we continued to push higher. We ranged here for 2 hours. We continued to push higher, leaving single TPOs right here, and then we continued to push higher, and then we finally pushed higher at the very end of the day to create the late spike. So the market profile is a picture that is being painted by the market. If you can learn to recognize, understand, and use the nuances that the market profile provides, you're getting a real-time picture of what the market is telling you using market-generated information. Now, use that, and maybe you add technical analysis to that, or you add candlestick patterns to that, or just basic technical analysis that can support or kind of deny what you might be seeing in the profiles. That's why I'm looking at this anchored VWAP book. I feel like I want to kind of refresh my technical analysis, and I'm looking at that anchored VWAP because if that gives me a similar signal as something I'm seeing in the profile, then it's go time.
Mm-hmm. So, question, John. All these single prints that we're seeing, is there any kind of statistical data that says, hey, we have a tendency to revisit that element of the profile to build it in? Or is it, whatever, it happens?
Fantastic question.
Good stuff.
Fantastic question. Because those single TPOs are actually considered weaknesses in structure.
Right.
So when market goes the other direction or opens in an area of single TPOs, the market kind of goes into repair. Now, let me see if this looks good on this. So we had, hang on. This was just this week. Okay. So this is gold and it's kind of big. So I'm going to smush this down a little bit to get it all on the screen. So here we had a gap, right? We had a range here.
Yeah.
We had a range here. This was Thursday and Friday. When we opened in that gap, okay, this is a weakness in structure. When we opened in that gap, I said on Monday, they said, I think we're probably going to spend some time repairing this gap, repairing to the point of control from Thursday, almost got to it. I'd say that's close enough for rock and roll, wouldn't you? And the next move would be to the upper point of control from Friday. Well, we did it. And once we did it, the market started looking for new levels to facilitate trade. So great question. These weaknesses in structure are important when they become important. The market, can remain irrational longer than we can stay solvent. So you got to remember that. Now take a look at gold. We had a big run up, right? We had the big run up. When I do this, okay, there were just down to 2,200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weaknesses in structure. Naked points of control are a weakness in structure. They're comfort levels. If price starts to go that direction, price will target those levels. Gaps. There's a little bit of a gap here. There's a little bit of a gap here. Weakness in structure. Single TPO, naked point of control, another gap, another naked point of control, another naked point of control. When the market is really directional, it's emotional. And this is saying that the move to the upside in gold was emotional. And when it returns, if it does head to those levels, it's likely to try and seek those comfort levels that occurred while the market was very emotional. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So although we know the structure is weak and over time they are likely to fill, we can't sort of put a timeline on where/how/when.
No, can't.
Okay.
Can't. But, if you're looking at the profiles, we've talked about this a lot, Anne Marie. Auctions end in excess. Price just gets way too expensive. Buyers won't touch it. Sellers will take over, and it'll head the other direction. So what we'd be looking for is some sort of excess event on a daily chart, even on a shorter time frame chart. Certainly on a weekly or a monthly chart, we would be looking for excess.
Well,
and that
short
gives
term
you
right now, we are getting a pullback to the overnight highs that we broke through before. So we're back down around.
Okay.
Not there yet, but just heads up. But keep on going. Hope. This is gold.
So, let's just look at the S&P on the daily chart here. Where did we see a lot of excess at this high? That's a warning sign. I remember, talking on the opening call about, okay, this upside auction is tired. It's suffering. It needs to either consolidate or pull back. Well, it pulled back. All right. Where was the excess on the bottom? Excess. Long tail. Price got too cheap. Sellers would not touch it anymore. Buyers took over.
Ooh-wee.
And then, we get basically a bullish engulfing pattern the next day. Not true, but close enough.
So we see that excess, it looks like topping tails from a candlestick perspective.
Yeah. Yes.
In a market profile perspective, does it look like single prints, or what does it look like?
It will sometimes appear like on a profile, like, when there is an event that changes price, changes direction, you may see in a high excess on a profile on a daily chart, but it doesn't always ring true. We've seen like high excess on daily charts that were actually weak highs in the S&Ps. So price got up there and the time changed and it drops. So you may see it's not all weak highs or weak lows are necessarily going to be revisited. Sometimes it's a timing thing, right? Sometimes it's basically saying that the market just couldn't go any further. Yes.
We're dropping in the yes right now. What do we want to do?
We're still holding the VWAP.
Yeah, we're holding VWAP right here. I'm looking at NQ right now.
Well, that's nice.
Buy more.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the NQ is coming right into the top of those single prints that John
Right, a
was
level.
just showing us.
Yeah, 735s in the NQ. I've got a trade idea. Perhaps 735. We're trading 732 right now. What are you seeing in anything in
We
NQ,
haven't
John?
closed out the single TPOs in the NASDAQ yet.
It hasn't
We
come to them
haven't.
yet.
We have in the S&Ps, but we got to see if we really find reacceptance inside the IB.
God, the S&P bounced right off of VWAP.
Sure did, Jack.
Golly,
How
I
about
know
that?
it.
How about
I have
that?
my limit order just about a point too high.
I have VWAP at 38. I have VWAP
Failing.
at 38, Anne Marie. What do you have it at in S&Ps?
37.85. So yeah, 38.
Yep. Almost right off that. It's almost like it was a line of defense for.
Sickles.
John, so let's talk about that NQ. You still want to see? You want to see it pull back a little bit further?
Well, I mean, the NASDAQ is the only one that didn't come all the way back to the IB high. Basically, that IB high can be support. Now, the S&P is traded back into the IB. Dow is, really back into the IB. But it does offer a cheap opportunity because, you really don't want price to go back into the IB for very long or for very deep.
How's volume looking? How would you assess the volume today in the S&Ps?
Well, that bar off the high had some pretty decent volume on a 5-minute chart. The upside really wasn't all that great as far as volume is concerned. The last two green bars were pretty decent. I don't know. As long as we hold VWAP, I'm all right with it.
All right. 720, 735 NASDAQ level. What do we think, Jack? Write it out.
Committed to trading the NASDAQ? Or are you talking about a runner? The runner we're going to leave on no matter what. It's not going to hurt us. It's like Hoag's 90% rule. We already got out of 90% of the trade, so.
That's true. Thank you, Jack. The voice of reason. It is 10:18 here. We do have a big day coming up. Again, right after Fast Markets, boy, we have Dr. Brett Steenbarger coming up right after this with Anne Marie right there in the middle. John as well. Looking fantastic today. Please tune in for that. You're prepping. It's a big day around here. Again, the tip of the week. Clear mental state, clear mindset this week. On Tuesday, we had Dr. Ginny in the house. Another good doctor in the house. Because the hour session is going to go by very, very quick.
Oh man, is it ever?
Tune in. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So S&P on the 5-minute chart just went to the anchored VWAP from the open.
Oh, nice use of the anchored VWAP there.
The purple right here.
Again, for those that are watching, the house account is long from 29.50. Just one.
Just the one.
Just the
runner,
one.
Yeah.
A runner.
Would we
So
consider?
here's a-
Oh, go ahead.
Go
Emily,
ahead.
please.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would we consider adding a little bit, or are we still in the buy pullback mode here?
Yeah, if that VWAP, yeah.
Looks like it.
That VWAP would have been sweet. Nice entry. We'll see if it holds, though. Yes, I'm not opposed. We got to talk out a trade idea, though. We'll have to talk it out. I'm not opposed, Jack. Whatever my esteemed colleagues would like to do, execute, I will do it. But it should be interesting. This VWAP is sloped up and to the right. As Amory always likes to say, always checking out that slope. And we did see a bounce off of it. Now we're going to see if there is going to be follow-through push to the upside. This could be the greatest entry. Anne-Marie killed that VWAP play. Was it yesterday in the NASDAQ?
Yeah,
absolutely killed it. Took some heat on it. Man, did that thing turn around. Great trade.
Yeah, it did.
GameStop's getting ham-boned right now.
Is it?
No way.
Uh-oh.
It's every day.
MP, are you still in that trade?
I'll keep. No, he's got it. He's out of the trade, I'm sure.
Okay.
MPIM, sure, right? He's in meetings right now. I don't think he can
Yeah,
see
he
this.
is. Yes, he is. Hey, JD, let me know when we're ready for the top 10 leaderboard.
I'm still in mine. Still in mine.
Nice. Anne Marie, how's the crude trade looking over there?
Sloppy.
Sloppy. What do you
It's
mean by
pretty
sloppy?
sloppy?
Sloppy price action, sloppy charts. What do we mean by sloppy?
It's a little bit sloppy. It's jumping back and forth between its VWAP, and so there's just a little bit of noise there. I'm looking at positive momentum. I'm looking at positive trend. I'm looking at candlesticks that are holding higher volume on the long side than the short side. So all of the indicators that I look at that say, hey, this is still going all right, it's still telling me, just cool your jets and it'll come to you. So, yeah, it's just sloppy.
Okay, we just got back to the IB high in the NASDAQ.
25s?
23.
23?
Yep.
How do we want to see? We want to see how this plays, or we want to see how the market reacts to this? 723.
Yeah.
Okay.
The NASDAQ is holding up better than the Dow or the S&P.
Okay.
So if the
That's
NASDAQ
well
can
above
hold
its
here, that
VWAP
might
for
bring
sure.
them back up.
NQ. 25, 23s, IB high. Okay. No, trading 29s already. Might have missed that entry there. Trading 30s now.
Could have been somebody.
Yep.
Could have been a contender.
Yeesh.
Look at you guys.
Nobody knows that movie anymore.
What was that, Johnny? I'm bad with
On the
movies.
waterfront.
Wow, Court Jack. Look at him backing off the mic.
Look at you.
You don't understand. I could have had class. I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody.
Is that
Instead of
Marlon
a
Brando?
bum.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
young Marlon Brando. It was my dad's favorite movie.
It was a cinematic masterpiece.
It really was.
I'm not
I
even
thought it
sure
was-
if I've seen it all the way.
Watch it. Oh, you got to see it. It's on all the list of a top 10 movie of all time. It was boring as hell when I was a kid, but I watched it again maybe during the beginning of pandemic. Me and my wife were trying to go through the AFI 100 list.
Oh, nice.
Got much of the way there, but there's a lot of movies in there you don't feel like sitting around and watching Kramer versus Kramer or something on a random night.
So, all right, John, keep me posted when you come back into those levels in NASDAQ. Marcus kind of feels like it's taking a breather right now. Gold's kind of moving up to a little bit to the upside, trading 23.84 here. Crude chilling, just trading 78.60s. Not doing a whole lot. Dow caught. Could have been the pullback there in the Dow.
Yeah,
Dow pulled back to
Yep.
40,112. Now trading 134. I mean, it just feels like it's by the dip. Something changed this week, and it's just by the dip. It's got to be those 10-year yields are definitely certainly helping fuel this.
Yeah.
I think there's something there, Jack, with the yields coming off. We saw 4.7% in.
Yeah, I mean that's the end goal of it. I mean everything will be cool as far as stocks go. I mean we're already at all-time highs at when it was. Right now we're at 4.363. I guess I'm looking at the real time. There's a slight difference with the futures versus what I'm looking at. Give me a minute here because I have to log into the backup box and it's making me authenticate. This is so we can do the top 10 list, which everyone wants to see.
All right. Come on back,
I do this
Jack.
without showing the world.
How we do it? Don't show them how the sausage is made.
JD, go to not my screen. And if you go to my screen,
we are now not on your screen. Yep.
I noticed.
Look at this. One heck of a team we got around here, Anne Marie. Unbelievable.
James is out for the next 2 days, so me and JD are just taking turns here. The sausage.
Man, command says Mester speaking. Mr. Mester speaking in 5 minutes. Okay, I got Mester speaking in 35 minutes. Eddie, if you're there, can we double check that? I got Mester speaking in 35 minutes. 11 o'clock Central.
Well, 11 o'clock, it says Mester speaking.
That's what I got too. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'll just keep an eye open here.
Thank you, Eddie. Gold moving higher here, trading 23.85. Oh, we see 2400s again. Gold bottomed out around 23.75. So up about $10 in the last 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, it bounced right off of yesterday's closing VWAP.
There you go. Unbelievable.
So I have an interesting technical issue in TopStep X. So as you know, I was trading in Europe for quite a while. And when I came back, it's still at European time zones. And no matter what I do, it doesn't shift me right back. So see how my chart says it's 6:30, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. It's the strangest thing, because when I go to settings, it just has me at Eastern time, and I have no idea what that's all about.
That's a new one.
I know.
All right.
Robert, what's up?
Speaking of computers, Anne-Marie, JD, we should be ready to go. I just want to give a shout out right now. My internet is must be ripping fast, man. I am sharing. We're in vMix call. I'm sharing the TopStep X. I have TradingView open. Now I'm connected to a remote computer at the same time so that JD can give us the top 10s. Got
Holy
Slack
smokes.
open. This is great. Let's see how long it lasts. Not a hitch. All right, JD.
Jack.
That Jackie P. He sure knows how to multitask, folks. All right.
There we go.
Let's take a look at our XFA P&Ls from yesterday real quick.
Okay.
Here we go. More new players in the XFAs. Matthew picked up close to 23 grand trading the ES yesterday. Pretty decent day. Jordan, nice. Yue, Zara, and Basil. All nice days trading in the NASDAQ. XFA numbers are impressive every single day.
They are.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Jeez. Just keep getting bigger and bigger, right?
I know it.
All right, Jack. How about the bottom half of that top 10 list? We can't trigger these overlays all from the same place. They're mixed up.
We can. I just need some time when we're not streaming to do it. Okay, let's see if this does it.
Looks like we withstood that pullback pretty well here.
Saw that.
Yeah.
By the dips. Here we go.
Yep.
All right. Isaac held on to 6th place for another. He took a small drawdown, but didn't lose his position in 6th place. Salmon jumped from 7th up to 9th from yesterday, and a few familiar traders moved back onto the list.
Nice.
Philip was in 16th place yesterday. Nadav was in 15th place yesterday, and Pin slid into 10th, up from 13th place yesterday. All three of those traders in 8th, 9th, and 10th place, they were all in the top 20 yesterday. So nicely done for those traders. All right, Eddie, how about a drum roll?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's nice, Jack.
It is a Looney Tunes kind of day, isn't it? All right.
Yes.
Starting at the bottom, folks. Nick for a tick.
Yeah.
Nick took a small drawdown, still moved up 2 rungs on the ladder. Nick was in 7th place yesterday. The rest of the list is the same as yesterday. Raphael did not trade. His account value is the same, and he remains in 4th place for another day. Meng had a nice day, picking up close to 18 grand trading in 3 XFAs. Nice job, Meng. Drew made another $9,000, also trading in 3 XFAs, and closed the gap a little bit more on Dakota. Dakota did take a hit yesterday, but he was up 7 grand trading during slow markets overnight. And I just learned that he's up a total of $8,800 for the day today.
Yep.
So he is
Great comeback.
Widening the gap. Yeah, it gets close and then he pulls away, and then it starts getting close again and he pulls away. That guy's amazing.
Yep.
All right.
He really
There's
is.
your top 10 list
Special
for today.
talent.
So,
Thank
Anne
you,
Marie,
JD.
Yes, sir.
if you click on the time on the platform, left click on it.
Underneath on the bottom.
Yeah. Boom.
Oh my. Bless you, kind sir.
Coach Robert was on that so quickly.
Yeah, he
with the
was.
Slack
Yes,
thing.
he was.
And remember, watch the videos. Coach Robert, Rob Riz Cooney,
Rob
is-
Risk.
knows everything. It seems about Top Step X, right? You would never see him do what I did a few weeks ago and not know how to draw a fib box. But in my defense, that wasn't Top Step X. I do not know how to draw a fib box. Period.
So that's just lack of general knowledge, is what you're saying. It has nothing to do with the platform. Gotcha. Yes.
I know what the
Same.
numbers made,
Yes.
but yeah.
What is
Mystery solved.
All right, crisis averted. Good. That's great, good stuff. All right, we got 26 minutes here left in Fast Markets. Again, one more time, I am not going to stop beating this drum. We got Dr. Brett Steenbarger coming up in just 29 minutes. We got him for a solid hour. Where else do you get this? John will be with them. Anne Marie will be joining them. We got the questions in the queue, topics of discussion as well. Yeah. This is going to be very, very exciting. Make sure. Oh, we got 4,300 people watching right now. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're inching towards 90,000 subscribers. You know, every time we hit a milestone here at Top Step, we take care of you. So let's get to that 90,000 mark. And we'll see what we do for you guys. But yes, please click like. Please click subscribe. And as always, go nuts in the chat. Our chat is the best around. Hey, you guys know what else is the best around? What else we do the best around here? Our payout policy. Our payout policy. Let me talk about this payout. There seems to be some discrepancy out there. Oh, Discord, social media, what have you. We hear about there's another firm totally complicated their payout policy, and it's tend to lead to some confusion in the space. But we want to talk about ours. Our policy is straightforward and simple, right? Request a payout after accumulating 5 winning days of $200, right? 5 winning days of $200. Winning days do not need to be consecutive, right? No, none of this funny business, no fine print stuff. That means funded traders can pay themselves 4 times a month, right? 5 days in a week.
Super.
4 weeks in a month. Are very straightforward. Take up to 50% of your account balances with each request. Keep a cushion there, right? It's much easier to trade when you have that cushion there. Back when I was trading at the prop, it was called our beginning balance, our Mendoza line. I'd always have $25,000 in that account balance to start off the month. So, and then after that, unlock access up to 100% of your account balance once you have accumulated 30 winning trading days of $200. Once unlocked, take payments anytime, whenever you feel. Again, our payment payout process, we are straightforward. No fine print, none of that crap. No changing the rules on the go. Again, our payout policy is straightforward and very simple. So I just wanted to clear up some confusion out there. As others are making it more confusing and more difficult, more complex, we're here making things more straightforward and simple. Again, we execute real trades in real accounts with real P&Ls and real traders at TopStep. Hashtag real. We are the real ones. So I just got to get that off my chest. Jack. Just had to get that off my chest real quick.
I like that.
Yeah. I feel better now.
Real at the end. The hashtag real was just super, like, I'm one too. Super, what do they call them? Geriatric millennials? Like,
yes.
I feel you.
I am on the front end.
I've never heard that.
Anne Marie, man. So, even when you're trying to do something, no good deed goes unpunished around here. My goodness. You want to hear MP rant about this? Still got that oneer. Unrealized, up 850. Unrealized. Again, yeah, we keep things simple around here. Why people are trying to make things more complicated is beyond me. That's none of our business. We focus on us. We keep the spotlight on us here at Top. So we got the best, like we said. We got Steenbarger coming up. 25 minutes with Anne Marie and John, man. What a lineup. What a trio. Sit back, get your popcorn out, take your notes, and be sure to rewatch it this evening.
Well done, Andre.
Yeah. Just the thought occurred in my head. I go, hey, I gotta get something off my chest, and it was impulse. I just had to get it off my chest, and
Nice.
that I did. Wink, wink, Danielle. Wink, wink.
Let me ask you guys something. Let's say this starts running off the rails, right? Up to the upside, right? Let's say it just continues to the upside. Is there any point in this structural move that you might say, I think I'll put a tighter trail on it, or I think I'll put a trail on it, or I think I'll move the stop up?
If it really starts going, I would be in favor of moving our stop at least to the the overnight all-time high we were looking at.
What was that price?
But like, what was it? It was like 53, 43 quarter or something. 50, you know.
Hold on. What was that price? One more time.
43 quarter.
Let's just make it a nice even one, say 53, 44, or 43. What's a point between friends?
We're trading 45s right now.
Right,
no,
but Anne Marie was asking
if it keeps running.
If it keeps running. Gotcha. 53.42 half. We can't do that. I really would like just to see this kind of be the thread that carries us out through the entire show. But yes, we can definitely do that. I guess I'll be managing this throughout the day. But during Steenbarger, we should have all the focus on that segment. We can have it maybe on the overlay just so people can be in tune with what our position is. What do you think about that, Jack?
I think it's good. Sorry, I was responding to a comment real quick.
What were they saying? And what was your response?
They were suggesting that you said that Steenbarger was coming on at noon Central. That is incorrect.
I said
at 11 a.m. Central.
11 a.m. Central. My apologies. Thank you.
11 a.m. Central. TopQuiz will be at noon. Yes.
Right after this.
Good teammates around here. Yes. John, are you nervous? Anne Marie, are you nervous at all?
I am a little bit nervous. I don't know why, though. Maybe it's just, I don't know why. I don't
You're excited.
Get nervous.
You're excited.
Yeah, I am excited.
I'm excited.
I'm excited. Maybe I'm not nervous. It all feels the same in my little tummy.
I feel like we're going to see the great and wonderful Oz.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be I've just watched him for so much that I mean like you. I feel honored that we get to spend the time with him, not in meaningful ways, right? I think these are going to be real meaningful ways.
He's such a nice guy too.
Yes.
I remember like back near the time when I was starting at Topstep, much smaller company, I sent him an email about something like as a shot of one of those things. MP's like, oh, talk to them. I'm like, there's no way. Like, he's not even going to respond. But he responded and very politely declined in like the most courteous way possible. And then now he's on here. I've met with him twice so far to do some tech stuff for it, and just the loveliest man you'll ever meet. So you guys will do great.
Awesome. Good vibes today, Jack. Really good vibes today around the show.
I think some of it for me is the GME trade I'm in, but besides that, I can't tell if like it'll be better to win the trade or to show it to Michael at some point. We'll see.
Slip kid, I did not see that. I'm good on that. We focus on us. I did not see that slip kid. Thank you for talking about us, though. Appreciate it. All right, we've kind of petered out
how
here.
this price action looks.
In terms of what, Anne Marie?
It could just be getting sideways. Well, here's what we're doing. We're compressing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're making lower highs and higher lows. So we're having price compression. So to me, that means more traders are arguing about what real value is and making the edges of that really tight. So we're going to have another break. If the VWAP stays up and it moves like that, then that break is still going to get bought. But this is a place when the market starts wearing me out, like it is right now. If I were in the midst of a trade, instead of waiting for it way down at the bottom there, it would be wearing me out, and mentally I would get tired watching it. And so I would just go, okay, what's the risk here? Do you want to actually do it, or do you just want to clip it and, cut bait and head out? So this would be the kind of formation I would look at that would make me a little bit annoyed about price action. So I'm just hoping that it holds its ledges for us to get, because it would be super nice if we could get 52, 57. It could blow past that gamma level and then sort of stall out. That would be very, very nice.
Very often you see that the shorts, these new shorts that come in. John, speaking of new shorts, any new shorts in the recent last 30 minutes with the Delta?
S&P Delta is basically flat.
Really? Okay, so they all got out.
Interesting.
We're sitting right at the IB high. This is exactly what Anne Marie was talking about, I believe, is happening. There's all kinds of fighting going on right here.
Isn't the NQ at the IB high also?
Yes. Yes, it is. Pretty close to it. There is a fight going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell them all right now. You guys are going to argue in the back seat. Don't make me come back there.
Who is Mike Tyson fighting?
Who is that guy, Anne Marie?
Oh, it's one of the
YouTuber.
I'm just going to, I don't want to get anywhere near that. No, because I literally don't know which Paul it is. Like, there's two of them and they're both jabronis.
Chat says Jake. Oh, well, I'm gonna watch. I got no shame. I'm gonna watch that. I hope Tyson does it to him, but I'm not convinced.
Why?
Tyson's old.
Oh, he is. I mean, not that I would want to be in a ring with him, but
no.
I mean,
no.
Hair, teeth, and eyeballs, all that would be left. But if he was fighting somebody young-ish, even, I don't know.
Someone else says, what is the other one fighting Lil Bow Wow? What is this?
I mean, it's
what
is this?
I know. Nothing matters anymore, Jack.
Makes me want to short the indices. We need some sort of. Yeah. We need to send our analyst out to keep track of how many celebrities are fighting YouTubers, and at a certain point, that's going to make me short everything.
What a time!
And
just remember, might be a good indicator. To be honest,
just remember, crazy beats tough every day of the week.
I like that, Jack.
Oh,
where'd you get that, Jack?
JD, that is so.
That was
JD.
JD.
Was it you, Jack, or JD?
That is not a lie.
That was
JD, my bad.
hilarious.
Oh,
it's so true, though.
Crazy beats tough. What's going on,
guys? We're getting quite a few questions coming through the chat about the initial balance, the IB. More than I counted about 10 people asking what the IB is. Would you mind just explaining that real quick?
Thank you, JD. Crazy beats.
Sure. So it's a market profile feature, I would say. The initial balance is typically going to be the first hour of the trading session, whichever trading session you choose. If it's extended trading hours, I choose to use regular trading hours. So in the S&Ps, the initial balance goes from 53.28 quarter all the way up to 53.41 half. That is the range for the first hour of trade. The reason it still is something that I look at, and I think a lot of traders look at it, is because in the pit, that first hour of trade was when the locals, the speculators, the shorter time frame traders were really seeking kind of extremes and levels where they were going to be able to execute near extremes. So the initial balance really kind of gives us that first kind of range for the day. And if we can stay inside of it, that gives you the strategy to say, well, if we're going to stay inside the initial balance, every time we get near the high, I got to sell it. Every time we get near the low, I've got to buy it. When we leave the initial balance with some momentum, the way we did this morning, we're changing the perception of value, right? And value is being pulled higher because price has been moving higher. So when we look at the initial balance, okay, we left single ticks, we took them out, we traded back to where single TPOs, and now we've found support, and we've come back to the initial balance, found possible support there. All of this is probabilities, folks. There's no magic to this, and there's no 100% is going to work any time. But when we use this market generated information, it still looks to me like the market is being supported in this area, the high of the initial balance, possibly being a launching point in either direction. But look at the Nasdaq. I mean, the Nasdaq has left the initial balance, came back to it within one point, 4 ticks. It closed the single TPOs, but is still holding the initial balance high as support for now. So the initial balance is really just kind of reference as to what the first hour of trade is. And, I've heard that Dalton doesn't really kind of focus that much on the initial balance anymore, but I don't know why, because, it does provide reference, it provides risk management, and it provides sometimes a really good opportunity. But that initial balance, again, you don't need profile to see it. You can point it out on your charts. Just look at the first hour, put the lines there, and then you'll know where the initial balance high and low are.
What's up with Dalton? Why is he not in love with initial balance as much anymore, John?
He's kind of rethinking the profile right now. He just finished a new book that it's probably going to be a year before it gets out, but he's already kind of changed some of his theories about the market profile. I'm looking forward to seeing the book. He is doing a summer intensive in June. If you have the prerequisites for it, I suggest doing it. I don't really necessarily have time to do it. I would love to do it. But I'll wait for the book to come out and see what kind of theories and the ideas that he's changed a little bit on. But it still doesn't change the fact that the market profile is just a painting of what the market is telling us.
Very well put.
All right, we got about 9 minutes left here in fast markets. Taking a look at anything going on here. Gold in a 5-minute range. Looking at the 5-minute here in a range about, I call it $4. Crude trying to push higher, trading 78.85. Was just trading 78.80, so pop 5 cents there mid-sentence. I think we are range bound in the S&P. We are in the range right now. As John was saying, we are in a bit of a fight, a tug of war.
Mm-hmm.
Sellers coming in here saying, all right, we can't go much higher. So that's the last couple days in the market. The sellers come in. Finally, it hits their pain threshold. They'll puke, as we say, or get stopped out and just fuel the rally higher. Again, just a reminder,
100%.
we are long a one lot in the house count is long a one lot from 53, 29 half. One lot. We're going to see if we can take this all the way into the close.
Where is our stop on that, Andre?
Break even, our entry.
Huh?
As of now, we'll monitor and maintain it, but
We'll see
I
what
think
happens.
we went far enough. Yeah. Would you be against moving it to, like we mentioned, 53.33? I guess it's not,
Yeah, I know. I mean, we can. Why? That's going to make that's $200, which is
that's a good
obviously
point. You know what? Screw it. Like I forgot. We're dissecting. We're having like a round table here about. Yes, 2 more points would do it.
It's okay.
Well.
No, this is all good. But
I could
everyone
eat
needs to think
lunch.
like this. Yes, everyone needs to think like this. All right, 10 minutes till we got a speaker coming out here. Thank you for that reminder.
Well, we
Indra,
do have
great.
to think about it in terms of scale if we're going to get to 50 lots. And maybe that
True.
one lot ends up being a 10 lot runner.
Ooh, that sounds good to me.
Do you know what I mean? So I think it might be $200 now, but in terms of framing out how you want to look at things and sizing up. That
That's
one lot
true.
could easily be a 10 lot if we're slinging size.
And we are going to be slinging size.
So just food for thought there.
I still emphasize that would be a tough trade we took to sling
Oh,
size
absolutely.
on. Because, like,
Yeah.
by the way, Andre went in there. Let's give some props to Andre here. Our entry on that was 9.25.
It was rock
So
star.
it
Rock
only
star.
went
Oh, wow.
low tick was, one handle below that, right? And our risk was only a few points, right? It's going to be tough mentally if we are putting on a 50 lot or something. If by the spirit gods of the market, we just got stopped out really quick and then saw this move, I think it'd be a very different vibe on the show.
100%.
Yeah,
That's why it's
absolutely.
brutal. It's Dolby. That's why it's tough. The hindsight 2020 stuff makes it super, super tough for doing the team trading, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So far, so good. Great team. John called the 30s out. Jack's like, let's scale in. So we scaled in. Jack, I mean,
Yeah.
very good execution all around team. All around. Good job, team. Michael Stan says, trade the price regardless of size creates good habits. Spot on. Treat a 1 lot like it's a 50 lot.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. And that's easy to say. It's very hard to do. Having run through the of having size. There's just, the guys that can sling those double zeros on their lots, that's it's like the guys that stand on the mound. It's the 5 inches here.
Between the ears.
It's different. Yeah.
100%. All right. 5 minutes left here, Fast Markets. Waiting for the good doctor to be in the house. John looking very dapper as well. Oh, got the sleeves rolled up. He's getting ready to get down to business. John, it means look at that. I like it. I like it.
Yes.
Yo, stay with Anne Marie. Wow. Okay.
Nothing up my sleeves.
We're ready. We're ready to work.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we'll definitely be tuning into that. Let's take a look at the schedule that we got upcoming today because a little bit of time left here. As we said, we got Dr. Brett Steenbarger in the house from 11 a.m. Central to noon today. Then we got Top Quiz. Do we have Top Quiz? No. Then we got Shoulder Tap.
Oh, if you change up the sheet
Yeah,
here,
we have
take
Top
that down
Quiz.
real quick. We have a slightly different schedule today because
Jack, why don't you go over it then? Jack, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So since we have Brett on, we're gonna take the whole hour. So the quiz will be at noon today, and then we're gonna do a rapid tap at 12:15, and then we'll be back to this schedule y'all know and love so much. So really not a whole lot of change besides the quiz is at noon, and then shoulder tap is going to be an abbreviated version. I don't believe we have Mick doing it today, which may help with the abbreviation of it. No, Mick's the best. I love doing it with him. It's like how passionate he is about it. It's more of a compliment. We said we have 15 minutes. We cannot contain Mick to 15 minutes. It's like
Nice save,
I don't
Jack.
know. It's like
Nice save.
giving
Give me a
Picasso
travesty.
just a little paint, right?
Exactly.
You gotta let him cook.
Well done, Jack.
Exactly. Actually, no, listen, I got a DM from somebody in Discord and they said, if I could talk to anybody personally inside of Topstep, it would be Mick Stash. That's what he called it.
Just the
Mick
stash.
Stash.
Gosh.
I want to talk to Mick Stash. He said Michael Patak in there also, but it was just very funny.
Distant
It's
second. Yeah,
hilarious.
Mick Stash. Fantastic.
Gold
Well, we
still
are.
bouncing.
Yep, let's take a look at gold real quick. Someone in the
Crude's
chat
still
said
bouncing.
Bulls and Bears just staring at each other. Gold is still
That's in a
bouncing.
bid. It is.
Oh,
What do we-
back to
What do we
what do you
think?
got there, John?
It's gold.
Yeah, the VWAP's right there. So
2386.
I don't know. What's the dollar doing today? Anybody got a thing on the Dixie,
Yeah.
DXY?
The
I got
Dixie. What is
Dixie somewhere? 104.422.
Okay.
Oh, you want to know what it's doing, not just a random price right now. Let me see what I can do.
Thank you for reading into the silence. He read into the
1
silence
second.
quite well.
Okay. Yeah, it rallied from 104 to 104.6 was the high at about 8:55 this morning, and it's been declining since then. So
Okay.
just not a whole lot.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's going to do it for fast markets right now. I want to maybe cut a minute short just to make sure the prep time in the green room is sufficient so we can ensure we maximize our full hour with the doctor. The good doctor is in the house. I see him in the green room right now, giving me a wave. Hello,
yeah.
doctor. Nice to meet you. Cannot wait to listen to this segment. Everybody, Anne-Marie, John, they are going to be on here in 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Jack, you're the man. We'll see more of us later, but let's get out of the way. Let's get prepped. Everyone, stay tuned. The doctor is in the house. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, traders, to the Power Players segment. And we certainly have a couple of real power players today We know her, we love her. Anne-Marie Band is the president and CEO of TheTradingBook.com. Also the chief market analyst, background in mathematics and neuroscience. Been a futures trader for over 20 years, and she is the author of The Trading Book. I keep it right here on my desk. And perched in the middle, right
nice.
Between us, is Dr. Brett Steenbarger. If you don't know him, you better get to know him. He is Dr. Brett Steenbarger, PhD, a professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at SUNY, Upstate Medical University in Syracuse, New York. Specializes in short-term research-based approaches to making life changes. We're all working on that all the time, right? A stock market trader since the 70s, Brett began applying these brief therapy methods to market makers and prop traders in Chicago in 2003. I actually know a couple of them that you have worked with, Doctor. Since then, he's worked with a number of hedge funds, banks, all written several books on trading psychology. This one I also keep very close to me on my desk here in enhancing trader performance. Wonderful to have you with us, Doctor. Wonderful, as always, to have you with us, Anne-Marie. How are we feeling today?
Thank you very much, John. Well, I'm feeling shitty. Let me tell you.
Oh, no.
Well, yeah, I go on. Well, it's not Twitter anymore. It's X, right? So I go on and I see this tweet announcing that I am the godfather of trading psychology. Hey, let's make me feel old, maybe, okay? So, it was funny. It was a while ago. Something was going on in the markets. We had a real plunge. And I just lightly commented that it reminded me of something that had happened in October of 1987. And the young trader looks at me, is like, dude, I wasn't born then. So reminding me of my age. Anyway, it's great to be here. Thank you.
I was an ARB clerk in the S&P pit during the crash of 1987. I wasn't even at risk, and it was scary as heck.
It was scary as heck. It really was.
I'd love to jump right in and ask you the big question of you've been so active for so long. Is it true that people are really the same, or have you seen them change over time in terms of their responses to the market in general?
Yeah, it's a great question, Anne-Marie. People haven't changed as much as markets have changed. And markets have changed in a couple of different ways, both in terms of what trades and how it trades, but also in terms of market participation. I was just talking with a portfolio manager literally just an hour ago about how much expansion there has been in the trading universe. A lot more traders pursuing all these different markets. And it certainly has occurred in hedge fund land with these large multi-strat hedge funds. And so as a result, you have lots and lots of people who pursue opportunity after opportunity, but they can't really afford to lose money. And so there's chasing into markets and there is scrambling out of markets. And that has changed how markets have moved, and that affects traders. So it's not so much that the traders have changed as the market environments have really changed for them.
Do you feel as though that, when COVID happened and everybody was kind of working from home or just staying home, that had a lot to do with bringing a lot more participants that are perhaps a little bit underfunded into the marketplace?
Yes, that's a really good point. I did notice that many people stuck at home. What are you going to do? So they start pursuing the day trading markets. That has definitely occurred. And then you get the rise of meme stocks and you get bull markets, and that attracts participants also. And so what happens is they get into markets, they lose money, they become frustrated, and then they look to people like Anne Marie and they look to people like me to try to get some help for this. One of the things I mentioned in my tweet was that the format that I would like to follow today is not so much AMA, ask me anything, although you can ask me anything, but AMA, all my answers. Because it turns out that most of the time, we have the answers to our trading challenges within us. But out of frustration, we don't identify that. There's a tradition in what's called positive psychology of what's called solution-focused thinking. The usual psychologist will look at problems and try to analyze why problems occur and see what you could do to help those problems. If you have depression, if you have anxiety, and here are strategies that could help you with those. The solution-focused psychologist is looking at occasions when problems are not occurring. So if you have a trader who is getting overly emotional and they're getting impulsive and they're making bad trading decisions, okay, when does that not happen? When do you find yourself trading with a relatively level head? How are you able to do that? Let's reverse engineer the exceptions to the problem, and then let's do more and more and more of what works. So that's why I say, instead of ask me anything, all my answers, let's figure out what we are doing uniquely when we are profitable, when we are successful, and let's see if we can build a business out of that.
Fantastic.
You have such a positive mindset sitting in a space where there's so many times that, we face defeat in terms of working through our particular setups or particular execution or that sort of thing. Where do you find the fuel to fill up that tank of positive mindset to share with so many people? Because in preparing for you, I literally sat and watched so many videos, and the one thing I noticed was always upbeat, always on point, and always solutions focused, right? So where did that come from?
It's a good question. It's been a framework I've worked with for quite a while. The idea in markets is that if we are trading responsibly, and that has a lot to do with our risk management, or sizing of positions and so forth, then every loss that we take can be an opportunity to learn. In other words, as a developing trader, I won't always have a positive P&L, but I can always have a positive learning P&L, because the losses are there for a reason. The losses are there to teach me something. However, if I don't manage risk properly, then the losses can traumatize me. That's a very important concept. We know a lot in psychology about traumatic stress. And so we take losses that are too large. We go through anxiety, we go through frustration, we go through self-blame. And it's the nature of traumatic stress to repeat again and again and again in similar circumstances. That's what we mean by PTSD. Many traders who are dealing with emotions in trading have unwittingly traumatized themselves. And they need to get back to trading small and safely and getting back to that learning curve.
That learning loop. Doctor, you I haven't had the opportunity to read this online blog book, Radical Renewal. You mentioned the topic of spirituality and the spirituality of trading. I would imagine that is something that has really helped you kind of maintain that positive attitude. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, it's easier to maintain a positive attitude about trading when there are things more important in your life than trading. And there are things more important in your life than P&L. And spiritual values, one's religion, one's family. There are many things that are more important than day-to-day P&L. And so I agree with you. That does help me. It helps people in general maintain perspective. The idea of the Radical Renewal blog book, it's on my Trader Feed site, is that great trading. Yeah, it's a Radical Renewal, blogspot.com. Yeah, but the idea is that great trading comes from the soul, not the ego. When we get the ego involved, it becomes about me, and I got to make money, and I've got to be successful, and all of a sudden we're emotionally wrapped up in each trade. When we can see a bigger picture, when we're able to stand back and see patterns in things and feel those patterns, that's not an ego function. That's part of what I'm calling soul. And so if we can learn to amplify the soul and keep a lid on the ego, that helps maintain a positive attitude, but it also helps us maintain a positive focus in our trading.
Your Ask My Answers. You said we all seem to kind of inherently have the answers to our questions inside of us. Maybe we've read your books. Maybe we've read Anne Maria's books. We've been around trading for a long time, and we've heard these things, over and over. And we should actually kind of know them already or sense them already. Why is it so difficult to do that?
Yeah, I think it's human nature that we tend to look at what most arouses our emotions. We lose money and we get frustrated and we focus on that. So you read the journals. Let's say you have developing traders who are keeping journals, and you read through their journal entries. You can learn a whole lot about people's mindset by reading their journals. And the journals will say things like, I can't believe I was such an effing idiot because I did this and this. And it's voicing their frustrations, which, okay, there can be a place for that. But what they're not doing is really looking at what they've done well. In other words, I was just talking to a trader about this. If you have a relatively flat P&L, then by definition, you can't be losing money on every single trade, right? Something has to be working. You're losing on some and making on others, and it's balancing itself up. So what are you doing on the trades that win? For instance, in my own trading years ago, I took a look at winning trades and losing trades, and I found, lo and behold, the winning trades occurred dominantly at a certain time of day. It was in the morning hours when there's more liquidity in futures markets. Yeah. And so it was because I understood the larger participants of the futures markets. I could see what they do and think the way they think. When they were more active in the market during the morning hours, I was able to factor that into my trading decisions. Once we got toward midday and things were a lot slower and they're not participating, there's not the same kind of activity, choppy action, and my trading doesn't do well. So do more of what works. I really pulled back the midday trading and boosted the morning and started studying what was working in the morning hours. And lo and behold, became more consistently profitable.
how do we make that change? We were talking earlier during the stream about how resistant people are to change, even change that they perceive might actually be better for them or improve their situation. Why is it so difficult for people to make those changes that they know or assume are going to benefit them, their trading, their lives, and their families, and their spirit?
Yeah, it's almost as if some people feel like changing is admitting defeat. It's admitting that they've done something wrong. Well, yeah, you have done something wrong. I was doing something wrong when I was over trading the midday hours. You know, if you're a developing trader, you are an entrepreneur. Period.
That's true.
This is your business.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to think like an entrepreneur, which means fail fast, break things quickly, learn from mistakes. You embrace the mistakes, you embrace what doesn't work, and figure out what does work. And that's part of an entrepreneurial mindset. You're learning, growing, and it's all part of becoming better. Once you can get into that mindset, then all of a sudden the setbacks are not necessarily emotional setbacks.
Something to learn from everything we do.
I think
Absolutely.
so. And sometimes we do learn from our mistakes, and sometimes we can really learn from something we've done well, something that has worked out. Yesterday, I was following the stock market with some day traders, and the inflation report, PPI, came out, and boom, you saw buying coming into the market. And you look over at the fixed income market and what's happening with the 2-year, what's happening, with interest rates, and suddenly you're seeing that this was a game changer, this report. And you can look across the different asset classes and you can see what macro investors are doing. And so one of the people on the call piped up and said, this looks like it could be a trend day.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
It was. It was.
A great call. Because if you looked at, there are certain statistics you can look at to tell you if buyers or sellers are dominant. So, for example, in the stock market, you can look at the NYSE tick, the number of stocks upticking versus the down ticking. And that it comes out from the exchange very frequently. And so you look in the early hours and you're barely getting any net down ticking. It's upticks and upticks and upticks, and no one is selling. So how are you going to get a down market in that kind of environment? Well, some traders who had been losing money were so locked into their ideas. We're overbought. It's time for us to come down. That they weren't seeing what was happening in the here and now. And so that can be frustrating for them. But if they can stand back and take in new information and say, I can learn from this, I can learn from these successes, then all of a sudden their learning expands. And that's a great thing about being part of a community, right? Because now not only can I learn from my good trades, I see what other people are thinking and doing and can learn and benefit from them.
That bias, it seems to be really pervasive. When the market's rallying, it's a trend day to the upside. It seems so much easier just to try and pick a top because you don't want to have to pay higher to get into the trade. You want to buy lower and sell higher. I've done it. Well, I mean, we've all done it. We've all tried to pick tops on trend days. You gotta, I guess, lose that bias. How does a trader kind of be? I guess it would just take a kind of a separation from the market and from a position to be able to recognize when there's information that's contrary to what we already think. I mean, there were probably a lot of traders yesterday that sold into that rally, sold into that rally, sold into that rally, and just got run over. How do we handle that bias venom, if you will?
And John, that is where I think the ego comes in. I want to be the man. I'm going to call the top. I'm going. It's like what? Rather than looking at what's happening specifically, moment to moment, bar by bar, in the market. And so, so for example, one of the favorite patterns that I trade is, you're probably familiar with the delta measure. You're looking at every single transaction in the futures market. And is this occurring at a bid price or an offer price? Are the traders hitting bids to get out or lifting offers to get in? And you look trade by trade by trade, and you accumulate all those data, and it tells you who's dominating. And sure enough, when we were making a top yesterday and started to flatten out, the delta measure at one point just kept climbing and climbing and climbing. People were still lifting offers, even though it wasn't immediately evident in price. So instead of getting the ego involved saying, I'm going to call the top, you want to have the humility, maybe the perspective, to follow what the market's actually doing and eventually participate.
So I noticed that when you make a statement, you look for data to validate. And so, for instance, you started talking about, hey, it looks like somebody said, hey, this could be a trend day. And immediately you began to say, how can I validate? So you look at the 2-year and then you look at the tick. And I suspect that this is something that maybe traders, we forget that we need to move step 1, 2, 3, 4. We just go from step 1, here I see this, to step 4, I'm going to do this. And so do you share with folks, hey, listen, if you can physically feel that you have a bias, are you looking at data to validate or invalidate? And are you willing to accept what the data says about what it is that price is actually likely to do? How do you take the trader that has the bias and lead them to physical manifestations of whether that can be true or not true? Or how do you get them out of that? How do you get them out of the broken cycle other than to validate? And is that what you would share with them?
Yeah, you're great question, Anne-Marie. You're role modeling what in medicine is called an evidence-based approach. In other words, if you're seeing a physician and you've got some pains, you don't want your physician to say, oh, this is certainly a heart attack in the making, and I'm going to get in there and operate. WTF. Do some blood work. Let's take some images, Let's gather the evidence. And so it's the same way in trading. We have different things that we can look at that give us evidence of what's going on. One of the things I really emphasize to really all traders is we have to figure out, who are we making money from?
That's great.
Who are we taking advantage of? Because that will determine the evidence that we look for. So when we are looking at what stocks are doing and then look over at the dollar, we look over at rates, we look over at other macro markets, what we're really saying is this part of a macro trend? If it is, big macro participants at hedge funds and investment banks are going to be involved, and that's going to lead to more persistent directional price action than if this is an isolated move. So I'm taking advantage of big institutions because by their very nature, if they have many, many millions or billions of dollars to move, they can't just deploy it all at once. You can't just say, oh, I'll lift the offer with $1 billion. Yeah, that blows the offer pretty well. Yes, so what you have to do is you execute over time, right? And they have execution algorithms that help them do that, and you can figure those out, what they look like. But as a smaller individual trader, you have the advantage of flexibility and speed. You can see what's going on and get involved while they do their execution thing. On the other hand, there are other times in markets where those big participants are not involved. And it's not a trending kind of day because you don't have that large involvement. And so now you want to figure out, all right, who am I going to make money from? Who's in the market here? And how do they behave? And so you may end up trading much more tactically in a range, looking at overbought and oversold levels. You look basically for participants who are going to be trapped. They want to go long, 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 but it's not a trending market. They want to go short, short, short. It's not a trending market. And so you're going to wait for them to be trapped and have to cover their positions, and you can make money on that trade. Do it again, do it again.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
very nice.
But I love starting the day saying to myself, I have no effing clue what the market's going to do. But that's another way of saying I have an open mind. Now, I may have done some research that would lead me to believe we had hit some oversold levels, that the breadth of buying in the overall stock market has been quite healthy. The vast majority of stocks trading above their short-term moving averages. So I may have a general sense for that, but I enter the day saying, let the market tell me. You know what it's like? It's like being a psychologist. So let's say I'm a psychologist and someone comes and sees me and I think I know in advance what their problem is, and I start telling them what to do. What the heck?
That's a great analogy. Yeah, that's a great analogy.
To do as a psychologist is listen to people. And if I listen well enough, I'll figure out what's going on. And if I listen to the market well enough, I'll figure out what's going on. But if it's all about me and my ego, I can't listen. We know some relationships that are like that, but we won't go there.
Right.
And people in a romantic relationship, if someone doesn't listen, where's that going to go?
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
So I've got one last thing I want to ask you. What do you think of the statement, we don't get any smarter once we're in the trade?
Oh, that's really interesting. I understand a context in which that makes sense, and I understand a context in which that's not exactly true. So when we're in the trade, we tend to own it, and we can become more tunnel visioned. So I definitely get that piece of wisdom. But when we're in the trade, we can see, and actually we can feel, when is it behaving in ways that we did not expect? So I'll be in the market and a positive piece of news comes out and we'll get just a little bit of buying and it comes right back in the range. And I'll say to myself, sometimes I'll even say it out loud, like, that shouldn't have happened. Like, why couldn't we have broken out? And so I think I did get smarter during the trade by processing what was happening in an open-minded way. And I get out of that trade before it actually breaks to the other side and creates a large loss.
Do you find it difficult for a lot of traders that you know and that you've worked with over the years to actually be accepting of information that's contrary to their original thought on the idea?
Yeah, the more experienced the traders, the more open they are to that.
The more open.
Yeah, and one of the great advantages of working in a team environment is that you have team members who are talking out what's going on in markets and telling you when things are aligning with your trade and when things aren't. and that could be really, really helpful.
Right.
Yeah. I think what happens with developing traders is they get their hopes up. They have dreams. They're going to make it big, and they're going to get funded. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah. And they're so caught up in that it's hard to pull back and say, okay, this didn't work. The evidence isn't there. I won't take a big loss.
Well, there you
It's
go.
harder.
Right. So we do have a bunch of questions. I've kind of grouped them into kind of categories. I'd like to ask this first one. It's Voltaire and Liberty, kind of similar questions. How do I get over this fear of entering, even if the setup is crystal clear? The outcome of my strategy during test runs are all extremely good, but when it comes down to pulling the trigger, I freeze. I do have a long history of heartbreak while learning to trade, but I know it's my way out. And if I want it, despite the psychological impact it is on me. So the other question was, of how do I avoid making mistakes when I have the right ideas and fail on the execution?
Yeah, I'll take that first question because they mentioned the long history of heartbreak. And I believe that's what I was referring to with respect to trauma.
Trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you've gone through not just normal trading losses, but heartbreak losses, then there's a natural human tendency to not want to have to go through that again. And so you're not going to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
And so the question becomes, how do we overcome that trauma? And there are techniques in psychology for doing that. In fact, at one point in my life, I was carpooling between Ithaca, New York, and Syracuse, where I taught in the medical school. And in the carpool, someone else was driving, and they pulled in front of a car, and the car hit our car, and we flipped over 1.5 times, landed on the hood, and I'm upside down. I actually was it was unbelievable. I was in the front passenger seat, and my head went through the back windshield. So I'm lying there on my back, and I can see the top of the car, and I can see blood coming out of my head. So fortunately, the ambulance got there, medics got there quickly. Unbelievably, I didn't have any broken bones, just big lacerations. They got me to a hospital, set me up. I ended up looking like Frankenstein for a while, but I survived, obviously. Well, so they send me home from the hospital, and I get in the car to drive, and what happens? Total panic attack.
Oh.
Just sitting in the car. I'm not even moving. I'm in my driveway. Total attack. That's PTSD, because at some level, I'm afraid what happened before is going to happen again. So we have to create a safe environment. That's what therapy for trauma is all about. And so I had to do a lot of visualizations about getting in the car, turning on the car, driving the car. I had to practice driving up and down in my driveway. I had to practice driving on roads with no traffic and do it again until I rebuilt the sense of safety. That's what we have to do in trading. And so often, if we've been traumatized, the thing to do is to go back to trading by simulator. Go back to sim trading, no capital at risk. Just get back into the habits of pulling the trigger, making the decisions, learning from what you do, learning from mistakes, learning from good behaviors. And then as you feel more comfortable in the simulation mode, you start very small and do it with real live capital, but very, very small, and build the habits back. And that's how I got to the point where I drive now.
Thank you, Doctor. Next question, and I know we see this a lot here, and I'm sure you've seen it a lot as well. There's a number of questions that kind of go along the same line. Samuel, I think, has one of the more clear questions here. When the market is going against me, I keep on wanting even more than 2 hours. If it's not in my favor, I just close positions by but I take a little profit and leave money on the table. I don't think anybody's really necessarily hardwired, doctor, to succeed at this, because we avoid losses by staying in them. We create bigger losses that way. And the other side of that coin is, once we see money in that, it's very tempting to take it, especially after some losses. How do we flip that wiring in our brain, doctor?
By making trading as rule-based as possible. So, for example, excuse me, if I'm trading directionally, then I'm looking within the trend for evidence of cycles. In other words, we come up, we come down, we make a higher high, we make a higher low, and I'll use the higher highs and the higher lows as points to maybe take a little profit, add some, and so forth. But all of that is rule-based. I need to see that there's a short-term oversold level at a higher level to add. Now, if we start to sell off and we violate the previous low, I'm wrong. I'm out. The market's telling me I'm wrong. It's, by definition, it's not an uptrend anymore. And so that is all rule-based. And by rehearsing those rules, cementing that over and over and over again, those become part of us.
Thank you,
So it's
doctor.
habit formation.
Habit.
That's a
You
great
would
way
say,
of putting
yeah.
it. Great. Yeah. Think about people in performance fields. They've done what they do so frequently that it becomes second nature to them. If I'm a baseball player, I'm a hitter, and I have to think about, what's the next pitch going to be? And maybe it'll be a curveball, and this is what I would do. Well, by the time I'm done thinking about it, the pitch is already coming past me. You have to do that pattern recognition in real time. And so, yes, we develop the right habits by making everything as rule-based as possible.
In other words, know where you're wrong at the beginning and stick to it. Don't move your stops. Don't kind of,
yeah. And at least in my trading, I'm trading against levels. And, if a certain level has absorbed the selling, and then we get buying, well, we shouldn't go back to that level, or certainly not through that level that previously absorbed the selling. By definition, that's new market participation.
Demand, sure.
Yeah. So, by having reference points and rules about those, it makes it easier to make decisions in the spur of the moment.
Okay. In one of your answers before, you mentioned, if you have trauma based on trading, go back to the simulator, get back into the rhythm of things, get past your fear of taking risks on the simulator. There's a lot of questions here about, if I backtest, if I trade on sim, I seem to do really well. But when there's actual skin in the game, whether it's in a trading combine or being successful in a trading combine, moving to the XFA, how everything seems to fall apart. It seems a lot more difficult the further you get into actual having that skin in the game or risk. Somebody was here saying, I trade okay in the combine, but when I get into the XFA, I just seem not to be able to do as well. I may be getting too conservative and lack the confidence to trade. I'm sure that, this is something that you've seen, especially with newer traders and maybe even some, more seasoned traders that have had some serious losses, just trying to get back into, understanding that there's risk and that there's skin in the game, and being able to operate as if there isn't skin in the game. What would you say to somebody in that situation?
Yeah, and again, a good question. I would want to, if it were me, establish that consistency before going into any competition, any combine. I would want to be able to handle the skin in the game of just normal P&L, and then tackle the additional pressure of getting funded and getting recognized and all the things that go along with being successful that way. What's happening is that we can put something on a pedestal, so to speak. It becomes so important to us that we wrap our self-esteem into it. That's why I was emphasizing earlier having things in your life that are more important to you than trading and P&L. If I lose money in trading, it's no fun, but I have a wife of 40 years. I have 5 children, 7 grandchildren, 4 rescue cats, and a career as a psychologist that's been very fulfilling. And so you want to have a full life outside of trading. If trading is everything to you, and sometimes you even hear developing traders say that, this is my passion, this means everything to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real vulnerable place to be psychologically. It'd be like having a financial portfolio where everything you own is in Bitcoin. Okay, great. Well, Bitcoin does really well. You do really well. Bitcoin gets volatile, and all of a sudden you're up, down, and your whole life depends on things you can't control. So by having a balanced life, I think it makes it easier to weather those kind of psychological pressures. But first, going on the simulator, then going small outside of the competition and getting used to making money, losing money, and making your trading rule-based, and then tackling the competition. That makes a lot more sense to me.
Thank you, Doctor. Question from Yaz. What are the best exercises for concentrating on the markets, and how frequently do we need breaks for optimal performance?
Yeah, there's research in psychology about this, that they even say attention is like a muscle, that we use it, but it has its limits and it can become fatigued. There are exercises, and some are variations of meditation, some are variations of self-hypnosis, where we can train ourselves to sustain concentration for longer and longer periods of time. There are biofeedback devices that I've written about, where they give us immediate feedback about our body, including our brain waves. And we can do exercises, and there are little video games that you can play that are these exercises that make you sustain your concentration for longer and longer and longer periods of time. So that is something we can do to train ourselves and help us become less distracted. But no one has unlimited attention span. And so taking breaks, refreshing, I've always seen top traders doing that during the course of the day. They'll get off the desk, they'll talk with people, they'll go have something to eat or drink, but they'll refresh themselves. At a couple of the hedge funds where I work, there are gyms in the building where they work. And they're very much encouraged to get off the desk, go to the gym, work out, refresh, come back on the desk. Very, very common.
Awesome. I used to go to the World Gym across the street from the Mercantile Exchange when it was on Wacker to do just that.
Right.
This is from a question from Kay, and I've been Kay. Late 80s, early 90s. I'm just going to read the question. I've gotten angry, cried, wanted to quit a million times, medicated, and done everything to succeed for the past 6 years. Sure, there's always something I can get better at, but Coach, when is enough enough? How much pain should you endure to become a great trader? Respectfully, and thank you.
That's a wonderful, wonderful question. Not everyone is going to agree with me about this, but I think we have to have a stop on our trading career, just like we have stops in our trades. We know from the research that performance is a function of three things: talents, that's what we're born with, our capabilities; skills, that's what we're taught by mentors that we rehearse; and the third is mindset, psychology. And that includes cognitive mindset as well as our emotional perspective. If we don't have the right combination of talents and skills and mindset, we're not going to be distinctively successful in any performance activity. I've written about this. There was a time where I took up trading full time, and I made some money. I hated it. Absolutely hated it.
Remember.
Because my greatest talent and what gives me my greatest fulfillment is being a part of people's lives. It's a social strength. And that was just not fulfilled sitting in my apartment and clicking away with a mouse. And so I've kept on trading. It's been in a more part-time context and directed myself to something that I feel I do better, but something that speaks more to who I am in terms of talents and skills and certainly mindset. So I think it makes sense to try different things, to learn from different people. But if you're going through one frustration after another, maybe the answer is not to try to play the game better. Maybe the answer is to play a better game. And there might be something else in your life that is your calling and that really captures who you are and your talents and your skills and who you are psychologically.
Wonderful answer, Doctor. I know that
For sure.
pretty sure that everybody that trades at some point has really questioned the fact if they should continue, and there was really a great way to kind of frame that. You know, nobody can tell you when it's time to hang it up or if it's time to hang it up. It's something you just have to recognize in yourself, and then go find the other things that speak to you. I know a lot of people say, my passion is trading. And I always kind of sit back and I go, I think your passion should be for markets and understanding markets and understanding yourself. And that's probably a lot closer to getting yourself to being a successful trader, is in those understandings.
Absolutely. The idea is to live a fulfilled life. And if markets happen to be your way of doing it, that's wonderful. But there's an opportunity cost. If we keep trying to trade, what are we not pursuing that really could be our path?
Awesome. So you probably see this a lot. This is from Pierre. I often find myself self-sabotaging after a good win streak. I have implemented a stricter risk management, like trading micros or trying to keep the losing days smaller compared to the winning days, of course. But I still find myself doing dumb stuff from time to time. I'm becoming more proficient in recognizing my triggers and walking away, but I still lack self-control level, the self-control level that I want. Any advice helps me improve my journey?
Yeah, it's a really good question. My experience is that when people have a win streak and then suddenly kind of fall apart, it's actually not because of psychological reasons. It's because the markets have changed and they're slow to recognize that. And that leads to psychological frustration, obviously. but they're not recognizing when we've transitioned from a trending market to a more range-bound market, a busier market to a slower market. They're not recognizing in real time those shifts, and so they're not adapting. One of the ways I've noticed that is I talk with many different traders, and many of them will all be profitable at a certain period. And then in another period later, they're all losing money. Well, if it was just their mindset that was the problem, it wouldn't be happening to all of them. It's because of something that's really shifted in the market. So I would encourage the person submitting the question to really get micro, really focus on how are we trading, look at patterns of volume, look at correlations among markets, look at price levels, and be hyper aware of when the environment's changing so that we can more quickly pull back and figure out what this new change is about and adapt to that.
Thank you, Doctor.
People talk about having an edge in markets.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's crazy, right? If there was one edge for all markets, I mean, then you'd have, the game would be over, right?
Right.
You want to have multiple edges for different kinds of markets. And you want to, teams I work with, the quant teams, do they just have one or two systems that make money in all markets? No, I don't think so. They have many, many, many different systems that turn on and off depending on market conditions. And that's what you want as a discretionary trader. You want to have many different edges for different kinds of markets, and you want some kind, and the ultimate edge, some kind of edge that tells you when the environment is really changing.
I mean, back in the pit, the edge was buying the bid or selling the offer.
There you go.
We don't get that edge anymore. There's a much longer term look to that. I mean, if there is an edge like that, it's probably the HFTs or algos that are getting it. That's their edge, right? So, I think we got time for one more question, Doctor.
Sounds good.
Okay. Avi's been struggling with a combination of tilt and revenge and FOMO, and sometimes doesn't recognize the difference between the issues when trying to reflect on trade outcomes. An example would be hitting risk limit early in the session and continuing to trade, or not accepting a loss by stopping and re-entering multiple times, fighting the momentum or the tape on the wrong side of the market. I'm using some of the risk tools available and sizing down, but is there anything I can do to practice to help pick up on these issues earlier when they're happening in real time? And I think it's really important to be able to sense when your switch is being flipped, when you're going on tilt, when your cheese has slipped off its cracker. To be able to recognize that is a very, I think, important and useful tool. Would you agree, Doctor?
Oh, totally agree. As you know, I teach in a medical school and I work with physicians. And, can you imagine if you're in the operating room for surgery and your surgeon starts to go on tilt?
So bad.
They get cut up and the incision didn't work and there's too much bleeding and you're really frustrated and you start cutting and well, why does that never happen to physicians? Why does that never happen to a surgeon? They've trained themselves in such a way that they don't have those tilt reactions. They're not so personally, emotionally invested in what's going on. They're rule-based in what they do, but they've trained first. Where do they do surgery? They do surgery by watching others do surgery, watching experienced physicians do surgery. Then they do surgery on cadavers where there's no risk. And then they'll assist in a live surgery. And then finally, they'll do a simple surgery themselves. So constantly, they're learning in a safe way so that they don't have these huge emotional reactions. So what we want to do is give ourselves enough learning time, as we mentioned in simulation, trading small enough that we're not going to get emotionally caught up in the trading, and gradually build that, just like the surgeon, so that the right behaviors, the right trading becomes second nature, and we don't go on tilt. When it's all rule-based and we've internalized those rules and we've done it many, many, many times, we don't go on tilt. That's the lesson of the surgeon.
Well, I'm going to get a chaperone for my next surgery.
There you go. Absolutely. And make sure that he's not trading GME while he's doing the surgery for you.
No doubt.
Doctor,
I do have a question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, do you believe in the 10,000 hour rule?
Oh, yeah, in terms of expertise development. Yeah, there's really good research about what's called deliberate practice, that it takes 10,000 hours of practice that's structured in a certain way where you're practicing. Deliberate practice. You're learning from it, applying it to the next practice session. So you're always taking away learning lessons, but it takes 10,000 hours to achieve expertise. And I think many times developing traders are so eager to succeed that they want to short circuit the 10,000 hours or even the 1,000 hours, and they end up trading prematurely, putting money at risk prematurely, and they're not ready for that emotionally. They're not ready for that in their skill development.
Thank you, Doctor. Anne Marie, you were going to ask a question. I apologize.
I was, and it's directly related to that.
Okay.
In terms of, we know what's supposed to happen. We know we need the time. We know we need the deliberate practice. What I find very often is that traders lack self-control or a self-governing event that says, you don't have anybody over your shoulder, but you don't need to enter that trade right now. But you go ahead and do it because impulse control is driving so much of their engagement with the market. So I think impulse control is really on the long list of things that we talked about here. Impulse control is potentially a real problem. And we know we need to create good habits. We know we need to have deliberate practice. What's the one thing you could say to someone that helps them look in the mirror and go, hey, I've got an issue with impulse control. I need to be more measured in my approach to the market. What could you call on the inside of them to be able to go, yeah, that's true. I need to retool and refocus.
Yeah, it's a great issue. I'm not sure just refocusing is going to be enough. There are people who have chronic problems with impulse control. They have attention deficits or attention deficits with hyperactivity. But there are people who have problems with maintaining focus and concentration, even if they're not diagnosed or diagnosable as ADD. And that's why I mentioned earlier about the biofeedback, because we can train ourselves in focus and concentration, because if we're totally focused, we're not going to suddenly act on impulse. And the biofeedback keeps us acting in a measured way without impulse. So for example, I'll give you an example of a biofeedback device I use. It goes around the head. It's a little band. It's called Muse, M-U-S-E, and it measures brain waves. Yeah, it measures brain waves. And so there's a little video game you can play where you're in a rainforest and you can hear and see the rain falling. And if you are focused and concentrating, the rain starts to decrease. if you're scattered in your thinking, the rain starts to pour. If you're in the zone and super focused, not only does the rain stop, but you hear the birds chirping. And
That's
it counts
awesome.
for you. It counts for you how much rain has fallen, how many bird chirps you get. And so you're using that as a tool for training yourself to stay focused, stay in the zone, stay focused, stay in the zone. Because if you're in that zone, can sustain that zone, then you're not going to act on impulse. You're not going to want to take that trade. So there are ways of practicing that skill. Some people have significant problems with attention span, and short-term trading might not be for them.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. We're a little short on time here, Doctor. We can't thank you enough. We'll look so forward to the next time we get to have you on. Hopefully you'll come back and visit us again.
You were a joy.
I look forward to that. You guys are great, and I look forward to staying in touch.
Wonderful.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
folks. Yes, thanks, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Doctor. Thanks all of you for
Thank you,
for hanging out with us. We've got the Top Quiz coming up here very shortly, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Thank you again, both of you. What a wonderful segment.
So we're back. We're back. Gosh,
It's
what a great
me
segment
again.
with the doctor.
Yeah, it was. It was
Wonderful.
fantastic.
Wonderfully done, you and Hoag. Perfect team.
I tried so hard not to cry. A couple of times I had to blot.
I tell you, sometimes you hit that level and it's like, nothing wrong with that. We're only human. But speaking of humans, how many humans want to reset? Raise your hand, raise your foot, raise your eyelids, wake up. This is Top Quiz, yes, and we've sort of pushed it back a little bit into the day, but still, we're going to have 4 questions. You get 3 out of the 4 questions. 4 out of the 4, you are eligible for a random drawing for a 1972 Pinto. No, that was last week. Resets. Yes, you're here for resets. Yes, we are. And Jack, we got you here still?
Yes, if you get 3 or 4 correct, you're in a raffle for one of 60 free resets. Top 5 get them
Beautiful.
too, if they're quick.
All right. And yeah, top 5, you got to be quick. All right. Don't dwell. Don't Google. Don't call up your friend to get an answer because you'll be left out in the dark. All right. Who's ready? I'm ready. We still got people jumping in here.
I think we're all ready. We got a lot
names.
of people joining. If this is your first time here, you click that link that's pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. You enter your name, make it something fun, but not too fun, if you know what I'm saying. And then your email so we can contact you.
Oh, it's fun.
We can only accommodate up to 2,000, so we're gonna start this pretty soon, Eddie. If you are ready.
Now this is my last Top Quiz because I'm off next week. So I hope everybody enjoys it, and it's very nice ending it with the Anne Marie as my special, wonderful, beautiful guest.
Excited. Have my fingers and toes crossed.
How do you get your toes crossed? My goodness. You're a Jedi, right? You can do that.
I
You
can
just
do all kinds of, yeah.
All righty.
All right.
Well, Eddie, you ready?
I am ready. Fingers and toes and everything's crossed. Ready for the first question. Welcome to Cahoots at Work. May 16th, 2024. And our first question is, nobody's going to get this one. Before creating horror movies, George Romero directed some short segments on what show? Was it The Twilight Zone? Was it The Munsters? Was it Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? Or was it The Addams Family?
I'm going to guess The Twilight Zone.
Okay, Twilight Zone.
Oh.
And the answer is no. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, yes. George Romero, the zombie
Mr.
godfather.
Rogers' Neighborhood.
Yes. Where's Bonnie? 60W Streak, Nasdude, Bagat, and Lev. Top 5 here right now. Yes, it was Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. You can look it up. I told you, Anne.
It's fantastic. I know. I'm just a terrible test taker.
It's all right.
What?
All right, let's get our second question here.
All right, let's do it.
I'll hit that sound effect again. All right, what U.S. national holiday is celebrated in all countries? Is it National Fudge Day? Is it National Take Your Kid to Work Day, New Year's Day, or Hoag's birthday?
I'm going to guess it's New Year's Day.
New Year's Day, and the answer is,
Thank heavens.
yes.
Oh, I love it that somebody guessed Hoag's birthday. That's fantastic.
And it was an easy one, right? It was an easy one.
I know.
All right.
I love it.
All right, top 5. Lev Nasdude jumping in second place. Where's Bonnie? She's coming up. She's going to be back. Love Top Step. We love you, and Bagat still in the top 5. All right.
FYI in the comments, I thought Eddie wrote the questions today. I thought the same thing about China, but looked it up, and they do celebrate New Year's Day as well. So
Neener. There you go. Thank you, Jack. Man, I tell you. Top of the hill, they want to knock you off, Anne Marie.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Eddie. So.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm top of the hill, yeah. All right. Next question. French. Mark Zuckerberg recently wore a shirt written in Latin. What did it translate to? Can you imagine the answers I got here? Elon Musk must be destroyed. The Death Star must be destroyed. Carthage must be destroyed, or all humanoids must be destroyed. Which one is it?
It would be Carthage must be destroyed.
Carthage must be destroyed. Oh, wrong button. No, you got that right. Carthage must be destroyed. And, not too many. Some people are not too happy.
I got to figure out what that means. I just don't even, not smart enough. Hey, where's Bonnie? Is at the top.
Where's Bonnie taking the top spot? Scotty, bro, let's go GME. And is this where I and Kahoodadogi? All right, last question, my lovelies. All right, here we go. Here we go. What's Mickey Mouse's original name? Is it Squeaks Mahanahan Mouse, Rat Fink Mouse, Mortimer Mouse, or Danger Mouse?
Gosh, let it be Mortimer Mouse, please.
Let's see Mortimer Mouse. Do we got Mortimer Mouse up here? And the answer is yes, Mortimer Mouse.
Goodness.
Well, there you go. Well, you know what? Thank you very much. Would you get 2 out of the 4?
3?
She got 3. Don't
you
sell
got
her
3 out of the 4. I'm sorry?
3.
You got 3. Okay. Jack, what do we got for our contestants today? In third place, Joe Poos. Is this where I second place? And number 1, it is.
Yay.
Where's Bonnie? All right. Well, good job, Bonnie. And I missed ours, 4th and 5th. Sorry, Jack. I didn't see that either. But thank you very much for playing today's Top Quiz. I had a great time. And, of course, with our wonderful guest, as always, Anne Marie, thank you very much for being here with us. 3 out of 4. Last week you got 4 out of 4, right?
No, last week I got 2 out of 4. Jack.
All right. So we're climbing the hill, getting ready to knock you off.
Yeah.
All right.
We're
going to be right back here. Later. We've got, I think we've got group coaching here coming up? Oh, no, we got shoulder tap.
Yeah.
Correct?
Speedy shoulder tap.
Yes, we do. And I see Andre with the thumbs up. Thank you, brother. And we're going to take a break here. Once again, thank you for playing, and we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. What a great last couple hours here on Topstep TV. Let's get right into it. A lot of people's favorite segment, shoulder tap. It's a bit of an abbreviated version of shoulder tap today, so let's get right into it. Ben, what do we got today? Are we seeing some more green or more red on the board?
Yeah, Andre, kind of a mixed bag. Yesterday was CPI day, lots of activity there. That was really interesting watching that unfold, kind of that mind-numbing melt up. A lot of times, with typical volatility moves intraday, there's not a lot of rhyme or reason to people that, go up big money or, blow their account out or whatever it looks like. But during that, that 3 hour span from, 10 a.m. till 1 p.m. Central yesterday, where the equity markets in particular, were just marching higher with basically no pullback. There was this steady tick, almost like a metronome of, people that were hitting their daily loss limits. And then we were able to watch the people that were on the right side of the market were long, kind of see that P&L grow steadily. So it was a kind of an interesting window to watch in real time, over several hours, our traders trade. But again, back to kind of some choppy price action today, not a lot of rhyme or reason to it. So a bit of a mixed bag. We've got some traders doing well, though, don't get it wrong, and certainly some that have lost. We'll do some quick shout outs, and shout outs to you guys for the live account trade this morning. I know we still have a runner going, I believe. But sitting around $3,300 in profit in that live house account, which is really cool. And then we've got Dakota up a cool $8,800 today, making up for basically erasing his losses the day before. That's what great traders do, is they bounce back. They don't look too much into it and they keep moving. So yeah, great work from Dakota. Prince U is up 3,300 as well. And then one of our great Topstep X traders that got called up to a live account, Mark T. He's up a cool $4,500 today. Love seeing that. We had him out of his live account briefly, doing some maintenance on the account. Got him back in just recently, and he is putting up great numbers. Love the trading I've seen from Mark T, both in the XFA and the live account. He's raking it in today. So Mark, if you're listening, make sure you take home some profits. Lock up that account even if you need to with that great lockup feature. So yeah, lots of good stuff happening in the markets today. Let's go over our trading cards. We've got a couple of good ones. We'll start with Pinsin.
Hold on, markets are taking a dump right now.
Give me a second here.
We're about to get house account trade house account trade. We are out.
Just got
what the hell
out.
No, you got to be kidding me. Sorry about that. Yeah,
was there some news that came out? Maybe.
I'm looking. I don't see anything. We just saw huge. We saw about 11 handle sell off in the S&Ps right there. You got to be kidding me. They went right to.
Are you sharing your charts at all?
I am. Yeah, we are out. We're flat. It's all good.
All right, let me go to it. We're gonna have a slightly
because I said the markets were choppy today. That's why we
go and
say something about it. And here comes the action.
Yeah, go figure. If you get 12:23 Central Time, go figure. That's when the biggest move of the day happens, and we just got bottom ticked. The house account just got by. You got to be kidding.
Well, it was on 1 of 10 contracts, so we will survive.
That's true. I really want this to take it in the close. All good. It's gonna be good for hold times though for the card, so we'll take it.
No doubt. Yeah.
Oh, it's certainly.
I love that strategy, keeping the runner too, trying to go into the close. I think that's
all right, Ben. All right, we can get back to it. We'll search for some headlines here, but yeah, you were saying let's get back to it.
We'll get into the cards in a second here.
Okay.
There
it is, Dolby. #Power Hour. Man, what the hell was that?
Noon to 1 p.m. Central Power Hour.
You go figure. Told you, lock in half. We locked in 90%. Oh, told you. Oh, I see. Lock in half the prop. Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Armchair quarterbacks. Gotta love them.
The best. That wouldn't have been as fun as when they arrived. Yeah. We got right to it. Right to 29 halves. What are we doing, Jack? You want to keep going with shoulder tap, or were you looking to
we're just doing some emergency stuff in back here, but I'm ready. You guys are going to be small on this card, but I know that you're professionals, so you'll be okay with that. Let me get the cards. Who do you want to talk about first, Ben?
Yeah, let's go with Pinsin. This is someone who are Topstep TV regulars. People have been viewing for a while, should be familiar with Pinsin, but we've got some updates here. And if you're not familiar with Pinsin as one of our live traders in 150K live account, He did very, very well. Pinson did in the XFAs. Was trading 2 XFAs. Ended up getting a total balance of $74,000 called up to live about 45 days ago. So we've been trading in the live account for 45 days, but since moving to live, been struggling, I would say. Not really growing the account, actually down from that original starting balance, which is you never want to see 45 days later. Certainly does happen, though. Pinson right now is trading several different products, several different asset classes, which is kind of the most concerning part about that. Don't have an issue with different products, but when you start getting into different classes, metals, energies, equities, you got to track a lot of different news events, a lot of different times of day, market out. I mean, there's a lot that goes into a lot of things that impact those different markets in different ways. And so you got to be really, really professional about that trading. And you've also got to have a lot of time to dedicate to, picking up on all those nuances. So a little bit concerning, but again, he proved it to us such that he got called up to the live account. Right now he's averaging a daily P&L of minus $650. So not great there, but again, those big winning days can overshadow a lot of that, can make up for a lot of losses. Only winning 24% of the time, 24% winning days with an average winning trade percentage of 32%. So those numbers have continued to dwindle down. A lot of that's daily loss limits that we've hit and touched on before, but we had a bit of a situation with Penn that we addressed earlier in the week. So on Tuesday, Pinson was up about $18,000 realized, so closed flat. He got short in the crude oil product, early in the morning. Short 15 lots, locked it in, was completely flat on that short crude oil trade, and then about 15 or 20 minutes later, noticed that he got long 10 contracts and then built that up to another 15. So he took the other side of the market. Nothing necessarily wrong with that. That's part of what we do as day traders, is we're able to take both sides of the market, but the problem was crude oil kept going lower. So very quickly, that $18,000 profit started to dwindle, got down to around $10,000. I started picked up on it, started talking with some of our other risk managers about what we were going to do about this. We decided to reach out to Pinson. He's trading with us from Taiwan, so there's a pretty significant time difference there. That may have contributed to why we weren't able to get in contact with them. Sent over the email, kind of let him know, hey, if you go below, well below half of the profits that you've accrued so far today, we're going to flatten you and take you out. So let him know that. Ended up flattening him and locking the account up with $6,000 of profit on Tuesday, which again is a lot better. One of the things that influenced that decision on the risk team was pattern of behavior for Pinson. We've seen a number of times him reach that $15,000, $18,000, $20,000 mark, only then to give up, half or sometimes even go down to a daily loss limit. So obviously, in order to protect the prop firm's capital, that's the risk management team's number one job, is protect the capital in those live markets and protect our traders too, for that matter. We didn't know if Pinson was asleep, maybe away from the keyboard, or was just standing there watching it in disbelief, all of which are not good things when a trade is going against you with 15 lots on. So that's what we decided to do. Wanted to update you on how those conversations go and how some of the risk management tools are implemented on the back end for Pinson. And that's what we really need to work on. Pinson is down to an account balance of just shy of $40,000, again, down from that starting balance of $74,000. So not the end of the world. Lots of traders are in worse positions. One thing I would really like to see is see Pinson take a payout, even if it's $5,000, even if it's $10,000. There's a lot of renowned psychologists, renowned traders that are adamant about being kind to yourself when you are on a losing streak, right? If you get in that death spiral of negative talk and negative losing mindset, it can be just that, a death spiral, and you end up never coming out of it. So one of the things you can do is be kind to yourself, forgive yourself, and then game plan about what you're going to do to get back on. So those are the two things I really want to focus on here with Pinson, and I hope he's listening and takes away some of this. Putting up big winning days is not a problem for Pinson. He's put up 18,000, 14,000, 10,000, 6 and 7 grand winning days. So clearly he's capable of putting up big numbers. Again, the problem with that is we go on long losing streaks as well. Even though that daily loss limit is $3 grand, he's proven even the day, his best winning day, $18,000. Ended up going on a 9-day losing streak after that, which was all daily loss limits, equating to $27,000 of losses. So got to find a way to minimize those. And one of the things that I can recommend, and even is emphasized by some of the things Brett Steenbarger we just had on was talking about, is studying those winning days. So your best winning days, look at those and really do a full autopsy. What was the market conditions, the news, technicals, your own emotional temperature? What were the components that led to such a highly profitable day? And now let's look for those, right? Let's look for those conditions and try to replicate that. Logic says you want to be small on your losers and really big on your winners. So another thing he could do is look at scaling into those positions rather than taking 10 lots off the bat and maybe getting stopped out right away. So that's what I'd leave Pinson with. Just want to give him a true shoulder tap, let him know we need to turn it around, and try to give some guidance and positive reinforcement about how we can do that. I'm not sure where we stand. I know we've had a lot of things go on with this segment. If we have time for another card, we can go to it. If we need to move on, we can do that too.
No, let's get another card in.
Let's go card.
Yep.
Okay, great. Let's move on to Danny C. Danny's been trading fantastic. I actually heard his name featured a little bit earlier on the broadcast, which we love to hear. Danny, if you're in the chat, kudos to you. We're calling you up to a live account. Nice. Danny's been trading in the 50K XFA with us out of Hayward, California, trading the equities. So the ES, we got MQ up there, but that's an NQ and MNQ. So trade the NASDAQ. He's got 85% winning days and 72% winning trades, which is excellent on its face, but even better when you consider he's at a 2.5 to 1 risk reward ratio. So really raking it in, not even a small sample size relative to what we're generally looking at for the XFA traders. 20 days completed, 20 trading days. So, that's no accident having that kind of win rate and risk reward. I think we talked about Jack maybe last week. Those will eventually balance out a little bit. It's got to come out of somewhere. And you'll see that equalize a little bit closer towards maybe a 2 to 1 risk reward ratio, or a little bit lower on the win rates over time. But still really impressive to see, and certainly enough to call him up. We want to put traders like Danny in live accounts. So kudos again to you, Danny. Took $6,000 as well in payouts prior to the transfer. We love seeing that. That tells us that you value the money, that you're going to treat our money as though it was your own once we move you into a live account and trust you with that prop firm capital. So love that as well. And best winning day of $5,000 compared to that daily loss limit. So 5 times better than the daily loss limit on his best day. Also a big plus. Hard to find a lot I dislike on this trading card, to be honest with you, Andre. It was really cool seeing this, progressively trade well in the XFA and ultimately get that call up to live. He's sitting with 28 minutes on the winners and 20 minutes on the losers. So pretty close to even on the hold times. But that relationship between the risk reward and win rate is just fantastic. One last piece that I think there's actually a little bit of room for improvement. I think something I picked up on is the trade volumes. So if you were to look at, Danny, if you're listening, go ahead and do this. I would highly recommend doing this on your own. Go back and look at your trade volumes for days that you were, look at your P&Ls on days that you had taken more than 10 trades and days that you'd taken less than 10 trades. Your P&L on days where you take more than 10 trades is completely dwarfed by the days that you take fewer than 10 trades, meaning you are very profitable on days that you take fewer than 10 trades and very marginally profitable on days you take more than 10. Whatever it is about that number, that's what I picked up on. So just a note for you, go and study that, dissect that. That's an area you can continue to improve on, be more selective in your trading, and become even more profitable. This is a never-ending game of trying to get better, and that's one piece I think you can study a little bit and reflect on and implement going forward. So love having Danny in the account, loving what's going on with TopstepTV. Happy to be on with you, Andre, and glad we got some good trading cards in today as well.
Okay, just 2 trading cards today or 3?
Just the 2 today. We were a little bit abbreviated with Dr. Steenbarger in the quiz. So
yes, we were. Okay, awesome stuff. Hey, chat, let's try to keep it positive for just while we're doing this. Let's try to keep it positive. It does, just to recap that sell-off that we saw. It looks like NVIDIA sold off pretty hard there. That's what caused all the equities to take a bit of a dump. We are seeing about 50% retrace in that sell off. So it would have been nice to hold that runner. Anyways, Ben, thank you so much for all that insight in Shiller Tap. It is an abbreviated Shiller Tap. We always need more room for this segment. But yes, we had Dr. Brett Steenbarger on today. If you missed that, please go back and watch this evening. Take a breather. And we'll get back into the markets. Coming up next, we got group coaching. And JD and Hoag. Nice. Good, great combo. Good stuff, Ben. We got group coaching coming up next.
You are live, Hoag.
Okay.
Yeah.
JD seems to be muted, but welcome everybody to group coaching and abbreviated group coaching. We hope that you really enjoyed the session with Anne Marie and Dr. Steenbarger today. We're going to do our best to answer the questions that you have for us, as always, but nobody knows everything, of course, and we're going to answer what we can. JD, are you with me now?
I am. It would appear as soon as we push live, my microphone cut out for some reason.
Oh,
anyway,
that happens.
Anyway, yeah, it says let's crush 2023 in front of you, but it is in fact 2024 now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I lost the other slide deck. I don't know what happened. I'll find it, but just wanted to put this up there for everybody. But let's watch the markets here and see what's going on, and get ready for a good session today.
For sure. Yeah, we're getting a little movement in the equities right now. I believe Andre mentioned that our house account trade was stopped out, not too far from the low of that dip in the S&P. We're kind of cruising our way back up towards, well, we were looking out for a retest of VWAP, but now we're heading back south again.
Yeah. Well, something happened there, and that's, and that's the breaks. You keep a runner on, you leave it at break even. Sometimes that break even gets hit. Them's the breaks.
Yep, for sure. Well, anyway, we've got your questions here. Hoag had a Q&A earlier. He was asking the questions. Now he's going to start answering the questions. You ready to go? We got 20 minutes. So let's just hit it. First up comes from Fernando. Fernando says, hi, Hoag. I can usually predict where the market is going to move, but I enter too early and I end up getting stopped out. How can I improve in getting in the trade at the right time? The old timing question, right? The timeless question of time.
Yep.
What is the trick
And,
to timing the market? There's no answer to this, though, right?
then, I mean, there is no finite answer, right? There's nothing that's going to work every time. And we don't know the outcome of anything that we get into here. We're just trying to work on probabilities. But Fernando, one of the things that you might find useful is, start looking at it. Okay, you're looking at an opportunity. You see a probability that is going to be a profit, hopefully greater than the risk you have to take to get into the trade. So, take a look at it and say, okay, where is the risk on this trade? What has to happen? Where does price have to advertise to prove me wrong on this trade? And once you've established that, now you can start looking at, okay, what is a potential profit target for this trade? If you're at a level where you're at 1-to-1 reward over risk, you may want to be looking for better trade location. So instead of, FOMOing in, trying to get into trades early, expanding your risk, start thinking about your risk first, then look for a good trade location that you can afford according to that risk. And you may find that you're able to get into some better trades with more reward over risk ratio to them just by being patient, letting the market come to you, establishing the risk first. Of course, you're going to be establishing a profit target if it is in a market state where you should be doing that. Trends, profit targets may not be the best idea, but always be thinking about the affordability of the risk and try and get in as close to that risk as possible. You may miss some trades, but it's better than getting in too early, getting stopped out where you really wanted to put the trade on, and then watching the trade play out without you. That's like getting smacked in the head twice by Mike Tyson. Nobody wants that. I'd rather demand good trade location and miss a trade than get in too early, get stopped out, and miss the trade anyway. Just a couple of thoughts there for you, Fernando.
And we talked about this earlier. Crazy beats tough every day of the week. You don't want to get slapped in the face by Mike Tyson. All right. Thanks for the question, Fernando. All right. Next up, Yasmin says, John, what is the market profile platform you are using? I'm a big on market profile, having trained with Jim Dalton. Yasmin. Well, if we could pull it up, Hoag is using CTS.
Yeah.
Market profile.
The CTS platform. And I've had this platform pretty much since I stepped out of the pit. And unfortunately, we are not able to administer the market profile for traders that are using T4 in the Topstep program or even live. So your best bet to right now be looking for market profile, I think, is the TradeEvade platform that has the market profile on it. It's pretty good. I actually like it, but we are expecting to be adding market profile to Topstep X at some point in the near future. And again, unfortunately, I don't have a timeline for that, but we're working on it. So hopefully you'll be able to see it on Topstep X sooner than later.
Yep, we are working on it. And if you're on the Topstep X platform, you can check in on the roadmap. If you click that question mark icon on the left-hand side of your Topstep X platform screen, you can navigate over to the roadmap. You could drop your feedback in there, tell us what you like, tell us what you don't like, and we will work on it. So once we know when TPO charts are coming out, just like any other feature that we're rolling out for Topstep X, as soon as we know, you will know also, because it'll be posted right there in real time. All right, next up, Derek wants to know, Hoag, can you explain the late spike real quick?
Of course. Real quick. So on a 30-minute chart, yesterday in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, we know we had a trend day to the upside. But in the S&Ps, at the very end of the day, in the last half an hour of the trading session, that's the 2:30 to 3 o'clock session, or the end of the session, the market continued to push higher and then closed, in essence, at 3 p.m. Central Time. So the market continued to push higher, but did not have the time to show acceptance of that level through time. So we look at that as a late spike, and when we take that late spike, we look at where the market opens the next regular trading hours session. Oh my goodness, I've got quite the downpour coming. I may have to step away and close my windows at some point, but for now, we're all right. So we look at that as a continuation move. If the market opens inside the late spike on the previous session, that is marking potential acceptance of higher pricing. The market opens flat out above a late spike. That is basically saying that is even a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Take a look at what happened the day before yesterday. We put in a late spike at the end of the day. What did we do? We opened flat out above the late spike that was put in on, what was that, Monday, Tuesday, whatever day it was. We opened above it. We couldn't close the gap, and that's when we started our big trend day to the upside that happened yesterday. So that was Tuesday's into Wednesday's session here. Okay, so that can be something that is going to give you a nuance or some sort of a context to where price may end up moving that day. It doesn't tell you where, it doesn't tell you when. The long that we took this morning in fast markets was based on not only the base of the late spike, which was 53.30 quarter, was also the overnight low. So when we looked below the overnight low, looked below the base of the late spike and rejected, that was our opportunity to look for the long and the continuation to the upside. Something obviously has changed. The situation is now different, but that's what the base of the late spike can provide, is a decent level to look to take a trade, especially, up against the overnight low. I mean, when it went down below there and came back above the overnight low and back above the base of the late spike, that was our entry. Andre actually took it a little bit early, which is fine because it actually worked, but that lets us limit risk. And then we were able to take that pretty decent move to the upside. So the base of the late spike is just a movement that occurs at the end of the day that takes price away from previous balance and doesn't allow the market time to accept. There you go. Oh, you're muted again. $5. And then Cicero, $5 is 5 claims.
Yeah, JD's talking right now. Oh, he just disconnected.
Incredible. I had to rejoin again. I wasn't muted. My microphone said it was on.
Sure.
Anyway. Yeah,
Sure.
a likely story, right? But I heard you about the 5 I heard you about the 5 claims in Cicero. Another keeper. All right. Golfman 65. We're going back to the TPO charts. Golfman 65 wants to know, do single print TPOs coincide with fair value gaps? I know we've been talking a little bit about fair value gaps all week long. Well, for a while now. But do you find in your experience, do you track fair value gaps, and do they line up with single print TPOs? Have you noticed anything like that?
I don't. But when people point them out on the charts, I go, well, yeah, there's single TPOs there. So they're at least somehow related, right? I'm thinking fair value gaps are when, price is in fair value and then it moves away from that value to a new area of value. Very much sounds like a double distribution trend day, and where the market, ranges in a specific level, moves to a new level, and then ranges there. That, I think, is basically what a fair value gap is. Without knowing the real definition of a fair value gap, I would say they're at least related, if not relatively, close to what one another are.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm not big into the fair value gaps either, so I really have no base of reference to speak from here. But we do have a follow-up question on TPOs in the chat from Richard. Can we explain what a TPO is, guys, please? I guess we were kind of running away with the market profile stuff. But for our new watchers and listeners, can we just run through what a TPO is real quick for those for that group of people?
Of course. So a TPO is it stands for time, price, opportunity, right? So on the market profile, each tick that is traded is stacked, right? So you have 30-minute time periods, and they're all stacked on top of each other, and everything is pushed over to the left. A TPO is a time, price, opportunity. It is a time and a price where an opportunity to execute was. What the market profile does is it kind of pushes everything to the left to create the bell curve. But the TPO is the basic building block of the market profile. I'm going to put a link in to the chat that it kind of goes through the basics of the market profile, the building blocks, how it's created, and some of the nuances and features of the market profile. And here is that link for everybody. So if you do have questions, it's an hour long. It goes from kind of the beginning of profile, how it's created, how it's put together, and a lot of the nuances and a lot of the vocabulary that we do tend to use from time to time on Topstep TV. Value area, high value area, low point of control. What are all those things? I think pretty well explained in that hour long YouTube video there. So check that out.
Awesome. Yeah, if we could get that posted in the chat, that would be a big help. Also checking in on the chat, Yuan says, JD never admits he has muted his mic. Well, Yuan, much like the markets, I am infallible, contrary to popular belief, and I will never take any heat for technology issues. All right. Next up, Shankar has a qualifying question for you. Shankar says, Coach Hoag, by market open, you refer to the open price at the start of the U.S. trading session versus yesterday's U.S. trading session close. The Asian and European session you refer to as overnight session. Is my understanding of this correct?
Yes.
Just separating the sessions. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Absolutely.
There you go, Shankar. The answer is yes. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to Tazen. What are your favorite timelines to enter and manage trades? Does the TPO only apply to a 30-minute chart? Thank you. Kind of explain the TPOs. Well, we just did explain the TPOs, but you pretty much keep a 30-minute chart up all day long. Maybe you'll go to a higher time frame or a lower time frame to execute a trade, looking for better trade location. But for the most part, you're a 30-minute chart kind of guy, aren't you, Hoag?
Yeah, for the most part, because it lines up so well with the 30-minute market profile. But you can adjust TPO charts to like 15-minute TPOs or even shorter time frame or longer time frame. I learned on the 30-minute TPOs, so that's really kind of what I've stuck to. I'm in a reinvention stage, I think. I'm going back to basics, rereading a lot of things that I've read in the past and looking a little bit more at some technical analysis and some of those things. So, I've had many iterations as a trader, from a scalper to a day trader to swing to day. So, my favorite time frame is probably going to be the 30-minute chart, but I will look at shorter time frame charts to manage trades. And even after 30 years, I'm still learning, and that's what I love about this, is there's always more to learn, always more to know. Maybe sometimes a little bit too much knowledge can be a bad thing, but we have to just continue to learn and grow as traders. And that's a great question. So right now, for entering trades, it's probably the 30-minute chart.
Yep, and this ties into the next question too. It's really all about personal preference. What works for me might not necessarily work for you.
100%.
And in that regard, our next question from Kaua wants to know, should everyone be using the popular indicators such as RSI, VWAP, EMA, SMAs, etc.? It's an exponential moving average and a simple moving average. since the markets tend to move a lot based on them, and it seems those indicators have a higher success rate, also depending on how the trader trades those. So yeah, again, personal preference. What I'm looking at, we could be looking at the same chart and see two different things. It's so subjective that no two traders in 1,000 are going to be looking at the market in the exact same way. But what are your feelings on everybody looking at those same indicators and how price tends to move around them because so many people do look at those indicators?
Yeah, I mean, Coy, you're not wrong, but it's all in your ability to use those indicators to find higher probability setups. People, a lot of traders look at them. A lot of people use them. Does that make them stronger or more powerful or less or less powerful? That's debatable. But as long as you're able to use those tools to your advantage in looking for probabilities and good probability trades, then use them. I wouldn't suggest that everybody should be using them, but if they're working for you, that's the whole point, and good for you if that's the case.
Yep, and there you have it. Find what works for you. Don't depend. I mean, learn from other people, but don't depend on other people to do your trading for you. So, yeah. Eventually, you're going to have to take the reins yourself and take accountability for what you're doing. All right, next up, we got time for one more quick one. Jonathan from Jersey says, when you reach the point where you have a year in savings for all your bills from trading full time, how should you earn with your excess capital to earn more money? What would you do? So this is kind of another loaded question. How do you invest? Yeah. How did Dr. Steenbarger put it? If you're going to put all your money in Bitcoin, first of all, don't be surprised if you lose it all. Second of all, you shouldn't be putting everything you have into something that you have absolutely zero control over, right?
100%. 100%. You should be, taking it really, I think a lot of it depends on your age, Jonathan. If you're younger, then you can take that money and put it in some or a part of that money and put it in some higher risk investments. But most of my investing, I have a guy that does a lot of that for me. And I'm near 60 now, so as I get older, a lot of the higher risk stuff I'm I have a little bit less of. So I mean, it really depends on your age. If you're thinking about real estate, something like that, and I think you should always have some fixed income. You should as a young man, you should probably have more at risk. And it's a great question, and I am not a financial planner or anything. That's why most of my long-term investments I have with an investment banker. And it's a great question. And Jonathan, what a great problem to have. You've got a year's worth of savings for all your bills from trading full time, and you're paying your bills day to day, and you're saving that money. That's a great thing, Jonathan. Great problem to have. I would definitely, get in touch with somebody who's an expert at what you might be thinking about doing with that.
Jonathan is definitely winning, so go find yourself a guy. All right.
Yep.
With that, we are out of time. Thank you for joining Group Coaching. Hoag, well, stick around, guys, because we've got a cutting edge episode coming up with Andre from Edgeful is back. He's going to walk us through
nice.
Some of that software, and he'll be joined by Robert and myself. With that, we're going to take a short break, but Hoag, you got a little dad wisdom to leave us with?
Oh, yeah, I think I do here somewhere. Yeah, gotta find that. This is one of my favorites. The hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. This isn't easy. Gonna take some thick skin and some good work and accountability and some homework, but it's such a worthwhile endeavor to become a trader and at the very least understand how markets work. So stick with it. We'll see you soon.
welcome to the Cutting Edge. All right. I'm JD. I'll be kind of driving this episode. You're looking at Coach Robert and Andre from Edgeful. Andre is the CEO of Edgeful. He was on just a couple weeks ago showing us his software for processing data into trading data, basically. A little bit about Andre. He's been trading for a couple of years now with Topstep for just a few months. He was a hedge fund trader. He was an analyst for Goldman Sachs. And the rumor is actually he took on the initiative with the rest of the golden interns for building the platform for hunting down your sim stops. That's a joke. He actually doesn't care where your sim stops are. But anyway, good afternoon, gentlemen. How's everything going today? Feeling good?
Yes. Thank you for having me. It's great to be back.
Yeah, excellent.
It's definitely a joke. There's no one to be worrying about their stop hunting, especially on the sim.
It's a little running. It's a gag that we've had going on here for a couple months now, and yeah, someone blamed the Goldman interns for running their sim stop, so we just ran with it.
I can confirm.
All right. CEO and founder of Edgeful. He also just recently passed a trading combine in, get this, 8 trades, not 8 trading days, not 8 trading days, but 8 trades. Andre has passed his trading combine, waiting on his XFA right now. Congratulations, Andre. You've joined the ranks.
Thank you. It's pretty cool, honestly. It's a really good experience. Like it was fun to do it. I primarily trade options, so switching to futures was something that I was like, all right, I'll try it out. This like Topstep has obviously gotten extremely popular, so I was like, I might as well try it out. I was on the show and I was like, all right, like let's do it. And then what was really cool was actually, I'll just pull up my little certificate here. What helped me really honestly pass it so quickly was using the data behind it. Like I'm not familiar with how really futures work, to be honest, but using the data behind how they work was what helped me honestly like pass the challenge so quickly. So I was using Edgeful obviously, and it just helped me like kind of pass it instantly. So, or not instantly, but like over the course of a few days. And it's been a good experience. Like I'm looking forward to seeing what I could do with it and how Edgeful can help me start to get payouts now. It's like the next steps.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it myself quite a bit. And I know Coach Robert has also. It's a very impressive tool. It just takes your data and it really gives you great insight into price action, all kinds of market action. Coach Robert, I know you've been playing around with it more than I have. What's your take on Edgeful so far?
Man, I really like it because it's, I'm a data person. I like to look at the numbers versus my feelings, right? Brett Steenbarger was on earlier, had a great job about how to control some of that stuff. I am going to go back. It was during my lunch, so I was kind of chowing down while I was listening, but definitely going to go back and re-listen to that session with eyes and ears locked. But for me, I'm a data person. It's like facts over feelings for me. It's like no disrespect to anybody, but I just want to place the trade when the trade comes, and it's not really a subjective thing. If the pattern shows up or if the criteria shows up, I'm going to place a trade, period, done deal. No questions asked, put it on, win or lose, okay? And this is what Edgeful was working well for me because that's all it looks at. It doesn't look at, well, is this a two-legged pullback? Is this type of pattern? It looks at gaps. It looks at things that every trader in the world, regardless of where you are, what time you look at the market, your time frame, your chart, your platform, your broker, nothing, everyone can agree to it. So we can look at something, for example, which I'll show them a couple of my favorites in a minute after Andre gets his spiel here. And let's say, for example, I pulled up the ES and I pull up a 5-minute chart on ES. I can say, look back the last year and tell me the maximum amount of green candles before it goes red. And in this case, it happened to be 8. So I know if I'm on a 5-minute chart on ES and I see 8 green candles, you can bet the farm I'm going to be taking a short because there's no question at that point. Can it go to 9? Sure can. And it might be the only anomaly that ever happened in the last year. But if it does, guess what? My stop is going to be within that 5-minute candle high, right? That's pretty much how I looked at this data. Gap ups and downs are unbelievable. And I'll share those two things that I looked at because I thought they were amazing to look at the number of gap up versus the whole market, like 5 p.m. Central to 4 p.m. Central. And then 5 p.m. the next market, that would be a gap up for the close of the U.S. to the open of the Asia. And then comparing that to the close of the U.S. to the open of the U.S. session the next day. It just makes all the sense in the world to me because it takes all of your bias away from you that we'll talk about a bit also. It's like, man, this thing just gapped up. It's a Monday. It's NQ and it gapped up 20 points. Well, you can be sure as hell I'm going to short that because 100% of the time when that happened before, over the last year, it closed the gap. So there's no question at that point. It just takes that bias res. I don't care if it looks like it's an uptrend. It's still going to short that gap, okay? That's what I really like about it. I have been playing around with it. I'm glad to be able to sit here and chat with Andre again. And we had a conversation a couple of days ago with some fill-in stuff. So I'm looking forward to hearing what his couple of good reports are. Then I'll share a couple of my good reports. And we will go forth. And also, JD, you mentioned that Andre got into the funded. He's set now. We're getting those accounts set up for him.
Right.
But Andre,
excellent.
89% winning days. Okay, on the short time that you're trading, at 84% win rate. Your average P&L was 337, and you're at 1.2 to 1 risk reward ratio. Those are pretty damn good stats there, my friend, for somebody who has not traded futures, who's an option guy and said, well, let me apply what I have and what I'm working with to something I don't know about and just follow it. And the proof is in the pudding. So congratulations on being funded your first time.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. One of the comparisons that I really like to make is, this is like an analogy, and I'll make a comparison right now. And it's, if you want to learn Italian, you can go to a tutor once a week and you can learn it over the course of 3 years, or you can go to Italy and you can learn it in 3 months. And not leveraging the tools around you is like in trading is, in my opinion, is such a mistake, because if you want to become a profitable trader quickly, if you want to pass these challenges, use the tools around you the same way. Like I trade options exclusively, and I used Edgeful, and now I passed the challenge. So that's just like one thing that I always recommend, like journaling and like being part of communities and leveraging the tools around you so you can expedite that learning curve. Like instead of going to the tutor once a week, go to Italy and take advantage of like being immersed in that environment. It's the same thing. Like take advantage of the tools around you. Like what Edgeful allows you to do, honestly, is you don't have to become an analyst. I was a hedge fund analyst. I was an analyst at Goldman Sachs. And the reason that Edgeful was actually built was because I could no longer do it in Excel. Like this stuff, even for someone that has a ton of Excel experience, a very, very data heavy guy, I was no longer able to do it. So now I know that there are people that have less experience than I do. And this is why the reason we've built it is so you don't have to become an analyst to become a profitable trader. So that's just the one thing, just kind of add to what you said, Robert. It's just like so important, I think, to leverage the tools around you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we get questions all the time about people asking, is it wise to start to trade, to have open positions on around something like economic events? I'm looking at the FOMC performance sheet right now in Edgeful, and they have 5 years. They have data going back 5 years on how the market performs around FOMC. You know, like if you really wanted to hold a position into an event like that, you have the data that shows you what the probability of a market move is, what direction, and what percentage it's going to move. You know, this is really
it'll be in that price action report type, and then it'll be in that price action report type, and then in that FOMC performance report. But yeah, it's very interesting, like that you get to see just instantly all the averages, how things move, and how like where you should be positioned on what side of the trade. It's we try to make it very simple. As you guys can see, like there's really not much there, and we do that on purpose. So it's not all bells and whistles. It's not going to be very overwhelming to, regardless of your level of experience. It's not like we want to make sure that it's very easy to digest. So if you're not an analyst, if you're not a statistics guy, it's still fine for you because we try to make it very simplified and like digestible, intuitive. But yeah, these are the average moves of Yes, on days of FOMC. So you can see obviously 2 p.m. comes around and you see a spike, or 2:30 comes around, Powell speaking. Now you see the volatility there. So.
Yep, and these
Very
times are in Eastern, just so they know over here. Right. And go ahead, Andre. While you're talking on this, I'll pull up one of my favorite charts.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's with the gaps. So go for it.
Oh, that's a great one too.
Yeah. And you can just pull that up. But the last thing I'll say about this is you'll notice, you don't even need to go back, but the day's flat during the whole day. People love to overtrade in that morning on FOMC. And it's like, you're going to get chopped up in that session before Powell speaks. If you are going to trade on an FOMC day, which I personally do not, it's just too unpredictable. But waiting until he speaks or waiting until after he speaks is probably going to be the best move, because that's where the actual opportunities lie. But sorry, Robert, go ahead.
I just wanted you to fill in the blanks there. I see my screen up. So this is one of the favorite reports I like. It's a price action type report. There are several types under the title. This one's under price action. It's called a gap fill. There are a bunch under there as well. We're not going to demo everything, but just to show you, share with you what I found. This is the NASDAQ, and I'm using the entire day. So this is Eastern, 6 p.m. to 5, so Central 5 p.m. to 4 p.m. And I'm using year to date. So this is the entire year beginning January 1st until yesterday. And what I chose was the gap fill, and it gives us a little picture as to what we're talking about. This would be a gap up, where this is the closing price down the bottom here of one day, and then there's a gap, and when it opens up literally an hour later, right? The market closes one day and then opens the next futures market. There's a gap up. And then, what does it look like? Didn't mean to scroll. What does it look like when the gap up is filled? There it is, the gap up, and then we have candles going down. Now, we don't know how much further it went up before it got filled, but here's something that we do know, is that on a Monday, on NQ, whenever there was a gap down since January 1st, it was filled 100% of the time. So guess what? If it's a Monday and there's a gap down, I'm probably going to want to take a long, since it was gap down, it would be filling back up again. And of course, it's price action. So that doesn't mean it's going to happen right off the bat, but I know that eventually 100% of the time. How about on Tuesdays? Oh, on Tuesday, if it's a gap up, it was filled 100% of the time. Wednesdays, not so much, but they're pretty high. Thursdays, the same thing, a gap down. So this is just really something that I want to take a look at. And I'm just going to change one thing and kick it back over. Now I'm just going to go to the New York session. So forgetting the entire futures. Well, if it's a gap down, 80% of the time it fills. Well, guess what? That just means that the close of the U.S. market to the open, there ended up being a gap down, and that was closed 80% of the time. Coincidentally, 100% of the time when the entire futures market gaps down. And on Tuesday, the same thing. It's really, really high in the gap up. Wednesday was about even. We see it. 75% of the gap down on Thursdays, and not much. So if you have a gap on Fridays from the New York session close one day on Thursday to the New York session open on the Friday morning, we have less than half the time if there's a gap up or gap down that it closes. This is for all year so far, the beginning of this year. So this is just something that I really like to look at, because it gives me at least an idea. It gives you the edge, right? It gives you a little bit more. Say, wow, dang, this is a Monday. We had a gap down. 80% of the time, that's filling it. But on a Friday, 20% of the time. So guess what you do on Fridays? You don't play gap fills. Guess you do on Mondays. If it's a gap down, you probably want to at least get in the idea of saying, that's a pretty good chance this is going to go up again. And if it happened to be in the overnight market, it's 100% win on it. 100% closure, because we don't know how far away it goes before it comes back around, right? So you want to speak to that a little bit, Andre?
Yeah, of course. And this is something this is actually just kind of the story of how this report was the first thing I ever built in Excel. And this is something that I gravitated towards a lot, because it's very simple. It's very easy to see on a chart. All you have to look at, honestly, is the previous day's closing price and where we open today. So if we open above, that's a gap up. If we open below, that's a gap down. And what you want to do, if the gap fill rate is high, like in this case, like 100% of the time, target that previous day's closing price in either direction. So the way that you use that is you say, this gives me a bias on the day. So if there's a gap up and it fills, I want to be bearish targeting this gap fill. If there's a gap down and it fills, I want to be bullish targeting that gap fill. So this is something that can help you. Like a lot of people, I'm sure they're like, well, I don't know what direction to pick. I don't know really what's going to happen today. And obviously nobody does, but there is certain tendencies and certain patterns that occur where if these gaps tend to fill a lot, now you have the edge on your side. You're trading with the data on your side, which is obviously, as traders, we all want to trade with the data on our side, and we want to be on that, like on the correct direction. So that's the way that you can use this report, is to say, what's my bias going to be like today? And obviously this doesn't mean buy or sell at the open, or just like blindly buy or sell and just hold until it hits that target. It means like keep your risk in mind, keep everything in mind, but you want to be targeting this certain direction.
Yeah, that's a great fill in there, and I'll address a couple of questions in the chat when I was doing this. Someone was asking about what about moving averages? No, moving averages aren't in there. They're subjective as to how many times it touches. Are you calculating moving average in the open, the close of the candle, high, low, close of I by 4? What period is it on? Is there a buffer on there? It's not going to. None of this stuff is going to be subjective trading like that. Another question was what time frame are these gaps? Time frame is irrelevant. It's what price it was closed at, and then what price did it open at. It's got nothing to do with time at that point. It closed here, opened here. It could be a 17-hour candle. It could be a 30-second candle. Those two prices will be the same. And this is my favorite thing about it. Is that it's just non-subjective. It is or it isn't. You know, it really is. We talk about this quite a bit. You know, so
yeah, it's that's the really nice part, is that it's not up to opinion. Like whether this suits my strategy, or it suits my thoughts, or it suits my bias, or it suits like whatever preconceived notions I have, it doesn't matter, because this is not my opinion. This is a matter of fact, and this is all like historical data that actually happened. So even if it's not in my favor, if I'm like I'm really bullish today for whatever reason, but the data doesn't reinforce that, it doesn't matter what my emotions feel. It's just side with the data, and over time you're going to win. That's truly like the way that it works, is like most of the time people blow up because they get super emotional and they trade with their feelings. But traders over time will never win if you trade with your emotions. You have to trade on the side of the data. And that's like what the best part about this is that there's no opinion here. It's all black or white, which is really nice.
Awesome. Let's talk about your time in the trading combine for a minute. So 8 trades. Sure. I'm assuming seven winners and a loser, right? Just based on your winning trade percentage, right?
Yeah, winning rate in terms of days, yeah.
Yeah. So is there a specific report that you were looking at in Edgeful while you were trading? Is there a report that you reference more than any of the others, maybe? I saw even affinity for volume and range by weekday and previous day's range. Yes. Are those those are some of the major reports that you're looking at day in, day out?
Absolutely. Yeah. The volume and range by weekday is honestly, in my opinion, one of my favorites, because let me just pull this up here. I'll show you. So here we're looking at NQ. We're looking at the New York session. So from 9:30 to 4, and we're looking at the trailing 1 year. What this report measures is the average daily volume and the average range. So the volume between this New York session. So the way that you use this, and the way that I like to use this, is to see, okay, there's clearly an uptrend here in volume and range. Sorry, if you want me to zoom in a little bit. You want me to zoom in? Is that fine? All right.
I think it looks good.
All right, perfect. So there's clearly an uptrend here in volume and range. So what does that mean? Mondays have the lowest volume and lowest range, which means lowest volume, very choppy price action, not a lot of continuation, probably a lot of fake outs. And low range literally means the least amount of meat on the bone, the least amount of opportunity to trade. Then you go later into that week, later into the Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you see big elevation in volume, big elevation in range. So higher volume means more continuation, easier price action to read and trade, and more range literally means more meat on the bone. So what days have the opportunities and what days don't have the opportunities? Generally speaking, Wednesday through Friday are the days that will have the nice big moves, which are easy to capture. So I focus on trading the days with good opportunities, and more importantly, avoid the days with bad opportunities. So Mondays will typically not have the best price action, and these are probably the days where most traders are red, because they're sitting in these choppy price action, where most of the time there's just, it's for whatever reason, it doesn't matter. This is what the data is. This is what actually happens. The opportunities are not actually there on Mondays. So I focus on trading later in the week when there are those home run trades. If you are going to trade on a Monday, this is time when you want to pull in your profit targets a little bit. Maybe you size down a little bit so you can kind of bat for singles, bat for doubles. but the home runs really come later in the week. So identifying the personality of the instrument you're trading is very important, so you can align to that instrument and align to like the behavior of how it works. If that makes sense.
Right. And just checking in on the chat, how you interpret this data is totally, I mean, the data is the data. That's not subjective.
Correct.
But the way you interpret it can be. So
Correct.
Andre's saying he's more of a breakout trader. So he likes those big move days. He's going to, he said it, I want to hit that home run, you know. A lot of you out there are range traders. So you might take that in a little different manner, a different fashion, you know. You might like those short, small, choppy ranges. That might be your trading style. So a little different for everybody, right?
Of course. Yeah. And that's we'll never provide buy and sell signals on here because there are so many different ways to interpret the data. So for the way that I read this report is different from the way you will, is different from the way that Robert will. And that's why we don't have you, here's what to do with this. It's here are some options. And we always have a video at the bottom that will kind of explain how you should use it and apply it to your trading. But they're all recommendations. There is no, this is what you should do or that's what you should do. And for option selling, which is what I really like to do actually, Mondays are fantastic for that. And I don't want to get into the details of option selling, but like option selling, you want choppy price action, low volatility, and you just want the premium to decay, which is fantastic on Mondays. So that's something that I like to do. And I will never do that later in the week on a Thursday or Friday because there is that increased volatility, which as an option seller, you don't want. And I don't want to get into that like option stuff right now, but it's there's a million ways to interpret this. And that's the beautiful part is that we're not enforcing our strategies or our ideals on you.
Exactly. Thanks for that clarification. Next, Coach Robert. People in the, I've seen a couple times in the chat, people asking how this works around the initial balance, and that's something that you're looking to talk about too. You've been watching the initial balance report on here.
Yeah, I do. Well, I watch it during the day, you know, as the show goes on. But let's do it. Let's pull it up. I actually had the. I'll jump right into that. JD, I actually had the consecutive candles already queued up. The price action. Yeah, it's a green and red streak, and I'm choosing to keep everybody informed the NQ, and it's the entire day. So I want to see the daily. Okay, and this is year to date, starting from January 1st until now. The maximum amount of green days has been 6. So if I'm looking at day number 6 and it closes green, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be shorting the next day, or at least looking for it to finish on the downside. I may not be shorting it right away. No. But if it's a gap up at the market open and it's a Tuesday and it fills 100% of the time historically, I will be shorting it. It's just a really good tool. And like Andre said, it's not a buy and sell signal. You should do this because, hey, it may gap up, and yes, it may fill that gap, but it might go 200 points in the opposite direction first. So this is nothing is an end all be all, holy grail. It's just another piece of information, but you can be sure as heck if it's that 6th green day and there's a gap up, and then the initial balance has a downward movement, you're probably going to be shorting it the rest of the day because it's most likely, highest probability, it's going to close red. So you can try to ride that out. Scale down, size down, and trade your own style. But sure, I love these things. So let's pull up that initial balance that you're asking for, JD. So what do we want to look at? Let's look at the ES. How's that sound? Since it's one of Hoag's favorites in the initial balance. So we're looking at price action. I have the initial balance breakout. I'm looking at the ES, and we're only going to use the New York time frame. And there we have it. This is a chart here. It's showing me that 59% of the time, one or the other side breaks out, either the high side of the initial balance or the low side, right? Am I reading this right, Andre? 59% of the time?
That's exactly right. Exactly right.
And the double break, when a high and the low of the initial balance is broken, is 40% of the time. So to me, it's almost like, hey, if you get both of them, it's ranging, right? It's not really a good day. So you may want to look back and say, well, what happened during the gap up on that session? So there's a gap up of the actual full futures market, gap up or down, and then there's a gap up or down for the opening range, and then we have this report, which is the initial balance. It just gives us another idea of what we're looking at, and of course, it shows you what it means by initial balance. And then below there, every one of these gives you a really nice YouTube tutorial about it. So that's your initial balance. Andre, do you want to take that over?
Yeah, sure. So just so everyone knows, I'll just kind of remind everyone that the initial balance is the high and low of the first hour of trading. So in this case, we have that New York session selected. So that's from 9:30 to 10:30. And then after that is when you can see the breakouts in either direction. So if you guys want to switch to my screen really quickly, I can just show you. So we actually have TradingView indicators that come with the plan currently. So in this case, we have one that automatically plots the initial balance. So you can see this was yesterday on ES. You can see after the initial balance was formed, we broke out to one side and it continued. So that falls into that 59% of the time. Let me just switch that report quickly. Initial balance, and I'll switch to ES. I'll just switch back here for a second. Here. So for ES, and this isn't the last year, this isn't year to date, but this 64% of the time, this will happen. So once one side breaks, like this is how you'd use this, is to say once one side breaks, you don't really want to target that other side. So in this case, one side broke, you don't really want to target the other side. And this will automatically plot, once you have this indicator on, it will automatically plot right onto your charts every day. So you can also adjust the times if you like to look at a different initial balance start and end time. But that's the way that you would use this report, is to say, once one side gets hit, I don't want to target the other side. Also, what you'll notice here is that only 2% of the time in the entire last year has neither side been touched. So you have I don't want to say you have a guarantee, but you have a very, very high probability of one of those sides being hit. So you want to be targeting one of those areas if you are going to take a trade, if you're like kind of in that middle of the range.
Very interesting. Just a little housekeeping, guys. For everybody in the chat saying they're having issues with TopStep X right now, I did check in with our support team while I saw that scrolling through the chat, and there are no issues reported at the moment. So we advise you to take just normal troubleshooting techniques. Restart, check your connection, all that. Refresh your screen possibly. No real reports of outages for TopStep X right now. All right. Yep, I see him coming in now. TopStep X is fine for most people. What's up next, Robert? What's your... You there? Oh,
I think you're muted.
We got a mute for Robert.
I must have double tapped it. We're double tap it. I would gladly contribute to the mute fund for charity there. No problem.
I owe a few,
okay, so
few bucks myself today.
Right. So what's next? There's a little bit of a two-part thing here. So Andre, last time you were on, not sure if you remember, I'm sure maybe some of the chat does, but I posed a little analytical question for you. I see it up there behind you. I gave you a little challenge there. Yeah, on your painting. It said, hey, if you started from the left and counted, as those lines moved up, and then if you counted, they went down, you counted one, and up, you counted one, and then from the bottom to top. What did you come up with for an answer? Do you happen to take a look at it? I'm right in the spot here, buddy.
Yeah, no. I definitely looked at it. I have it up on my screens if you guys switch to my screen here. So I took a picture and I annotated every single line on here. The difficult part was to count. How did you want them to be like truncated? So what I did was there's 241 vertical lines on here and there's 84 horizontal lines. And I couldn't, it's subjective, which is not what we want, of what's like a +1 or -1, because they're not in rows. So what I did was I just summed pretty much all the vertical and all the horizontal lines, which, for those of you who were not watching this last time or don't remember, you probably have no idea what we're talking about. But this painting behind me was, Robert seemed very interested in it and wanted to do a little analysis on it.
I did. It was just basically a +1, So if we relate this to trading to bring the whole context around, we were talking about consecutive candles and stuff. So if you have a green candle, they count that as 1. Another green, I have a power of 2, like counting cards, right? Then 3, I have 3. But if I have a red, I now have 2. If I have another red, I have 1. I have another green, I have 2. And then what is the total number at the end of the day? It's like when you're playing blackjack, is it over 10 or under 10, +1 or -1? And after all the cards are dealt, you try to figure out what's left of the deck, right? So I saw that painting back there, and it just got me kind of interested. I just kind of threw that challenge out kind of as a tongue-in-cheek approach, and wouldn't you know, the guy doctored it up and comes up with the real number. Another analyst guy. So that's super. Yeah. So let me ask you, back onto the trading. How did you use what you're doing from going to options to not trading futures to jumping into TopStep, getting a combine, passing in 8 trades, and becoming a funded trader? What was your go-to on this? I mean, you have the tools in front of you. You didn't know anything about it. You're like, hey, this is what the data says. Let me give it a shot, and it worked. So what did you use?
So volume and range by weekday, a huge one that I really like to use. The gap fill one is another really important one in my opinion, specifically by weekday, and by size is also very important. So Robert, you had just mentioned the gap fill by weekday. That's something that I really focus on. And with options as well as futures, it kind of translates over when you trade options directionally. So if you're buying calls or buying puts, it like you're still trading a certain direction. So not on the selling side, but on the buying side, you're trading a certain direction. And I really like to be targeting that previous day's closing price. For some reason, when you have that data on your side, it just tends to play out. And it's something that just makes trading a lot more stress-free, and it takes kind of the mental aspect out of it, because you know this is going to happen 80 or 90% of the time. So that's the gap fill is one of them that I really like. Another one that I really like is the previous day's range. So this one actually shows you for every time, if you want to just switch to that previous day's range, a little bit towards the bottom there. Right, up a couple, up like 4. Yeah, right there.
There we go.
Perfect. So this is a very, very, very interesting one. And there's a very strong correlation here too. So what you see on that bar to the left is for every time in year to date, so in this entire year, every time price has broken above yesterday's high, today has closed green 70, 75, 76, what is that? 75% of the time. So as soon as price breaks out of yesterday's high, now you have a very strong chance that today's going to close green. So you want to have a bullish bias today. And a lot of people will like to say this means like or after there's a breakout of the previous day's high, they'll say I want to take a rejection, which is totally fine if you want to scalp a rejection. But people get very bearish when we break out a previous day's high, and then now they want to set their profit targets in where price would be like very deep in the red. So what you don't want to do is that, because the data says that for every time we break out a previous day's high, we're going to close green today. So that applies to SPY, it applies to QQQ, it applies to NQ, it applies to ES, like all the major indices. This is something that is a huge, huge edge, in my opinion, is looking at yesterday's high and low. If we break out above, I'm bullish. If we break down below, I'm bearish. Very simple. Like, I don't like to overcomplicate trading. It's as simple as this. I don't want to overcomplicate it. And I know that we're talking about like a lot of like statistics right now, but if you really sit back, we're not overcomplicating anything. And this is like how easy it is to pass a combine when you say, okay, above this level, I'm bullish, below this level, I'm bearish. Obviously there's risk management that comes with it. There's entry strategies and whatever else, but the bias is the most important piece. Like understanding, should I be long or short is so important, obviously, that if you have the edge on your side, I would always recommend risk management, but like it's so much easier to trade when you have the edge on your side and you have price going in your direction. So yes, you can have some drawdown, and yes, you should be careful with your entries and your exits. And of course your sizing is extremely important, but over time, when you play the odds, in this case, 75% of the time in the last year, when price breaks out of yesterday's high, you want to be bullish. So that's what I like to use, and this is what I used to pass the combine as well. It's the data. I'm not trading options.
Yeah, and I just switched over to the bi-weekday to show the different days. If it's a Monday, if you are trading ES and it's a Monday, and then you go below yesterday's low, 100% of the time it closes red. Yeah, Friday, excuse me, Friday's low. 100% of the time it closed red. So that's, to me, it's almost a no-brainer. And like you said, it's not a home run to say, hey, it just fell below yesterday's low. In this case, Monday, it just fell below Friday's low. I'm going to short it and I'm going to win. That might not be the case because it might go under it by 2 ticks, go 40 points the other direction before it comes back down to closes. So we still need to we still need to trade, but this gives you a great idea to say, well, wow, if it's already below it, since January 1st, 100% of the time on Mondays it closed red on that particular day.
Correct.
On Wednesdays, if it broke the high, 90% of the time that day closed green. And I'm just toggling through these pretty quickly. So that tells me, hey, it's a Wednesday. We had a gap up, not a gap up. We just broke over yesterday's high. At least I'm going to watch, potentially have a bias for the long side, right? And on Mondays, if it goes short, goes down, I'm going to look at that way. It's super good. I love the data analysis.
Yeah.
JD, you've been playing around with it a bit too?
Yeah, just a little bit. That trade kind of reminded me of the Austin Silver method. I don't know if you guys seen him on here before. He is a perma bull. He would only buy the S&P. The only time he will ever sell the S&P is when it breaks below the previous day's low. That's the only time he'll ever consider taking a short position, when it breaks below the previous day's low. But yeah, this is really excellent stuff. I mean, Isaac is doing he's doing your homework for you guys. I'm sorry, Andre. I just said Isaac. Andre, he's doing your homework for you. This shouldn't take the place of your own personal analysis, but when you see the data, the facts lining up with your analysis, you're going to find yourself running into a couple A+ setups every single day. Yeah. This is really great stuff to have.
Yeah.
The chat asked me to switch over to NQ. Andre, I'll give it right back to you. The chat asked me to switch to NQ just so you can see it, and just in case they can't see it on the screen. On Mondays, the green day was 88% over. Tuesdays, it's about split. But on Wednesdays, NQ on Wednesdays, if it broke the previous day's high, 100% of the time, it still finished a green day. Amazing. Yeah. Amazing.
And keep in mind, you're on that New York session right now. So you're looking to the previous New York session. So from one New York session to the next.
Thank you for that. Awesome. Let's go to daily, see if it makes a difference. Thank you. Yep. In a daily, if it's going to be 75%. Excellent.
Yeah. So I was going to say, speaking of Austin, he actually requested, I believe I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he actually requested this report. And that button at the top right there, new report ideas, that's something that we have where any of our users can request a report. So if you want to see how often do we touch the last week's high and what happens for every time we break above or below the previous week's range, how do we close this week? That's something that you just reach out to us. You click that button and it's completely for free for now. So for anyone who's a user of ours or is interested in becoming a user, I would highly recommend, and you have a report idea that you just really haven't kind of been able to build out yourself, highly recommend to reach out to us and request that report, because we can build it out for you. And now you'll be able to see it on any time frame, on any instrument, whether you trade futures, stocks. I mean, I'm assuming there are no Forex traders here, but we do have stocks, Forex, and futures. So,
and we're limited.
Sorry, go ahead.
These reports are limited to market generated data, correct? Like you can't bring in outside third-party data. So I did have a question about, we've been tracking MOC imbalances going into the close pretty much every day for the last couple months, but that's not something we could really track doing this because we would have to bring in outside data to feed it, and sort of we would have to source you with data to come up with the actual report, correct? So that's not something that's very feasible.
Yes, I mean, what was that MOC data?
So the market on close orders, the New York stock, it's what it is. Yeah,
that's something that we don't have currently. Yeah,
correct.
But it's but like we have economic data, we have earnings data, we have a bunch of other things that you can request, and soon, probably within the next few months, we're going to have options data. So, I mean, again, I know that this is obviously primarily futures, but we're going to have a lot more data. And specifically, you'll be able to see, okay, if CPI came in hotter than expected, then you can build a report around that. Like, then what happens? Or if something else happens, then like whatever else. I mean, these indices don't have any earnings data, so you'd have to switch to a stock. But
right.
But yeah, we can, if we have the data for it and we can build a report, we definitely will.
Question in the chat: how far back does the data go that you're utilizing right now? Is there a limit, a time limit on it?
So yes, so we currently do 5 years, and I'm just going to talk a little bit more about why we do that.
Okay.
So we get a lot of comments about, well, how does this work over 20 years? How does this work over 25 years or 15 years or 10 years? So this is a trading platform. This is not an investing platform. So the way that the market moved in 2004 or in 2014 is completely different than the way that it moves now. So you actually don't want the data from that far back, because what it's doing is actually diluting the current market environment and the way that the market moves now. So you're going to get a bunch of different data that's actually misleading you. Whereas when you look at the more recent market trends, which is the trailing 1 year, 2 years, 6 months, etc., now you get to really capture that most recent market trend. So we have limited it to 5 years. Maybe eventually we'll add 10. But currently that's kind of like the sweet spot. Like we find that most of our traders will be 1 year and less is what they'll look at. And that's what I do too. I usually go from the 1 year to the 6 and 3 month. And I just kind of side tip. I always check if the 1 year is aligning with the shorter timeframes, which would result in continuation, or if the shorter timeframes are deviating from that longer timeframe, so deviating from that 1 year, then maybe we can expect something to start to change. Just a note there. But I hope that answered the question about timeframes.
Oh yeah, I think you nailed that one, Coach Robert. Perfect answer. A lot of people agree with you. 1 year is the perfect amount of time. 1 year and less, yeah. Definitely weighting it towards more recent price action, recent dates.
Yeah, as a trader, I think,
Coach Robert, what do we have next? I had a list of questions. Let me find it again. But
I got it right here. The ones I was looking for. He's pretty much covered everything that I'm looking for regarding this. I've just been playing around with it and looking to do some of this backing and usage into the trading that I'm looking for. Just making things very, very simple. Just playing off the data itself, like we said before. And one of the things I'm going to do is as soon as I get a little bit more time, is I'm going to actually play some trades on charts like without candles on them, just purely data driven. And it sounds weird, but if you have the DOM, you're just trading off. There's no candles on the DOM either. But just looking at something and saying, okay, well, here's where my opening range was. Here's my open, and here's the close, or here's my initial balance levels, and just trading off of what that means, and just taking everything else off the chart and be like, all right, this is where we're going to be strictly price action, strictly price levels, without any type of human psychology or intervention at all, and seeing what happens. I mean, it's all in the betterment for not just myself, but going to share the results with all of our traders, and it's a constant learning experience. And this here, man, it really opened my eyes up as to what we can do. You said the biggest thing is about removing bias or confirming your bias. Hey, I want to go long over here. And then you look at something like this, like, you know what? 97% of the time this event happened, it was lower. Well, that's just completely ruined my long bias. So we could use it to get rid of the bias or add confirmation to our, confirmation bias, as we would call it. Let's see. Oh, can you talk a little bit about just your pricing? We're coming right to the end of the session. I just want to make sure it's this necessarily a sales pitch here, but it is available. It is open. And go ahead, and why don't you just throw out what your price structure is, and then we can be close to wrapping up here.
Yeah, of course. So currently, I want to emphasize currently, it's $35 a month, and we have one plan, so you get everything within that plan. I want to emphasize that we're going to be releasing new plans very soon. So everyone who signs up now is automatically going to be grandfathered into the top plan, but be paying that $35, so the current plan. So the current pricing, you're going to maintain that, but you're going to get all the features that we're about to release. We have a ton of new stuff that's coming out, customization. There's going to be a lot of stuff. I don't really want to go into it because we're going to announce it very soon, but it's going to be a full different experience, a completely custom experience. So you can really tailor it to how you like to trade and what you like to look at. But we're going to release 3 plans, and you'll maintain that $35 a month forever up until we release those plans. So that's the $35. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a free trial available on the website too. That's still intact, isn't it? Yep. Go ahead and
correct.
Check out Edgeful and get yourself a free week of data. And then,
correct. Yeah, and Yeah, and it's priced that way because you can make the money back in one trade. It's the profits of one trade. And right now, what we want to do is we want to try to get as many users as we can, collect feedback, and make it more beneficial to the users. So it's very, very important to us that we get feedback from our users and improve the product so it becomes more valuable to them. And that applies across the board to someone who's a beginner or to an expert. So when beginners come in and ask questions, that will make our platform easier to use, which will be better for beginners, intermediate, and advanced traders. So it's getting that feedback for us and getting these questions and report requests is very important because it'll make the platform more valuable to everyone.
For sure. Yep. So everybody get in there and test it out. And $35, you can't go wrong with that. That's a couple of ticks.
Yeah.
You can't. Now using something along with that, along with the tilt that we have built into TopStep X, and along with the indicators that we'll have in here as well, with the opening range, initial balance. I know that you have them out there for trading view. You allowed me some of those, and I've coded some myself. They line up everything right. So yeah, you get it with it. So if you want to jump in and grab the edge flow, you'll get those other indicators for trading view also, and those will be available coming up soon on TopStep X also. That's our flagship product here that you're seeing on the screen now. But using some of these stats and some of this information, knowledge is power, right? You have this, so you go along with the tilt, say, wow, look, everybody's long. We have volume pushing up over here. We have the gap down, and it's a Tuesday, and it's between these levels, and all of this stuff just aggregated right in there. And it sounds like it's a lot, but it's not really a lot when you put everything into context. Hey, market just opened. Are we a gap up or down, and is it a Tuesday or not? There you go. That's your answer. You pull it up, and then you can look at it and see where all the rest of the traders are going. Fade them, not fade them. Jump with the tilt, not with the tilt. Put them right into your chart. Put your trailing stops or however you want to trade, but there's still that risk component in there. You still have to be a trader. It's just another tool that you can use, and I don't know, for that pricing, it's cost of doing business. For $35, I said that the other day. I drank more in coffee this week. $35. So it's well worth it. My ribeyes last night will cost more than that too. So
and odds are the more you play around with it, you're going to start, the creative juices are going to start flowing, and you're going to come up with your own ideas for reports. And Andre has said that they're going to build those reports out for you for free. So who knows how long that's going to last? That might not last forever either. So check that out. Definitely.
It definitely will not last forever.
Well, before we sign off, I'd like to talk to production. Have them jump into my large screen and replace my chart with my background here. I'm going to pull this off for 1 second because I wanted to share something that I made. Everybody knows I'm into these AI type of backgrounds. As soon as we get that flipped over, there it is right there. Let me take my ugly mug out of the way. And this here is, let me move it down. I will actually drag this. I'll help you out there, Jack. There we go. Just adjusted it for you. Topstep marched to 100,000 subscribers. We are at 99.8 thousand right there. So we are very, very close. Not 90, excuse me, 89.9. Let me get my figures right here. We are at 89.9 thousand subscribers. Looking to get to 100,000 subscribers. Please like and subscribe to get more of this content. Things like this from Andre and other providers as well. All here, all for you. So join us in that march to our 100,000 subscribers. Let's get on the road race and let's follow the yellow brick road, as someone Kyle says in there. Yellow brick road, absolutely. This is the yellow brick road lined with green and red candles along the side. I'm going to make that for my new one. That's what I'll do. Kyle, what's your name in there? Kyle, I just saw it in there. Kyle, SHPAK. That's the next one I'll do. I will make the same thing. I will put a yellow brick road, and I will tell the AI to make the trees look like green and red candles. We'll see what it comes up with. That'll be on the next episode.
Excellent. That sounds like a great idea. Any final words before we sign off, guys? We're getting a little close to time here. There are some comments coming in about sharing ideas. You could almost kind of look at this as open source, right? We're all just bouncing ideas off of each other, and we're going to put it all in a centralized location. We share the tilt with you guys every day. That's the aggregate positions of all of the simulated trades that we have at Topstep right now. We have no problem sharing that data with you guys. And it's just think about it the same way, maybe we can give a report about how the tilt reacts around certain levels or during certain times of day. It might be an interesting report to build if it's not already in the making. I really don't know.
It's in the making. We're right in there.
It's in the making.
Hoagland has a great idea. He has a great idea about that and saying, well, where's the tilt? Because right now we can look at it and say, okay, right now, currently, gold, 62% traders are long in gold. Bam, there we have it. But what was it 4 minutes ago? Right? So that's what John Hoagland wants us. He's like, I would like to see a line on my chart to see when these traders are going up and down and when they're taking these longs and shorts. And it's great that we can see them right now, but I want to know what happened earlier too. And we're working on that as we speak here. Andre, thanks, man.
Awesome. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Yeah, thanks, Andre. Any closing remarks? You guys?
The only thing I'll say is I'll just touch on one thing. Is I'm sure that there are a lot of people watching that are looking to pass a challenge. Use the resources around you, whether it's a journal, whether it's an analysis tool, whether it's whatever else. Like, these things are meant to expedite your learning curve, and you just want to make sure that you're taking advantage of it so you can shorten that time frame before you pass your challenge, before you get your first payout. Like, it's just right around the corner. It's all about just being on that side of the data and tracking your metrics, whether it's the journal or any other tools, honestly. Like, that profitability is just around the corner. And I mean, this is a very difficult business to be successful in, but it is one of the most rewarding ones once you do become successful. So I know that I know the frustrations that come with trading, but what you want to, you just got to persevere. You got to go through it, because once you're on the other side, you're going to be so thankful that you're on the other side, because this truly is, in my opinion, the best business to be in is a trader. So just use the resources around you. Just keep going. Over time, you'll get there. So that's the last thing I'll say.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andre. Again, you get a free 1-week trial from Edgeful. Maybe we can get someone to drop the Edgeful link in the chat for us right now, and then $35 a month if you're into it. Appreciate it, man. This is great. I can't wait to see what we come up next, for sure. All right, with that, we are going to take a short break. We are short on time now, but stick around. We're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre Doby, and Justin Werline is back. So stick around. We got some more tradertainment coming your way. Don't forget, edgeful.com. You get a free 1-week trial and then $35 a month. Go check it out. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Yes. My man, the man in the middle. My personal favorite, as I always say. Justin Moorline, what is happening? You got some weird light coming down in your screen. It looks like
I know. I was looking at that. I was like, the glare. I'm not sure what's going on here.
All good. All good. Well, we'll work around that. What's going on, Justin? Welcome to Power Hour here on TopstepTV. What's happening?
Nothing much. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here once again. It's been a great day. Hopefully everybody's doing well.
Yeah, so far so good. My man, my partner above him is Dolby Time.
Howdy.
Dolby, what's happening today? We got the house account open, current balance of $2,800, give or take a little bit. We did have that runner on. We did get stopped out on that NVIDIA dump, and that, of course, brought all the equities lower with it. Just to see it get bought back up. Currently, S&P is trading 53.34. A couple ticks beneath VWAP. Dolby Time, what are we thinking for this house account? Also, Justin,
you ready to do it, Andre?
I'm ready. I'm ready,
do it.
Jack. There you are. Let's do it. Let's do it. Looking at ES levels. Looking at ES levels right now. Possible trades. Last couple of power hours have been kind of slow, kind of a sideways trade, which is okay. We adapt on the fly here. So,
yeah, Andre, did you want to say something about the clock?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yes, in the lower.
Yeah, I was, but I was doing the intros. In the lower right-hand corner, bam. Thank you, Jack. We're
going to move it real quick.
The closing bell. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. So you'll see that. Also, beneath that, really quick, you'll see the hashtag. Give it to me. Hashtag Power Hour. You see the Chiron right there. Dolby Time, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Hashtag Power Hour. We are on X. So post your trader wins to us, and we will share them on screen. Kind of around the same time we share the winners for TopQuiz. So trader certificates, put on a great trade today. Any memes, please share them with us. So at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour on X only. So get those in there, and we should be able to share those within like 20, 30 minutes. So we've had a good streak so far. We've had all fresh content every single day. Carl Hungus, I am expecting only the best from you today, sir.
Absolutely. All right, so we'll get that off the ground. We'll show you some of those trader wins a little bit here on Power Hour. Dolby Time, what are we looking at here? I'm looking at S&P's kind of trading sideways. NASDAQ doing the same.
Yeah, we're at the high of the 30-minute range right now in the ES, actually. I would be tempted to take a short, like, immediately.
Immediately, he says. Immediately.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Where would you be targeting for that?
Yeah, we're going to need a price.
New lows, 53.25.
Well,
okay.
So shorting, you want to short? Yeah, so hit me with the price.
Market order.
Okay.
That's what I would do. Like, I think time is of the essence right now. I think we have a really tight stop. The risk would be really good. I'm not sure what Justin is seeing here, but I do have a 30-minute range high at 5.335 1/4, and then the 30-minute range low and 4-hour range low are both around 53.25. And also we do have a little bit of support become resistance at 53.36 evens. So this could be forming kind of just a downward channel if it can sustain this. I don't know what ICT has to say about this, but we're probably about to find out.
Okay, so no, I think that we're definitely going to see a little bit of retracement back down here, but I wouldn't expect us, at least for me personally, I wouldn't take a trade targeting a low of day, just because if we look at NAS and we look on the bigger time frame, like the 15-minute chart, the recent low in the morning, once we put in that low and we left also the remaining low at 18,665, we left that recent low, generated more sell side, then ran up, took out again the recent all-time high, so took out the recent high from yesterday at 18,738. Once that high got taken, and then we ended up selling all the way back down to both not only the initial low from the morning, but the low from yesterday at 18,666. Both the objectives in the day have been taken. So a lot of the times when both of the objectives in the morning have been, or not in the morning, but just overall in the day, because we got buy side taken, then sell side taken, and now we're just in a range. When both objectives are taken, a lot of the time market is just going to kind of sit here and kind of twiddle its thumbs a little bit. And the only reason I wouldn't say that I would be confident in seeing new lows for the day is because both objectives have been taken. When both objectives are taken, a lot of the times I personally am expecting a slow power hour. But I do like a rebalance play. So I like to see NQ. I think NQ is going to start to sell here, but not all the way to the lows. I expect this recent low on the 1 minute. So I expect NQ to start selling towards 18,684, that recent low, because we actually do have a divergence between the indices here. If you look at NASDAQ at the high at around 2 o'clock that we put in at 18,713, we didn't take that high. But the same high that was put in on ES actually did get taken. So we have a divergence between indices here. ES just took that recent high. NQ did not take that recent high. And now we're starting to see us pull back a little bit to the downside. So I do expect NQ to start pulling back to the downside. I just don't have enough confidence that we would go towards all-time or towards new low of day just because both objectives of the day have been taken.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, that's a 1 check mark then, Dolby. We're going to need 2 check marks.
Okay.
Before we pull the trigger, we could pull the chat. I did see Dakota's in here. Dakota's now wants to buy the dip. He's now back to being a bull. A quick delta
Dakota's
update. Minus
long.
5,800 in the ES, minus 4,000 in the NQ. So keep an eye on that. Quick check on tilt. Tilt, pretty much 50-50 across the board. So nothing really showing there. I did have a trade idea. Shorting 53.33 and 3/4, 53.33.75. Keep an eye on that level. But right now we are hands off Dolby time. We will pull the trigger if we get at least 2 check marks. Perhaps we pull the chat before we do that. I do see that 30-minute range you're looking at. In the meantime, Justin, talk to us. How have you been trading this week? Thoughts on the market price action, and just your trading in general?
Yeah. No, it's been good. Traded this morning. I took 3 trades. I took two small little losses in the morning. I would say first 30 minutes, and then took a really nice win around 8 contracts. So I'm up 3.2K on the day. It was really, really
Nice.
solid. It was honestly really, really clean. Exactly like what I wanted to see happen. Ended up playing out. Took it, and then enjoyed the rest of my day. And it was great. We went wakeboarding in the morning at like 6 a.m. Went to a cafe, traded, made my money. Get to enjoy the rest of the day here.
Wow, living the life. Are you are you out of the country right now, or are you in Miami?
Hopefully Miami.
I'm in Miami right now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yes. South Beach, what's up? All right.
Say hi for Andre.
Yes.
I will.
Say hi for a little inside joke there. Go back and watch the previous Power Hour with Justin to know what we're talking about here. All right. We got Dakota here. I'm looking for 18,720. Dakota, are you long right now? I assume he is long in NASDAQ. Did anyone catch his price there? He's looking for 720s.
Dakota, he is long 690 in the NQ.
I'm 690 from NQ.
And he's looking for 720. He's looking for like 30 points here. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why I like a short here, it's super cheap. And that's it. Like maybe there's like a 20% chance it wins, but I think it's just a really cheap trade. Maybe it runs. I also have not been looking at the markets really as a trader today all that much because I've had other things going on. So this is kind of my first time popping open the charts and really looking at it aggressively. So maybe I'm a little out of the pocket. Obviously, Justin has made some money today, so he is sitting pretty, sipping on lattes. Is that your drink? What is your go-to drink, Justin?
Oh, I am sipping on lattes.
Cafecito. What do you drink down there?
Like a vanilla latte, to be honest. Like a cortado. It depends what kind of mood I'm in. All right, that's really the first case. Is it hot? What's the weather like? How am I feeling? And do I need to be, do I need to wake up or do I just need a little sip of something? So depends.
Got it. If you just need just caffeine, what's your go-to for just injecting it?
Just a regular iced latte.
Iced latte. Cool.
Iced latte. Cafecito's no joke down there, man. Get in there. Yep. Cubano, yes. He is down there.
A recommendation. Anybody in Miami, if you need a great Cuban coffee place, it is the gem that we go to. Sweet Habana. It's called Sweet Habana. Go if you're in Miami. Get some great Cuban coffee.
Nice.
And they have great cookies. They have great cookies there.
There you go. Nice little plug there. All right, so keep an eye. So we got
I'm expecting us to see a sell off here 18,684 low. That fair value gap just got ran through on the 15-second. So we should go pretty fast here, I would say, in the next 5 minutes or so towards that 18,684 low.
84s. 84s. We're trading 93s right now. 84s. That's be what, 8 ticks, 8 points.
Yeah, not much. But it's nice in relationship to the model here. Could go lower, but that's what I would expect first to be that target once we ran through that.
All right. Well, looking for trade ideas here. Hey, if you're in the chat, throw some trade ideas. Tell us where you're at position wise. I might see the sell off here in the Nas. We'll be tying those 33 3/4 in the S&P or S&Ps. The trade. Just need some confirmation here.
Just pull someone off the street, Trey.
Kind of what we're doing. That's what the chat's for.
Whoever you can find.
That's what the chat's for. Hey, anyone, man on the street, need some confirmation. Here we go. Short ES, short NQ. When it comes to resets. All right, we got a bunch of shorts here. Let's see if the tilt's looking that way. Yeah, tilt's looking 61% short as well. Justin, you're looking for a move to 84s in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. And then I'd watch the reaction because a lot of the time, again, since it is power hour and both the objectives have been taken, a lot of time it's just going to be range bound on the smaller time frame, back and forth between those highs. So I don't expect us to go to new lows. I expect us to most likely go to this recent low, 18,684, sweep that recent low, and then probably just work our way back up and kind of just sit in this range, to be honest.
Do you like the idea of getting long from 84 then in NASDAQ?
Depends on the reaction of it.
Depends on the reaction. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we're going to some trade ideas here. We'll see how it plays out. Take a look at some of the other markets. Gold, you can see a little bit of a buy up there, about $2 pop. That's 5 minutes or so. Currently trading 23.85. Crude not doing a whole heck of a lot.
I don't know what crude's up to these days.
Crude's just chilling.
It
here.
doesn't really want to get over 80. That's for damn sure.
It doesn't.
Just hanging out below that's 80 area. Pretty happy. It's on a really big wedge on the daily, so it's probably just chilling until something crazy happens in like the Middle East.
Yep, one headline away.
One tweet. It's all it takes. One hashtag power hour from Al Jazeera and crude's going to go to like 100.
Yep. Well, while we're in a bit of a lull here, just want to remind people that we did have Dr. Brett Steenbarger on earlier today. Fascinating session. Makes you really take a look at yourself, look at how you're trading, look at your emotions and how you're reacting. We're going to isolate that segment later. And for those who missed it, please rewatch. Go back into TopstepTV YouTube channel and give that a look. All right. Hey, we're over 89,000 subscribers, 89.1 thousand subscribers on the channel. So click like, click subscribe. Yeah,
buddy.
Going to get to 90K here shortly. When we get to 100,000, it's a big old party. So, yes, please click like, please click subscribe. Justin, we could not have done it without you. The people love tuning in to see you, and they always click like whenever you're on. So, you got a fan base there. We love it.
I love it. Thank you, guys. I love you.
Yeah.
I would kiss every one of you if I could.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
That's how you get an STD. So
you can't, no kissing and telling here. No kissing and telling.
Yeah.
No kissing and telling here. So currently just trading sideways. What do we got here? Quiz will be shown. Okay. I just got to update. Quiz winners will be shown tomorrow. So we'll update you guys with that tomorrow. So stay patient. You know if you won. And we'll show you the raffle winners.
Really tight range. Really tight range in ES. 5 min is just barcoding real hard right now. We're kind of at point of control, I believe, or pretty damn close to it. If we aren't on it, just to the tick. I think 53.35 is POC. It was about 25, almost 26,000 traded there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at POC right now. So probably not a great value trade, but I do really enjoy this setup. Something's going to happen for sure. Yeah, there's no way in hell ES is going to stay here.
Should sell here towards that 6 or 8.4 low in the coming minute here.
All right, talk us through it. If we get there, I want you to talk us through what you're looking for in terms of how it's going to react to that price and what the market's doing from there.
Yeah. So a lot of the time, depending on what my bias is, right? So like I said before, I'm expecting us to really sit here the entire rest of the day since both objectives in the morning has been taken. This is when understanding market conditions is so important, because if you have no idea, like I think one of the most important things in trading that I think not a lot of people pay attention to is recognizing when and when not to trade. And there's a lot of things that you can look at to figure out when that is. Notice if you look throughout the entire day today and you figure out, okay, at what specific time was probably the least efficient price action, a lot of the time, that time is from one of two things. After taking some sort of swing high or swing low on a bigger time frame, which is what I would call like an objective. So in ICT, what I believe is we're constantly hunting areas of liquidity, right? Market's constantly doing one of three things. We're either hunting liquidity, rebalancing the inefficiencies, or rebalancing the equilibrium. And you could maybe add a fourth one on there saying generating liquidity. So once both objectives on a bigger time frame have taken, like I said, morning high when NQ opened and markets ran, we went right to all-time highs. Notice, right when that all-time high was taken, we went nowhere. We didn't displace through it, right? We immediately sold back inside the range and immediately sold right back down to sell side that we left from the morning, right? Because market's constantly hunting areas of liquidity. So both objectives have now been taken today, buy side and sell side. So when both objectives are taken, there's no reason for market to move until except for just sit in this range and work our way back and forth. So that's why right now I want to say, yes, I think NQ is going to sell towards that, just that internal low. I don't think we're going to sell all the way back to the new low of day because there's no reason to, right? Once we come down and sweep this internal low, the reaction is what I'm looking for. So if market comes down, we sweep this internal low, or we displace through it is what's going to tell me. So if we come down to the 8.4 level, 684, which we'll probably do somewhere here soon in the next minute or two, once that low gets taken, I'm watching to see, okay, are we selling through that level with displacement, or are we coming down, sweeping that level, and then immediately getting bought right back up inside the range? If we immediately come down, take this low, and then get bought right back up in the range, we're going to just play range bound, and we're going to then come back to all the generated buy side liquidity and come back to the recent high that's at 703. So that 703 high that was created is now going to be the target, which is now generated liquidity. So since right now, both objectives are taken, we're just going to be playing range bound for the rest of the day, most likely.
Okay. Yeah, Dolby. I don't know. Range bound could work. We'll see if we get to these 84s in NASDAQ, and we'll see how we react around that. But for time being, we are hands off. We do have some trade ideas lined up. Dakota is long. So we will see how this plays out. Of course he is. Finally.
He's learned from the error of his ways. Tried getting short. For whatever reason, Dakota has a hard time shorting the markets. So that's probably not true. He's number one on the leaderboards. He doesn't give a shit what I'm saying.
Justin, I heard you've been doing some podcasts lately. You're on Austin Silver's podcast, or have you done that? Have you done the podcast yet?
Yeah. Me and Austin filmed the podcast. I think that should be coming out pretty soon. I would say in the next couple of weeks. And then I think I'm coming back down to Miami later next month to do a podcast with Words of Wisdom.
Cool.
Cool. Oh yeah.
Man, people want more Justin Werlein in their life.
Busy man over here. Do you have a PR rep, or you just book all these on your own?
More Justin Werlein.
No, I just book out all these on my own.
All right. Dow's still above 40,000. Good to see that. Did get close, but buyers came in here. Now trading 40,100. So a solid 100 points above that. I did see Dolby. I saw Peter Tuchman celebrating Dow 40,000 on the floor today.
Oh,
he did bust out the hat. He was passing him out. Had a bunch of people on his social media post there rocking the Dow 40,000 hat. So we did it. What a time to be alive. But when he's back on, we'll ask him about that or his thoughts are moving forward. S&Ps. So our trade idea with Dolby was getting short from 33.
My idea was basically just smashing 15 immediately.
Just get it, smash and grab.
And that would have been like 53.35. So we'd be up like 3 points right now.
Okay.
It's hard though. We gotta talk the stuff out.
You
gotta talk the stuff out.
Need two check marks. At least for when I'm executing, I like to have at least two check marks, so it's not just a rogue trade, and it is indeed a team trade, fully thought out trade.
Just wait till I get a live account, Trey.
I cannot wait. Everyone's gonna watch. It's gonna be amazing.
I'm coming for Dakota.
By check marks, do you mean like two of us as a whole agreeing on the same idea?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct. Yes. Therefore, it's a team. 3 would be ideal. 4 would be. We'll do
3 would be ideal.
3 would be even better. Then we'll do a 25 lot. If we have 4 check marks, hell, we'll do a 30 lot.
Oh, a 30 lot?
Something like that. Yeah, it's kind of how the fuzzy math works out in my head. No?
I mean, why
As
not?
long as we got the risk.
Why not?
Defined,
Well,
yeah.
We have 1 through 5 check marks queued up if you find them. I think I found it for James.
Yo.
Oh, look at that. Is that a Glockenspiel?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my
And it
god,
goes
they're just
cool.
popping out.
very
They just keep coming.
scale.
One more. Oh, that's a 100 lot right there. That is a
This would be
100
a
lot right there.
5-alarm
Can we get a round of
banger.
applause to the people behind the scenes here. Like this is who else is doing this? Who else is just popping up check marks with the
He's
sound?
going to launch an IBC soon. Be careful.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Check marks are here. Good stuff. Good stuff. So we get that 5 check mark banger. Look out, market. We're gonna start moving you around a little bit. Pretty cool.
And then production team, you do have the images for hashtag Power Hour, and then Carl Hungus, Cat Cam.
Okay.
There you go. There's the cat. Say hello to Gus. Gus the cat hanging out.
Hi, Gus.
What up, Gus?
Yep. He says hello.
All
Now he's
right.
gone.
I'll get
Just like
those
that.
loaded.
Cool. Thank you. Whenever you get a chance. Yeah, so this theoretical short is hanging in there. So we're not getting that collapse down, but the 5-minute range is still super tight. So that's awesome. Like we would have had it stop at like 53.36. Would have been cheap.
If I'm going to be honest, I think every person in this live is way better off closing their charts right now.
Yeah. Then what do we do?
Touch grass. Go outside and touch some grass.
In about 30 minutes, we'll touch a little grass here. But yeah, we got to watch because gold is moving right now. Not everyone's trading just ES and NASDAQ here. Gold is moving a little bit to the downside here. Seeing about a $5 sell off in the last 5 minutes or so.
Gold.
Justin, they're asking for some of your social media stuff. We will post that in the chat. Crude selling off a little bit here too.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know why. Typically doesn't really move all that much, especially now at 2:30. It's kind of strange, to be honest. But let's watch the ES. I'm gonna
We'll full screen on the ES.
Eyeball. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle here in the ES, actually. In the ladder. So I am expecting this to either touch 53.35 or break, I would say 53.31 3/4 in the next 5 minutes. We have not posted quiz winner yet.
Quiz winners will be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a busy day.
Wiggle. There's the wiggle, and the wiggle has given us the move.
All right. Watch this low here getting taken. 8-4 just got taken. Watch the reaction. Once this low gets taken, since we're range bound and both objectives on a bigger time frame are taken, a lot of the time this low is just going to get taken and we're going to immediately get bought back up in this range. But we'll see. Again, it all depends on the reaction.
We're trading 83s now. 83s we're trading.
Still excited. I'm halfway there.
Coda's long from 90. Justin, talk to us. We got Dolby. What do you? If you like it, we can take it.
Oh, way too late, Trey.
Way too late.
We've given up 5 points in the
long into the NQ.
Long? An NQ? I don't know. Maybe. Let me check a look.
Long's too early right now.
I'm
not. I think nothing is right now, to be honest.
Cool. All right, trade off.
I would consider long at like 660 in the NQ. Eddie's Bong says Nvidia dropped below VWAP.
Oh, that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Yeah, Nvidia? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That makes up the entirety of the NASDAQ, apparently.
Pretty much.
Yep. Oh, ES is rolling over, Dre.
Starting to displace. We're going.
There's 7 points right there.
S&P's doing it as well. Yep.
Yeah, like maybe we could get like a stop run of lows and pick up like the 4-hour range low and maybe buy 53.24.
53.24. I know Coach Vince in there. Okay, likes the long. Vince likes the long at 72s. Okay. So we do have about two and a half check marks, I'd say, for a long at 72.
In
Justin, what do you think? NQ, yeah. What are we thinking?
I think it's going to take a lot for you to get a check mark out of me. Like I'm a very picky trader. Like I only take setups that I know are going to work. And I really think there's just zero reason to take trades with it, like just to take trades.
Gotcha.
I mean, I thought we had a really good reason to take trades right there for that ES one. That one was hella good.
Oh no, go
so good. It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah, I wish.
We have hashtag Power Hour ready.
Let's do it. Dolby is deflated it for the moment. Let's get him some hashtag Power Hour.
Get my mind off this ES short.
Yep, here they are. Does James usually narrate these?
Oh no, I usually make something up. Hold on. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. Aaron Bag Ermion? That was pretty close. Okay, just about the profit target and 3x of phase with Topstep. Patience has been the key to my success, keeping cool head and walking away when I need to. So taking some advice from Justin here. And one of my favorite features is a lockout feature, keeping me disciplined with my 1 to 2 trades per day rule. Hashtag fast markets, hashtag Power Hour. Love to see it. Congratulations on using that lockout button and moving on and getting on with your day. I think that's awesome.
Let me move this.
Carl Hungus, our everyday contributor here. It's another Power Hour with Topstep TV. Let's see what the markets have in store for us. Let's check out some ICT concepts. 60% of the time, it works every time. That's also how I feel about my range boxes as well. Is 60% of the time, it works every time. Actually, what is your win rate with your stuff, Justin?
Honestly, it's not even like that crazy. It's like 55, 60%. But my risk is just really, really, really good. Like,
oh, nice.
I over time I've just gotten really good at taking, like, for example, I took 2 losses today and I took 1 winner, right? The 2 losses I took combined were $600. The 1 win that I had was $4,000. So I'm very good at knowing when and when not to put on size, when I have confidence, when, like, again, I think trading with the idea of making money is the worst thing you could possibly do, because you're going into every single trade thinking that the exact same thing is the exact same setup. It's not the case. You have to take into account, understand the conditions, understand, the specific conviction things that you're looking for, whatever your setup is. Again, this goes with every trader, not just ICT. Like, whatever your setup is and whatever you're looking for, it depends on how confident you are with it. It depends on the specific setup itself, right? All of those things are going to adjust whatever your size is. I don't think that every trade that you take should have the same sizing. I think that's dumb. I think understanding when and when not to be offensive versus defensive is one of the most important things in trading, because that is what really is scalable. Because a lot of the times what I find is the traders who are like break even or who are losing, a lot of the time what it is they just take unnecessary losses with side, and that just chips away at their wins. They take like 4 unnecessary losses that they know that they shouldn't have taken because they just can't sit still and they just want to fucking press a button because they have little dopamine iPad babies scrolling on TikTok every day and they can't sit still. So that's a lot of the time what the problem is they just can't sit still and they can't wait for an actual quality setup.
Yeah. And that was a little segue. Jack, we do have some more, right? A couple more?
Yeah, I'll throw this back up.
All right. You were going, oh, hey, we got a face.
All right.
Kenny Terhune Jr.? Correct me, Kenny, if I'm wrong. Best coffee traveling down through the Keys. Baby's Coffee, Key West. I heard it is extraordinarily hot in the Keys right now.
It's right by you, Justin.
Yeah,
also, I've been through the Keys a couple times. I have this pet theory that if you get chased far enough, you either end up in Key West or Alaska. So the people there are always fun to hang out with. But their backstories are always, missing parts.
If you go far enough, you might get to Cuba.
Keep swimming.
Yep. Keep swimming.
All right, we got one more of these.
More time. Okay. Sweet.
You sent them to me, man.
All right, I forgot. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm a box guy. Lemon trees. This gentleman is in chat. God, what was your handle? Domes something? Domes in chat. Sorry, Apex. Scaling is allowed in Topstep. Isn't that the case? Look at these MNQ trades right here. Some long, some short, but using the new 10-to-1 in Topstep X, which is awesome. Glad to see we got some traders taking advantage of that. in the NQ, which is quite a volatile market. So thank you so much, Domes, for sharing, and everyone else who decided to share for hashtag Power Hour. Let's get back to the markets here. It looks like the ES is still starting to roll over.
Yes, it is. Trading 53.28. Just a heads up, we do have everyone's favorite Fed speaker, Bostic, speaking at 2:50 Central, just 10 minutes before the close. So that should make it that much more interesting.
Yes.
Dolby time.
Mr. Bob Bostic.
Mr.
Bro,
Bob Bostic.
I'm so tired of these guys.
They don't stop. We've had 1, 2, 3.
How many are there? Honestly, how many are there? 5?
What is their job, more importantly? Like, what are they doing on these calls?
No, they're just getting paid to show up and talk about stuff. Like, how, if you're a non-voting member, is your ego like slightly hurt compared to the ones that can vote? Like, you're just like giving your opinion to the voting members?
I feel like they think, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
do the speaking circuit. Do the speaking circuit, get paid.
I mean, Dre, if you're on Topstep TV long enough, you might actually be able to do your own speaking circuit.
What would I talk about?
I mean, what's the difference between... There's no difference. I mean, you both get paid to talk.
Yeah, right? You're also both non-voting members. Like, you're
This is true.
This
This is very true. Dolby time. That short would have been real nice. We are selling off now. 53.25 trades.
Looks like we want new lows. We're going.
Oh man, who called that? I thought someone mentioned.
That's a Dolby time special
before.
right there.
This
All
guy
right.
Dolby called it.
Yeah. Delta's,
okay.
Delta's congruent. We are selling here,
We're
guys.
going.
Here's your new lows. Chat, I hope someone took that trade. I hope someone took it. Go buy a nice Chipotle bowl and
extra guac. Guac on the house.
Oh,
guac on the
house.
Yeah.
Yes. Dakota's out. Yeah. Sellers are in the house right now. All right, trading 18,663 NASDAQ. So we went through those 84s, and there was conviction through that level. I forgot what you could call it, Justin, but we're saying the same thing. We pushed through those 84s, now trading 665. What do you make of it at this point?
Same thing. There's just no reason for me to touch. And I think the biggest thing too, like that I want to preface, it doesn't matter what strategy you trade, like ICT, anything. It doesn't matter. The question you should be asking yourself is, should I even have taken the trade in the first place? So many people will like look at, like, let's say, for example, like if we were to go back 20 minutes ago and you were looking at this and you were going to say, oh, I think we're going to go short here. And then you're now looking at it right now after we just sold off 50 points or whatever it is. And you're like, oh, I should have took that short. When in reality, it might have been or may have not been, but most of the time there was no really even setup to begin with for you to even take the trade. You're just focused on missing out on something and you think that should have been a good entry, when in reality, most of the time there wasn't even any setup to begin with. So again, stop caring what the market does 24/7. You stop caring what move is which. If there is no setup, then you really shouldn't care what the market does. So like right now, I have no plan on trading the rest of the day, so I could care less like what we do. I'm not in the market, so it doesn't affect me. But when you guys are looking and you're journaling and you're looking at your specific setup and you're looking at trades throughout the day, focus on, is this a trade that I should have even taken to begin with, right? Is there even a reason for me to be like, oh, I should have took shorts. Oh, I missed out on the setup, right? In reality, I mean, there's really no reason you should be saying that, but ask yourself, was there actually an entry to take in your edge? If not, there's no reason you should be even saying anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So no FOMO.
Not at all. You should be focused on building good habits.
Agree.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a long opportunity here if we can consolidate at the bottom of the 4-hour range low in the ES. Otherwise, it's probably just going to go a lot lower, to be honest. I don't even know what a downside target would be.
You said,
you
said new lows, Dolby. You said
well, we already.
lows.
I mean, new lows. Yeah. We broke kind of recent. Let me see. So we consolidated really well up top. I mean, we're just in a broken down formation as far as how I see things, being like a range trader. But if this 4-hour low range low and 30-minute range low catch a bid, it could be fairly bullish. But I do want it to spend a little bit more time down here. But it'd be a cheap trade. It'd be honestly a similar trade to the last one, because if it does consolidate, I think we could set a stop down at like 53.20 in the ES, and then maybe try to buy 53.20 through 50. Then we're only risking like a couple points, and the upside is everything to the upside, which is a whole hell of a lot more than what's to the downside.
All right, long 53.20s if we get there.
Well, it has to consolidate, so we need to spend at least another. I want like two more candlesticks, 5-minute candlesticks here.
All right, that'll leave us with 7 minutes left in the session. That's
Plenty
fine.
of time, Dre.
Plenty of time.
Plenty. That's what leverage is for. That's what 20 lots is for.
Let's move these suckers. All right, got the ES slider up here. Couple ticks above the low of the day. Low of the day, 53.22 half. Trading about 5 ticks above that. At 53.23 3/4. It did roll over indeed.
We could get to. I think 53.17 to 53.19 could be the target. That's a fair. Is that a fair value gap right there? Or is that,
We're at
ES between 53.17 and 53.19. The candlestick is at 11:45 a.m. CT.
what time frame are you looking at?
15-minute, and this was yesterday.
Yesterday at 11.
45
Yes, that's what I have
CT.
marked. Yeah.
Cool. I'm learning.
Yep.
People
Yes,
at home
sir.
don't mind. Dolby, I kind of move around. There's too much stuff over there with the countdown clock and the hashtag power hour. Where should I move them to? Should I put the power hour on the side of the ad?
Just put it
or-
over Andre's. Put it over Andre's face.
Do everyone a
Yeah.
favor. Just do everyone a
okay.
favor and put it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
See what I
Maybe
can
like
do with
tuck
that.
it right. 'Cause I think we only ever
Tuck that
do
up.
3 up for power hour, actually. So you could put the clock right below Andre.
Yeah, we
Think
could do
would
that.
work.
Oops.
It's
Oh, no.
permanently stuck on me. Please tell me it's stuck on me. That'd be hilarious.
It might
Please stay
be.
there. Please stay there.
This is the most finicky.
Good job, Jack.
This is the most
Jack's getting cute back there.
Sizing thing. Okay,
Damn
wait
it.
a second.
Damn it.
Hey, look.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
getting all
closing
cute
bell.
back there.
Look at this. Peek behind the curtain, chat.
That's
Anything else we
Right.
want to stack on the screen? God knows there's enough.
No, I don't know.
Justin, you got any input?
We're running out of
I mean,
real
I
estate,
think-
bro.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any more room here. I mean, maybe like some little. Can we get like some stickers or something? Like some little emojis on our.
Well,
Can
I
we
can do that on
customize
my-
like our camera?
I can do that on my chart. I mean, I can add an emoji to the
Can,
chart.
can you give me like a little dolphin? Can you give me a little dolphin next to me, please?
Yeah, because you're in. Oh no,
We're in Miami.
You are in Miami. I can maybe find a dolphin and put it on my chart for you.
I would love one. That would be fantastic.
Here's a dolphin. Wherever it went. Where'd it
Oh.
go? There we go. There's a dolphin
There she
just
is.
for
Thank
you.
you.
Yes.
That means so
Yes.
much. Thank you.
Yeah, here we go. You want to name it? Do you have a name for it, Justin's dolphin?
Yeah, her name's Betty.
Betty.
Okay.
Oh, that's- ready to go.
There you
We
go.
got
This one's for you. Oh, Jack, maybe you could
Look
put
at her.
hashtag power hour in the upper left-hand corner of the chart, because like that real estate's never really used. I'm thinking like up here.
Listen, all y'all's charts change all the time when we switch them.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Betty the
Okay.
Dolphin, yes.
Well, I think those 57, or sorry, 53.17, 53, whatever that is, that
20s?
range, that box. Yeah, no, I think that's in play. I think that downward target's going to be in play. The little fair value gap, as ICT
Sure.
says. I still have no idea what that means. I just know what it looks like. But I think it could go down there. Maybe do a little stop run of that 12:45, May 15th little candlestick right there. We're getting a little bit of a bit though.
Some trade ideas.
Dre,
Someone
if
in the
we're-
chat asked for a Delta update. Let me give it to him real quick.
Yeah.
Minus 6,900 ES, minus 4,500 NQ. What's up, Dolby?
If we stay above 53.21 by 250, I think we could stack some bids and see if this reverses. If it doesn't stay above 53.21 in 3/4, then I don't think we have a trade. Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got to do this. What? We got, there's what, 7 minutes?
Yeah, we have 13.
Yeah, 13 left to vote.
And maybe do like 555 all the way down to 53.19 and see if it bounces back up again.
Starting where?
If it holds for the 3 more minutes, I think we could try to stack some bids and see if this reverses to the upside. It's catching a nice
I like
bid.
that.
This is the 4-hour range low.
I definitely expect us to start to take that recent low and then start to rebalance back inside this range.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so working. So
we got 2 minutes.
Working 5.
Yeah, I mean, if we were still short, we'd probably have a stop down to like 53.27.50 and probably would have peeled off like probably 3/4 of our position at that 4-hour range low. Nick for a tick in chat. Hello, sir. They could puke it for MOC because MOC is pure chaos. We never know what's going to happen, but it always does inject a little bit of volatility, which is exciting stuff, especially for power hour because we need all the volatility we can get.
We do.
Where'd your dolphin go? Oh, sorry. Here we go.
Betty
the dolphin.
Betty's dolphin.
Yeah, we don't have anything end of day, huh? What do we have tomorrow?
Plastic tomorrow. I haven't taken a look just
Waller.
yet.
That's it.
Okay.
Just Lawler? There's another
God,
one?
I hate these FOMC members.
Don't stop, man. Tucker was spot on with that.
Yeah, I know.
They love hearing.
Do they just like sit at a circular? Like all I imagine is like they're in like a massive like office room, like circular desk, and they're just doing absolutely nothing, just cracking jokes at each other.
Oh yeah.
Nancy comes in and she's like, "Guys, new return on the options calls."
we did it again.
Can we get Nancy on TopStep Live?
We tried.
I can have Tim try to reach out to her and see if she can give us her secrets to insider trading.
I think that would be great.
Kids.
I think that would be great. Who said insider trading? Wow. No, there's no.
I mean, it's legal, so
it's legal. Yeah, it's legal. So
it's not like so I'm not accusing them of anything. They're literally legally allowed to do that.
All right, there's your 10 minutes till.
Okay. Yeah, I would just buy 15. Just market it.
All right.
It's too late.
Yeah,
I would set a stop at like 53.20. Or you could try like stacking some bids below 53.27, but it's going to be hard though.
All right, we got it on the wire here, boys and girls. MOC imbalance, 3.4 billion to the buy side. 3.4 billion to the buy side.
Yeah, here they come, Dolby.
We're getting up there.
We never got those 22. We never got those 20s.
No, that's what I was saying. Like if we spent just enough time at that 4-hour range low, there was a chance that it could have, catch a bid like it's catching right now because that's a really strong support level. But you just have to smash the buy button. Like we couldn't deliberate.
You can't. Obviously we could. I'm looking at the buy button right here. Unfortunately, we do have process in order.
I know. Well, it's just hard because it's like, I for my system, like I want to buy when it's like the most, most risky or like at least the most risk is perceived. And like, I just don't want to wait. It's like, you just have to get in, just get your position. Like, I don't want to give up price.
Yep. Read and react.
Yeah. Some traders do. Some traders are totally fine giving up price for momentum. I'd rather have better price. And then if I guess wrong momentum, so be it. But I don't want to give up the points. I'm an entry snob. Nice bounce, though.
Yeah, we did. MOC's will be executed in about 4 minutes.
Yep.
Scratch that 3 minutes.
Should see a little bit higher. Just opened up that 1 minute imbalance. I would expect it to probably rebalance there.
It's going to VWAP, isn't it?
Probably.
Dow seeing some buyers, as well as S&Ps and NASDAQ. Crude is falling asleep probably for the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah.
We got VWAP in the S&P's got 5335. I'll get right to you, Adobe. 18,705 VWAP in NASDAQ. Still got about 30 points to go. NASDAQ to get there and about 5 points to get there in the S&Ps. All roads, Dylan. That's right. What's up, Dolby time?
Do you have quiz winners? Chat's getting
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Cool. Cool. Tomorrow. Well, I gave us 2 ideas, Dre. I gave us a short and a long.
Mm-hmm.
Both are pretty legit.
I would say it's very legit. Very legit.
Got this cool dolphin here.
Betty.
Yeah.
Betty the dolphin.
Yes, Justin.
It's pretty sweet, actually. I'm kind of jealous.
That's really the only thing exciting me.
Yeah.
Yeah, 65% long in the tilt, 60% long in NQ. Got 6 minutes, 45 seconds left in the session on this Thursday. How's the week so far? All right, so tip of the week, Justin, I'm going to throw this to you. Have a clear mindset, all right? Have a clear mindset. That's what we've been preaching all week. We've had a couple psychologists one on Tuesday, one today. For an hour-long session, open to anybody. What do you do to help yourself have a clear mindset?
I think clear mindset comes down to intention. Everything that you have in your emotional response to things all comes down to whatever your intention or whatever you want to get out of whatever you're doing. So if you're trading and your intention and your goal is to just make money, that intention causes a lot of problems that people don't realize, right? Because all of the sources of your problems, when you look at, okay, like let's say you have a problem with FOMO, you have a problem with over leveraging, you have a problem with, taking trades too early. If you trail that problem to the source of it, that source is from the intention, and that intention is making money. If you switch that intention from making money to building good habits and train yourself to get satisfaction out of gaining good habits, you will in turn make a shit ton of money because your intentions are process oriented and not outcome oriented. So a lot of the times you go into the market being like, oh my God, I'm so excited to screenshot my P&L and post on Twitter to all these people so I can get a little bit of, recognition and feel good about myself. When in reality, you probably broke all your rules, posted the win anyway, and then end up losing it all probably in the next week, right? Like it's an endless cycle. And trust me, I was there too. You have to figure it out the hard way. But people don't realize that intention is one of the most important things. Wherever your goal is and your, solution or reason for doing something is the important, because that's going to be the process of how your brain thinks about all your decision making.
Damn, that was pretty profound, Justin. Well, nice job. I like that. Intentions, knowledge, spot on, man. Very, very.
Yeah,
that's, really
that's what Brett said too, though.
Yeah,
it's
really good.
It's all. Did you ever listen to Brett Steenbarger? Because that's pretty on point with what he was kind of saying.
I don't.
Justin.
I didn't know. Was he on today?
Oh yeah. He was on for a full hour. We've had actually 2 psychologists on this week. We had Jenny Christiana on Tuesday. Then we had Brett Steenbarger today. I mean, really, really good content. I would share it with your students, people in your classes if they need some trading psych. It was good stuff.
Quick update. Coach Dakota, never a doubt. Ended up getting long again in the NASDAQ from 660. We got out. Finished the day up $12,500. The numbers just keep going up for Coach Dakota. Probably will stay in first place. Wow, we turned around right there. We got 3 minutes, 50 seconds. The markets are going crazy right now. Gold's still selling off.
I did give Betty some robot arms and robot legs.
You pimped out Betty here.
Yeah, we got a robot arm and a robot
jacked.
Leg. Yeah.
Terminator Betty.
I could do laser beam eyes. I think that'd be pretty cool too, actually.
I think you probably can. Maybe give her some wings too.
Wings? I gotta see if they find some wings. This is kind of laser beam-esque.
Nice job, Coach Dakota. Nice update for Delta minus 9,000. Was a squeeze going on, but the sellers came back in. Interesting. See profit, take profit here in this power hour if you are trading it.
It's shooting a fireball out of Betty's eyes now, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, shark with laser beams. I think that's pretty awesome.
This is how you know the market's not providing much. Well, we're just creating our own little art with emojis.
Yeah, man.
There we go. It is now blown up my consolidation pattern right there.
We've got
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet looking, actually.
Hey, we got a 500 lot here on this 53.26 quarter bid in the S&Ps. They are trading right now, and they did trade out 53.25 3/4 trades. But there was a couple trade ideas in there. Dolby time. Stay sharp like that, man. We'll eventually get there. Live account. You can trade that yourself. House account.
Are you on Twitter, Justin?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter.
Let's throw it in there.
If you wanna see the trade that I took today too, I posted on there as well.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. I want to share your Twitter.
It's there in his bio.
Yeah, there we go. All right, just your name. Sweet. And then I'm gonna go ahead and share this with you. This little creation.
Oh yes, please do.
Yeah,
might have to
your
frame it.
Followers need to know.
No, I think they do. I think it's important. Betty gets out into the world.
Yes,
she needs to see
90 seconds.
She's just a young dolphin.
Just trying to make her way in the market. It's challenging.
I think so too.
Okay.
Who knows?
Well,
Maybe she's the next Warren Buffett.
I did share. Maybe the next Nancy Pelosi. Who knows?
Hey, even better.
Probably
Hey. All right. Just want to thank everybody today. All our bell to bellers. Look at over 3,000 people. We hold 3,000 now pretty well for Power Hours. Pretty cool to see. Really appreciate it. It's been a hell of a day, hell of a week. We got one more day to go. One more speaker. That's all it sounds like. Justin, truly appreciate you joining us again. I wish there had been more action. Always. You will be new lows. Here we go. Let's see how this close goes. About 45 seconds.
Look at it go.
We're going.
Yes, we are.
Well, are we going to hit those 319s in ES? Get down to that fair value gap, that FVG.
Mm-hmm.
Do it. If I wiggle the chart, maybe we'll get down there. Maybe we probably would have gotten stopped out. Like we would have taken the short, we probably would have taken some profits, probably would have gotten stopped out, and then most likely would not have taken this other
10 seconds. I don't know.
53.32, 53.19.
We're going.
And that's all she wrote. No bell. There he is. There he is.
Oh, yeah. Ding, ding, ding,
Thank you,
ding,
guys.
ding, ding.
Thank you, guys. Justin, we'll see you again. Dolby time. We'll get those trades in. We could fine tune our system a little bit. But Justin, as always, thank you for coming on Topstep TV Power Hour.
Of course, thank you.
We'll see you again. Enjoy your time in Miami. Keep us posted with your good trades. Dolby time. What do you got? Send it over to Eddie when you got it.
Cool. I don't have anything. I don't. Eddie, you're the best. Take us.
What?
Take us out of here,
Come on,
Eddie.
man.
What do you mean? I already, dude. I made a robot dolphin that is shooting.
Yeah,
a
he's done enough. Okay, he's done enough.
Okay.
What do you
Art class, yes. Art class last 10 minutes of the day.
53.17 in the ES. Damn. What do we got for tomorrow, Eddie?
What's up, Eddie?
Tomorrow we do have, actually it's not too bad. It will be Friday, the 17th of May. We're going to be having a 9 o'clock U.S. leading index. Fed Wally the Waller. Walleye will be speaking at 9:15. We got FOMC member John Daly going to be speaking. He's going to be having a beer and a smoke at that time. 12 o'clock, Baker Hughes rig count, rest of the day here. Really not too much tomorrow, so we should ease into the weekend. But as far as our all-star cast goes, I'm going to be out tomorrow. I'll be out the whole next week, so everybody be good and pay attention, learn, trade well. And tomorrow, JD and Hoag are going to open up the show, fire up the machine. Fast Markets, you got your boys, Coach Jay and Coach Dakota, with Andre and Hoag. Peter Tuckman tomorrow. What the Tuck? Yes, 11:15. 11 o'clock a.m. Peter Tuckman and Andre will be chatting. JD and Hoag, TopQuiz with Jack and Brooke. We do have Jack and Mick for Roast My Trades. Yes, it is Roast My Trades on our Fridays. And JD Robert for the segment here. Right? Is that right? Yeah. Group coaching with JD and Robert. So you might get some of those Top Step X questions answered. We do have Anne-Marie with Strategy Lab, Dolby and Hoag. And to end the Friday, the dynamic duo, Andre Dolby, Nick for a Tick, and Isaac R. Boy, that should really bring in a good crowd. That's a good one here. That's a real good one. So remember, hey, it's time. Day is over. We are done. Hopefully you are. Log off. Go tell the family that you love them. Give your kids a hug. Give your wife, give your husband, whoever you got, a nice kiss on the cheek from me. We love having you here we love having you here with us each and every day. And we hope that you love being here just the same. So hopefully you did learn at least one thing today. I'd like to thank Brett Steenbarger here being a mindset coach and really giving us a good segment. We're going to have that recorded. We will be sharing that video with you shortly. So now it's time to get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy, and until we meet again, wherever it is on this big blue marble, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.